is this not the best Wednesday so far, at least in 2023? It is our third day of streaming for Host Week, and we are thrilled with the results so far this year. It's also snowing outside, which makes me very excited. So we have more host views than ever before this year, and we even have the Consortia interviews this year. So our EduSpots are bursting at the seams with so many that we go into the evening, it seems, every day. And then lastly, and I'm still kind of flabbergasted by this, but we have over 2,400 registrants to Host Week this year. So thank you all for joining us. It's been such a joy so far. I have to say, when the HAR team dreamed this up during the pandemic in 2020, we were honestly just really excited about it being something like Shark Week, and we hadn't thought much beyond that. So it's exciting to see where it's come in 3 years. And I should mention too, the HAR team actually did some great white shark chasing this summer when we went out to visit April in Massachusetts. So in case you didn't take me seriously when I was saying we're really excited about Host or Shark Week, we really do kind of have a thing for sharks. So before we get into things, I wanted to go ahead and thank the sponsors again for Host Week, who have helped keep this event free for all of you tuning in. So they are really great. You may have them memorized by now, and if so, that's fantastic. That's great branding for them. But a big thank you to our weekly sponsors. We have the Adventure Travel Trade Association, Nexion Travel Group, who will be doing their Meet the Host interview this afternoon, so make sure to tune in. Runway Health, Tour Radar, Travel Planners International, who did their host interview on Monday, so you can always go back and watch this because they are recorded. And then today's daily sponsors, we have Uniglobe Travel Center. They'll be interviewing on Friday, so if you're interested in them, tune in then. And then we also have Dugan's Travel, who will be interviewing this afternoon. If you just hopped on, welcome. I'm Steph Lee, the founder of Host Agency Reviews, and I am your MC for this week. We have got a lot to cover today, as always. And just a few quick things to note before we jump into our keynote with ASTA's chairman of the board, Mark Casto. First off, if you're streaming this and you're not on YouTube, head on over to YouTube, because we are streaming on LinkedIn and Facebook, but that's not really where the crowd is. It's a lot more lively over here on YouTube, so join us there. And then secondly, this is kind of our warm-up for the day and requires some audience participation. I'm doing kind of a data finding mission here, and I'm hoping to use it in our marketing kit next year to help with potential sponsors to understand the demographics better. So I'd love for you to share in your comments, A, where you're from. This is, I'm just curious, and if it's snowing there. And then 2, if you're a dog or a cat person. And it should go without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway. If you're more of a hedgehog person, a parrot person, all those animals are obviously welcome. Put those in the comments too. There's Carolyn, who works at KHM, Carolyn Seckercack. She has a bearded dragon who I send my dog photos to, and then she sends me back pictures of her bearded dragon, Bob. And so always open to whatever kind of animals and pets people have. So in case it isn't obvious enough already, I'm very busy as the founder of Host Agency Reviews, and I only talk about the most important things in my work emails. And during Host Week, I talk about very important things. And with that, I'd like to bring on Mark Casto, the chairman of the board at ASTA, who has been the recipient of many of my emails with dog photos. So Mark, thank you so much for coming on today.
Hey, Steph, great to see you. For the record, it's not snowing where I'm at right now, but it's supposed to be this afternoon. And as you know, I am very much a dog person. I have 3 dogs, but to add to the mix, I'm getting a lot of pressure from my kids to bring some ducks and chickens into the menagerie that we would be having here.
Okay, so
eggs, it kind of makes sense, actually.
Okay, so one thing people have to know about Mark is he is like a California boy, born and bred, just moved out to Boston, is just starting to see the snow. He's trying to appreciate it. It is, you know.
Yeah, it's been a little torturous. I live in flip-flops, and I haven't yet found any snowshoes that actually are as comfortable as flip-flops. In fact, my flip-flops really don't work well in the snow.
Okay, mucklucks.
Mucklucks.
They're made in Minnesota, in Ely, Minnesota. Amazing. They're super comfortable. They don't have the hard sole.
I like how you bring everything always back to Minnesota.
And snow, or dogs, or cookies. There's certain things about me that you can just count on. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. We are so excited to have you on because we've been talking a lot about ASTA this week. So on Tuesday, Yes. Big fans of ASTA here. On Tuesday, we had Mark, Meter, and Alvin on, and we talked about the Roadmap to Becoming a Travel Advisor course. And we'd love to hear like layperson's rundown of what ASTA is and why it's such an important organization for all advisors. Because we've got new advisors in here and experienced advisor, but why is it so important that they become a part of it?
You know, Steph, that's a great question. It's really at the core of what is the function and the purpose behind ASTA and what it does for all of us. Now, I've been a member of ASTA since I think it was 2004. So back in those days, I was with a family agency. We were about 100 people strong. And now I'm with Flight Center Travel Group, which is about 3,000 people and then 1,000 independent contractors. And I would say that the value is identical for both those entities as well as any independent contractor themselves. There's really when we work, we engage with our clients, we engage with our employees, we engage with our colleagues. And there's that personal action is so critical to how we do our business. But there's a lot of areas, and there's two specific areas where collective action is actually much better outcome for us. And as that relates to us, those are first is government affairs. It's almost impossible to deal with an industry level problem or industry level issues individually. You have to work with in many ways, in times, your competitors, your colleagues, the people within the industry who know it best. And that can be anything from sales tax issues to seller of travel laws, things, those kind of mundane regulatory items to no sale orders or COVID restrictions, or can we qualify for the PPP when the government is going through the funding cycle during the COVID, or to get us as an industry written into the CARES Act, as ASTA was able to do during the course of COVID? Those governmental level issues really require collective engagement, not from the individual basis, but all of us participating together. And the second is with regards to more of just general industry promotion. Anybody remember the Got Milk campaign? That wasn't done by individual farmers. That was done by a dairy council. Anybody love California raisins? California, and I'm bringing it back there. It wasn't just a song, it was also actually a promotion by the California raisin growers. Florida orange juice, same story. There's a great opportunity for us to build the top of the funnel. And that's where ASTA really engages, is it showcases that travel agents and advisors, not only are they essential for just general travel, in a post-COVID and a post-pandemic world, they are more essential than ever beforehand. And so ASTA is really able to provide that through our collective action, our collective togetherness towards it, of saying, this is why you need to work with a travel advisor. And by the way, here are some that you can also engage with too. So from a government affairs side to a just trade promotion, I mean, honestly, in a nutshell, I'd say that while you advocate for your clients, ASTA advocates for you.
Bravo. Wonderful. Couldn't have said it better, and definitely have not.
20 minutes, so yeah.
I've definitely not said it better ever before. I'm going to like watch this and take notes for my next elevator spiel on ASTA. So can you go ahead and tell us kind of what the ASTA team is currently focused on in 2023? What are its priorities? What's on the docket?
Yeah, it's 23 is a busy one for ASTA. So I'd say that we've really kind of nailed it down to three critical areas. So first and foremost on government affairs, which is one that we've all seen the importance of it during the course of the pandemic, of how much it's impacted travel. So we had a big win, a huge win fairly recently, where there was the creation of the Undersecretary of Tourism, Undersecretary of Transportation, sitting within the Secretary of Commerce. This was actually one of the legislative priorities we had set up last year, in May of last year, when we had a legislative day. Now, why this is important is it's the first time the United States has ever had a position within the executive branch specifically focused on the promotion of tourism, the promotion of travel. The United States, up to this moment, has been the only G20 country, the 20 largest economies in the world, who does not have somebody focused in that critical area. One of the biggest economies and drivers of jobs worldwide, and the United States has never actually focused upon that. So that was one thing that we had isolated and said, we need to have this done to ensure that we have the proper counsel to work with and who understands our industry issues, so we can actually promote travel and tourism for all of our clients' basis. So that was a huge one for us.
Okay, wait, can I interrupt really quick?
Yeah, please.
I know you're on a roll, but is that for inbound or outbound travel, or both?
Yeah, so that's primarily focused on inbound travel, but it actually does engage with us when we start looking at things like if there's other no sale orders, or if there's any restrictions on travel for COVID rules, or whatever the next thing might happen to be, or any federal regulatory issues that are going to be coming and encompassing travel advisors. So while it's specifically written in right now is for inbound, It's going to have a tremendous amount of outbound and also just cross-state functionality as well too. So it's going to be a big one for us.
Yay.
Yeah, that's a big win. That's a huge win. The other one is the Department of Transportation has been extremely active in a number of areas that are really focusing our trade. So, for example, refund and exchange disclosures. And one of the proposals was originally written as that we would be on the hook for any refunds or exchanges that an airline has. If a client wants to claim it, then we would have to pay it, even if we hadn't received the funds from the airline. Well, needless to say, that's just a non-starter for our industry. And so ASTA has been deeply focused on trying to get the DOT to change the rulemaking on it. And it actually has some very good outcomes already before the rules have been released. So that and a few others that have come into place, working very closely with the Department of Labor around independent contractor legislation, the FAA reauthorization bill. Now we're getting kind of deeply into the weeds. You know, a lot of areas on government affairs outside. So that's one. Mm-hmm. Second is going to be just really about brand promotion of travel agents. So thankfully, we've gotten a lot of great press from the Wall Street Journal, the WAPO, New York Times had a great featurette here a little bit ago, just about why you need travel agents in a post-pandemic world. So this goes back to building the top of the funnel. So a big focus in 2023 is to focus upon the success we've had of getting people back on the road again, getting people back on the travel, and what we've been able to do to achieve that success for them, and then publishing it, sharing your stories with major tier one media applications. And we've generated hundreds of millions of dollars of positive trade exposure for individual brands, individual travelers, travel agents for them side. So we're going to continue to do that top of funnel brand promotion for it. And the third is, as we work our way down the sales funnel, is about lead generation. So there's been a really well-developed and redesigned for ASTA.org website. And one of the key functions is to actually be able to pass leads directly into individual ASTA members, because we actually do get a lot. ASTA is not in the business of selling travel. ASTA's part of its remit is to ensure that a traveler does get connected to an ASTA agent. And in fact, we had one lead that came into ASTA.org last week where there was 400 people who are actually going to be booked to go to Greece. And it was directly a lead that came through ASTA.org that went to one of our members. That's a good booking. That's good business for everybody to get. So government affairs, top of funnel brand promotion, and then lead generation.
Question on the lead generation. So is travelsense.org not around anymore? Is it now?
It's kind of folding within the whole ASTA.org.
Okay. I'll have to check that out. I hadn't seen. So for those that don't know, travelsense.org used to kind of be the lead site for consumers where they could find ASTA advisors and things like that. But they just did a big website redesign last year, and I'll have to check that out. Yeah, check it out.
I mean, we really want to get more feedback from users on it. It's one of those things where if you're not updating your website every few years, you're not going to necessarily get the relevance for both consumers as well as just users. And as a membership-based organization, we got to make sure it's most usable for you.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at two separate chunks of the travel advisors. So we have the experienced and the new advisors.
Yes.
In terms of experienced advisors, what are 2 or 3 resources for ASTA? Like if they become a member of ASTA that it's going to bring to the table for them?
So, by the way, I will say I was actually reading your recent release in December about the travel survey and how you're working out between experienced and novice, as we'll call them, travel advisors, and a lot of differentials that they sell. So, plug to Stephanie and Har for that. Really, really good publication. It's actually going to influence a lot of our marketing decisions around it too. So. So for experience, I'd say one of the critical ones is that we all need some credentialing and validation for it. And so by being an ASTA member, it really showcases the industry that you are ascribing to an ethical standard upon how you're going to behave and how you operate. And also showcasing yourself to the general industry writ large that you are a professional in this space and that you're committed to the development of this space. So I'd say for somebody who's experienced, it really just validates further the experience that they have. For somebody who's new, in addition to that, which is important, there's a number of incredible amount of educational opportunities to have anything from social media marketing, including with Sandra Muckamore, who does really, really great stuff, to engagement and finding mentors through the local chapters. ASTA's got an incredible chapter system, and it's one that is such a great opportunity for people to find people to train them and show them the ropes of how to build up their business, how to hire people, how to find the right kind of solution set for a client request. So if somebody's not a member who's recently joining, wants to learn the ropes, I'd absolutely direct them to the chapters.
For sure. And then on the flip side, for the newer advisors, one thing I want to mention too, yesterday during one of our EduSpots, Tom Carpenter had mentioned, when you become an ASTA member, the legal team or the advisors are able to access the ASTA attorneys. I don't remember what the name of the program is, but where they can save 15% on the hourly rates.
Yeah, don't ask me what the name of the program is. I'm not.
Oh, good. I'm glad it's not just me.
You stumped me on that one. Thanks, Steph.
I just love to throw these.
It's a huge resource. We do have great legal teams available through us. And part of it is that our industry is a little peculiar and different than many of the others. Going to a corporate attorney is not, I can almost guarantee they're not going to be familiar with what a travel agency requires, what a travel advisor needs, and how we engage in the space, how we intercede between as a medium between the suppliers and the clients, and how that dynamic works. Finding somebody who actually is familiar with our industry is just a huge leg up on it. And who is able to navigate, they might know what a debit memo is. That's a big plus. Try to explain that to somebody, a lawyer on the outside, who actually knows what CLIA or cruise lines and how they operate, and commission schedules and all those that come to place.
Yeah, no, exactly. It definitely, if you are going to go with an attorney, reach out to we actually have an article that lists the travel attorneys that are out there. So we'll put a link to that in the comments, but save you tons of time and heartache and explaining of things. So let's see. So sustainability is a big focus of ASTA with this board. I know that's one of your main goals. So what are some specific actions ASTA has been taking that we should know about? And if there's any in the pipeline, tell us all about it.
Sure. So you're right, Steph. Sustainability is something that's been very, very critical for me. I honestly believe that if we don't have some solution making in place and action upon by 2030, COVID's going to look like a blip in what we have experienced for it, and willing to take on anybody within that in the comments as to why that is going to be the case. So we've actually made the initiative from the board that we really want to create a net zero solution for our industry, travel advisor side of it by 2030 to make towards that end. So some of the things that we've done is that first off, every single one of the live events, and this has been the case since we came back from COVID, is being completely carbon offset through Eden reforestation. And so we're doing tree plantings in Haiti and Kenya. Mangroves are really important for all this, in our Blue Oceans campaign around that too. We also have done a number of educational sessions within premium conferences, within our global conferences, of providing actual practical solutions that you can implement as a travel advisor, as a business owner, as just a general professional. What are things you can honestly do that will have an impact and move the needle? It's kind of hard to say, okay, the whole globe has got to reduce our carbon output by X%, but what do I do as an individual when I sell travel? So it comes up with specific action plans of what you're able to do to that end. And then on top of that is that we actually recognize people who are doing great work in this space. And so at the most recent premium event, we awarded 3 prizes for participants who submitted what it is that they're working on. And we as a board evaluated them, saying, okay, you're working great here. We want to see an improvement over there. But just highlighting those who are actually making good concerted efforts to making travel a sustainable option, because we really do need to have sustainable solutions for that. And we need to showcase those people who are moving the needle in the right direction towards it. So really excited about the direction that we're moving towards this, and that we as an organization have taken this on and saying, we've got to be a solution. We can't just be sitting on the sidelines. Exactly.
Can you share with us some of the ideas of the people that won these awards and were recognized?
Sure. Yeah, so I'm not going to name any specific companies from it, but one was about how to embed, again, we'll start off with carbon offsets. It's not the solution in and of itself, but it's a starting platform to begin with. So how to implement carbon offset trading programs into online booking tools, into your actual fare displays within the GDSs. What are some land providers and how are they themselves doing an assessment around it for their tier 1 to tier 3 emission sets. And so you can then say, okay, we're going to rank this one as a gold star, a silver star, and a bronze star for it. And we can communicate that out to our clients to providing then just opportunity for different suppliers to say, okay, we ourselves have gone through that assessment and we brought in these third-party auditing firms. And by the way, here's who they are, here's the documentation associated with it. And we found that this resort meets LEED standards gold or platinum levels. This other one, though, is only on a bronze level. And so you can have that information as to how you sell it. So it's a combination from just what you are able to do yourself from a business and including your clients to what do you actually want to sell in that phase.
That's fantastic. Because, we had Tour Radar on yesterday and they talked specifically about sustainability and just the challenge that I think everyone in the industry is having on what's a concrete way to measure the effect that certain types of travel have on there, and how do you do it, and how do you communicate that to consumers? Because obviously there's a zillion hotels, there's a zillion resorts. So that's great to hear that someone's working on that and it's in the pipeline.
And that's one of the things is first just start the conversation around it, because it can feel overwhelming and daunting. And plus, at the same time, nobody wants to feel that they're being anything other than genuine in this area. And so we all see the marketing campaigns that are taking place around this to ensure that this is relevant and it's honest and accurate. Because coming off and saying that you're doing X, Y, and Z when none of that is happening, then that's going to actually be negative to your brand, to your company, to the industry as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is just a personal question that I didn't send you over, but like for you, I know you have a strong environmental side as well. So how do you, we talked about this with Tour Radar yesterday, but how do you reconcile the fact that we're in a business that has such a large carbon impact or carbon footprint, but it also does so much good in so many other ways? So how do you kind of reconcile that in your mind and make that work?
That's something I've been ongoing reconciling for a very long time for quite some time. And the conclusion I've come towards it is that travel is a necessity. We need travel. We've seen what happens to the world when people stop traveling. It's not a hypothetical anymore. We know exactly what occurs when people stop traveling. It's not good and it's not pretty. We need travel to succeed because we as humans are a communicative, we're a social species for it. And when we isolate, we make bad choices. So we want travel to continue, but we've got to find ways to do so in a way that impacts less. And so that's partially for me is first just starting the conversation, say, hey, it's okay for us to recognize that we are contributing to the problem. We are also part of the solution set as well too. So recognizing that there is no black and white on this one, it's absolutely a gray area. And there's going to be no clean solution set. And likewise, whatever we are doing 10 years from now is probably going to be very different than what we're doing right now. I hope that that's entirely the case. And we're going to make mistakes along the way that we get there. And that's all right. That's okay. So part of it is just starting the conversation internally within the company. And then from there, it's, for example, within the flight center side, we are actually, in addition to ASTA, offsetting all of our own travel, offsetting all of our own client travel as well too, for clients who are engaging in these platforms with us, is then going through with our supplier set and then ranking them and saying, okay, you have done this, you are actually operating in this way, and communicating that to clients so that they can make their own decision-making around it. And we've had conversations with other clients saying, we actually want to reduce travel by X number of metric tons of carbon per year. Help us come up with that kind of categorization with it, including one of the major oil and gas concerns. We're saying actually for our internal purposes, we have to reduce it. And so solution set with us around it. So we're never going to get to 100% zero on an arguably altruistic basis, but we need to be on a continual path of reduction. So I think for me, myself personally, it's how can I find a way to impact positive change and not just be absolutist one way or the other, because either path is going to derail us entirely.
That was very inspirational. Thank you. I love it. Because I think that's a question so many people within travel struggle with, is you want to be a part of the solution, but you're obviously.
I remember very vividly having a conversation with one of our pre-pandemic. She was a 22-year-old thereabouts coming into the industry, just loves the idea of travel, but she herself was just constantly having trouble reconciling with, how do I sell something I know that's going to destroy the world? And that's from her perspective where it is. I love the travel. I think travel is good, but I'm selling a product that it's like giving guns to babies. That's probably just a bad thing. And so, okay, well, how do we reconcile that? Do we need to reframework it? Do we need a solution set around it? And I would hate for the next 22-year-old travel advisor to be thinking that that's exactly the trade that they're engaging in. No, they're not by any stretch of the imagination, but only if we start to find solutions for the problems that exist.
That's perfect. Well, if you're tuning in and you're interested in sustainability and fitting that into your travel agency, just a couple of resources for you. So again, the keynote yesterday with Tour Radar has some information on it. ASTA events, it sounds like, have a focus on having a sustainability component. And this year, the global convention is in Puerto Rico, and I don't remember the dates. Do you have them, Mark?
May, top of May.
April, May-ish. April, you know what? We'll put a link to the Host Agency Reviews events calendar, which has not just ASTA, but like 60 other events. So we'll put that in there and you can check it out. They also have they have a River Cruise Expo coming up this spring. And trying to think, there was the Premium Business Summit. So, ASTA Legislative Day is a really fun one.
Legislative Day, big one. Yep.
Yeah. So lots of fun stuff there. But in addition to that, one of our sponsors, the Adventure Travel Trade Association, part of their Host Week deals is they have their Adventure Elevate event in Portland, Maine this May. And they have a limited number of tickets. They're discounting 75% off for Host Week travel advisors. So you can find that special on our Host Week specials page, which we'll link to in the comments. And you can find the details about the event on our events calendar. And then, so Mark, we actually also have an ASTA deal for Host Week. Did they inform you of this, or do I need to say it?
You need to say it. This is news to me. I'm great. Congratulations on your incredible negotiating skills or stuff.
Thank you. I realized I was like, oh, shoot, I meant to follow up with Mark on that before this. But so let me tell you what ASTA has going on. So ASTA has a Host Week special where for the annual membership, you can save $50 off. And I actually remember the code because ASTA is very creative with their codes. I think it's Host Week 23. So maybe you can talk to him about coming up with more snazzy codes.
Steph rocks.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for coming on, Mark. We really appreciate it. And we will hopefully see you at an ASTA event soon.
Look forward to it. And I will say, Steph, the last time you and I spoke, it was in the middle of a hurricane. So obviously things are improving from then.
Oh, yes, definitely. Yes, much better. I was like, a hurricane? I was like, no, a blizzard.
I wasn't one. You weren't.
Perfect. Thank you again for coming on, Mark.
Take care.
Ciao. Well, let's see. I'm going to jump out of my keynote mode and I'm going to be 100% in our get to know a consortium mode. So that's right. We have been doing interviews all week and we'll continue to be doing them in the rest of the days of this week. And as I've said before, but I'll say it again, if you're new, these consortia interviews are important for you as you search for a host, because your host, unless it's the one host on our list that doesn't belong to a consortia, your host is going to belong to one of these consortia. And that means this is the larger network you're going to be able to plug into outside of your host. So you want to know their company culture. You want to know what they've got going on, the tools that they have available to you. So there are hundreds of host agencies to choose from, but it's quite different on the consortia level. So there are just a handful of consortia that work with agencies in the United States and Canada. So we have all the major players joining us this week. And if you haven't tuned in before, let me give the quick spiel. So all consortia are given the exact same questions. It's all been pre-recorded ahead of time to ensure that no one has an edge over anyone else. And today we have MAST Travel Network joining us, as well as Travel Leaders Network. And if you like what you've been seeing with them, you can go to their profile page on the site. And if you scroll down on the consortia profiles, you can actually see the consortia or the host agencies that belong to that consortia. So that's a cool trick if you happen to have listened to a consortia that you really liked this week and want to go with one of their host agencies. And on their profiles, you can also read reviews from the consortium's direct members, so people that have their own accreditation, as well as independent contractors. And it'll be in the metadata on the review on if they're a contractor or if they're a direct member. So you can get those viewpoints. And if you find that the consortia don't have any reviews or just a few of them, which is a real bummer, because that's not very helpful, is it? Well, we need to really get them on board because I'll tell you what, there are a lot of people watching as we're streaming right now. And while we love the consortia, they have not been as great about getting reviews on the site as our host agency friends. So I think we need to change that. And by the way, I'm really excited because I see we've got a horse people, we've got dog people in here. That was part of my warm up for the welcome, was asking people if they were dog people or cat people. I'm going to put this in our marketing kit for next year for any advertisers that are looking for specifically what pet travel advisors like. But let's see, let's go ahead and do this. So if you are an advisor or a prospective advisor that would find it incredibly helpful for the consortia to have reviews from their members and ICs, can you please go ahead in the comments? I'm seeing them right here. Oh, there's Mark. Hi, Mark. Can you please put in the comments that it would be really helpful for the consortia to have more reviews from their ICs as well as their members, because I'm going to send that feed and that screenshot over to the consortia and the host agencies with no reviews and say, this is what you're missing. The people have spoken. They want reviews. So if you'd like to see more consortia reviews, which if you go on there, some of them just have 0, or some of them, will have 3. So drop that in the comments and we can use our collective power to peer pressure the consortia. But let's see. Our name of our company is Host Agency Reviews, but consortia really are, in all seriousness, a critical piece of the puzzle when it comes to choosing a host. And we need to hear why people like the different consortia. And that's a piece that's missing on our site that we can make happen if we let the consortia know they need to be asking their members for reviews, just like the host agencies do. So I think it's really important. And if you think it is too, please let us know in the comments so we can send it over to our friends at the different consortia. And don't worry, everybody. You know what I'm going to do. I'm going to send it with a picture of my puppies along with the screenshot. And seriously, this will be what I do. And then that way they'll see that and they'll be like, oh, I should be doing that. And then they'll see the dogs and they'll feel all warm and fuzzy afterwards. So enough of my scheming. Oh, this is great. Thank you, everyone, for dropping that in there. And even if you're watching this later and you're not watching the live feed and the live comments, drop it in the actual, the more static comments underneath, and we'll send those over too. So our first interview today is with John Werner of MAST Travel Network. They're based out of Illinois and they've been around since 1969. They have over 220 agencies in their network and $750 million in sales. So let's go ahead and hear what John has to say about MAST, shall we? Hey, everyone. We have another Get to Know a Consortia interview. So I would like to introduce you to John Werner, the COO and president of MAST Travel Network. Hey, John, how are you?
I'm great, Stephanie. It's good to see you this morning.
I know. I already told John before I jumped on. These are all pre-recorded for those that haven't listened in on any of the interviews. We want everyone at a level playing field. So these are pre-recorded, but unfortunately, John has caught me on probably my worst cold day yet. So I'm sounding a little bit more husky today. Well, John, let's see. Fill us in on MAST. What's been new in the past year for you?
Well, I think, certainly a lot has happened, and 2022 is still a recovery year, but it's just dramatically better than 2021. And of course, 2022 didn't start out real well, but I think one of the things that we are very proud of this year that we've accomplished in all of our events are hybrid. So the in-person events are all back, but we have a virtual component to everything that we're doing. And so it's really opened up a lot of things for us to reach more members, whether they're far away and are in other states and, they can't get to a central location where some of our big events are held in the Chicago area, but so it doesn't matter where they are. And also even people who are local, who are in driving distance, sometimes they're super busy. And so it's not easy to always leave the office. And so they're they join in too. So, we get our faraway members and our close members that are joining us on our virtual events. And we've really tried to make them very innovative, very even entertaining.
Well, John, you did have me on one of them, so of course it was entertaining.
Yes. Yeah. And so I think we've elevated our virtual events, try to make them unique. Everybody's doing them, but we try to have our own twist on things. And a very interactive virtual trade show. We're doing a lot of vlog. We've been calling them vlog video chats, and interviewing, whether it's a supplier, whether it's a member that's returned from a recent trip. We have it's like an interview or informal conversation.
Yeah.
So we're really proud of those having been able to do all that this year.
That's perfect. Well, let's see. So when we're talking just in broad and general terms, because there's a handful of consortia out there, and for an independent contractor, especially, your consortium stand out from the others that are out there? What's unique about you?
Well, I mean, we one of our pillars is that it's not one size fits all, and so we try to. We have many different business models within MAST, and we're not as large of an organization as some of the others out there, but we do have a lot of different business models. There's a lot of variety, and so we try to tailor our services and support to what's unique about each of our members' businesses, and help our members be the experts. Their brand. We promote their brand in their local communities. We want them to be considered the experts, the travel experts in their areas. So that's what we definitely try to stand out from others.
That's perfect. So if we're looking at, so just to clarify for people that are listening, so there's the independently accredited advisors, and then there's the ones that are hosted who use their host agency numbers. So John, can you break down for us 3 words for each? So if there was an independently accredited agency listening in right now, what would be the 3 words that would describe the ideal independently accredited agency? And then follow that up with 3 words for an independent contractor to join your network. What are the 3 words that would describe them?
Well, I go with relationships, that trying to support each other, work with the suppliers. That a lot of people can say that, but I also think inquisitive. Someone who's inquisitive, that they're always learning, always sharing. Very curious minds, I guess you could say. And then innovative. We're looking for someone who we work with. A lot of our members, I feel they're always trying new approaches. They mixing things up. It's not just doing the same old thing over and over. Things, obviously some things work real well, and you keep doing them, but I think innovation is what keeps people engaged.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's perfect. So this next one, if you have a tip for an agency that's kind of looking to supercharge their growth, what would it be? If you have a specific example from within your network of someone that has done something, we'd love to hear it.
Yes, I do. I think I'll give you a specific example, but broadly, I think a lot of our members they love doing customer events, doing something to engage their customers or potential customers. So we have one member in particular that rents out a movie theater, and they they'll do a travel show and they invite families. They do a lot of family travel. And so they will invite, they'll rent out the theater, in the lobby of the theater. They have their refreshments and giveaways. They always try to do something to also make it fun for the children that come to their events. And so that seems to work quite well for them. They really get a big draw for it, something that they've done for many years, and so it's quite successful. But I that's just one example. I mean, we have many members that do all kinds of things. That maybe they do it at wine bars and bring in a sommelier, and I don't think there's a shortage of ideas.
That's true. Lots of creativity with entrepreneurs, always.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot to ask you this one ahead of time, and this is my dog. If anyone has checked out the speaker schedule, he's on there because he does come up into the camera from time to time. So I forgot to ask you this ahead of time, so I'm excited to hear what you're going to say. This is our fun question. So if your company was a snack food, and this does include desserts, because I'm only saying that because I really wanted a lot of desserts because I like them, but it's been a little sad because I feel like we should have specifically said dessert. But so if your company was a snack food, what would it be and why?
Yeah, when I read that, I thought, oh, wow, this is going to be interesting. So I came up with baked Gouda or baked Brie, something like that. Just because it's not ordinary. It's not about doing it. It's not a lot of work, but it shows that you're going to put in an effort on everything you're going to do. You're not just doing the bare minimum. You're thinking about, making your guests that maybe come over to your house for this or something. You want to make them feel special and fun. It's surprise and delight. Refined and sophisticated, but not stuffy. You're not, it's something that everybody's going to eat, but they're going to feel like, oh, how fun, and I think it's warm and welcoming, but it's supportive. It shows that we're making an effort.
I really like this one. I was leaning into the desserts and thinking desserts was the way to go, but you pulled this off, John. Well done. That's a tricky question, but I love your answer. So last question here. It's not really a question, but we do have exclusive Host Week specials for people that are attending Host Week. Are you offering any specials for new members, whether they're independent contractors or individually accredited?
Yes. So we, in our direct mail program that our members participate in, they, with their membership, there's a couple different levels, and they get a package of marketing credits that they can use for the mailers, how many pieces they want to mail out. And so for our host agency, host review package or special for the week, I'm prepared to offer a package of credits, those marketing credits to use in the direct mail program for an agency that should happen to consider MAST and affiliate with MAST.
Well, excellent. Thank you so much. We are going to put the link in the comments to the Host Week specials if people haven't run across them yet. There's lots of great specials in there, so make sure to check them out. John, thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much, Stephanie. I appreciate it.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We've got one last consortia to interview, and that is Travel Leaders Network. Now, if you're new to the biz, you might actually recognize this brand because they have a consumer-facing brand. So in this intro, I want to go ahead and mention the Family Bonds Foundation, whose mission is to support and inspire select travel advisors and suppliers, their families, and their local communities in certain circumstances who are experiencing defined hardships. So many of you have gotten to know April from our team, who has been doing the host agency interviews. She's bundles of fun, lots of energy there, isn't she? But what you may not know and probably cannot tell visibly is that April was diagnosed with incurable stage 4 stomach cancer last May. And she has been going to chemo every 2 weeks for the last 8 months and will continue to do that for the rest of her life. So we're a very small team here, and that hit us really, really hard when she told us. Hopefully you've kind of picked up that we're a closer team who likes to have lots of fun, but we also like to do really great things with our careers that help others. And so those of you that know people that have been on chemotherapy know that it's not easy. And it is definitely not easy to go nonstop when you're a busy mom of 3 who also wants to continue working. So I'm telling you all this because when we heard about April's diagnosis, HAR nominated April for a grant from Travel Leaders Family Bonds Foundation, and they were able to help out with some of the medical costs. And the entire HAR team and April's family is incredibly appreciative of that. And ever since, I've been donating monthly to their foundation to help other travel industry peers who might fall upon hard times. So I just wanted to take this opportunity during Host Week to thank Travel Leaders for putting together such a fabulous program that has helped many in our industry beyond April, and it's great to have that out there. So we're going to put 2 links in the comments. So one is to the Family Bonds Foundation, and 2 is our page with a link to April's GoFundMe. So obviously do not feel obligated to donate, but if you feel inclined, we'll put the links in the comments so you can do your thing. And now I am pretty sure Travel Leaders would appreciate it if I actually talked a little bit about their consortium too, and not just about the Family Bonds Foundation. So Travel Leaders Network has over 6,800 agencies and was founded in 1984. And quite a few host agencies this week belong to Travel Leaders Network, or TLN, including all of the host agencies today, and then some on the other days, because we couldn't fit them all in today. So I am lucky enough to have been able to interview Perry Lungmas, who is going to tell you all about Travel Leaders Network and the good stuff they bring to the table. And Juan, by the way, Juan is our stellar producer behind the scenes, who, if you were tuned in yesterday, you know, he was really impressed with the Travify team's camera and lighting yesterday, as were all of us. Rita this morning was asking me about the microphones. So Juan, let's go ahead and roll the tape, please.
Well, hello, everyone. It is my pleasure today to introduce Perry Lungmas with Travel Leaders Network. Hey, Perry, how are you?
Hey, how you, Steph? How you doing?
Great, great. I was just showing Perry outside my window because there's a huge snowstorm going on today. Yeah. So I'm super happy because I'm a snow lover. Perry's a snow lover. He's living vicariously through me.
That's it. At 30 below.
Yes, yeah. He doesn't want the 30 below in Minnesota.
No, thank you.
Well, let's see, Perry. So tell us what's been new in the last year over at Travel Leaders.
Yeah, thanks, Steph. I'm glad to be here with you, by the way. Really good to see you. Happy New Year. Well, I think one of the most important developments in 22 was a program we introduced that we call the Leaders Alliances. And essentially, these are invitation-only communities of advisor or agency owners that share kind of a common business focus. And a good example is the advisor level that we launched this past year of individual advisors who focus in on selling luxury travel. So we extended invitations only to those applicants that were able to demonstrate a high level of luxury tour, cruise, DMC hotel sales in the luxury segment. And although we've been very selective about who we bring into the community, we grew it to hundreds of qualified advisors in 22, and I'm really, really proud of the progress that it's been making. So we introduced new ways to bring those advisors in the community together, both through in-person events and online, and it's been really enthusiastically received. In early 23, we'll take that same alliance model and at the advisor level, and that they had a certain focus and proven sales in the honeymoon sector. And then some different alliances after that, subjects that we'll talk about later in the year. Likewise, at the agency owner level, we launched alliances based on business models for member agency managers. So in 22, we launched an invitation-only host agency alliance for hosts with a significant number of independent contractors. And as you know better than anybody, those larger hosts often face similar opportunities, similar operational challenges that are somewhat different than smaller hosts. So they really appreciate the peer-to-peer, the best practice, and the innovation networking that we can offer to them as a community. In 23, we'll be expanding the owner-level alliances to some of the small or the mid-sized agencies that we know in our network that kind of pose for breakthrough sales and growth And then some other models that we'll share again later in the year. But in all cases, in creating these kind of qualified subgroups, it's been really enthusiastically received, and both advisors and owners find great value in that peer-to-peer. And suppliers, media also, of course, appreciate the kind of definition that we've created within the network. So, having this kind of critical mass in these invitational and community verticals, I think it's really only possible with organizations that have, some scale like we do.
That's perfect. So I'm assuming when you're talking about announcing later in the year, you meet at your annual conference.
That's right. Yeah, we save a lot of things for mid-year when we have that.
Are you sure you don't want to announce it during host week?
Yeah. No. Thanks.
Think about that next year.
Yeah. Thanks, Stephanie.
Well, let's see. So for people that are tuning in, because there's experienced advisors and there's new advisors tuning in, and some of the newer advisors may not be as familiar with the role of consortium. They'll know the host agency will belong to them, but maybe you could speak more on what makes Travel Leaders unique amongst its peers.
Yeah, great question. And I know that, well, first of all, amongst all the consortia, there's some similar core similarities, in areas of things like technology and marketing and some of the value add programs, hotels or cruises, and some of them are nuanced, certain strengths of various consortia that, may be especially appealing to a certain host or a certain independent contractor. But I think there are two kind of standout strengths that make us unique, and they speak to what you just said with the range of experience and focus that ICs have. Firstly, there's a program that has been enormously successful. It's the online consumer lead generation tool that we call Agent Profiler. Very successful in delivering for advisors in recent years. I mean, literally hundreds of thousands of qualified leads being delivered to advisors, and they close at a rate that is way above the industry averages. So it's really been impressive, I think, for us. And it works for growing new business on whatever specific subject or destination or category the advisor wants to sell. In fact, more the specific, the better the qualified leads and the close rates. And I don't think any of the consortia even comes close to having cracked the code on lead generation with that kind of success. Secondly, in more recent years, Travel Leaders Network has taken, I think, training and education to a whole new level. And it's not just about the use of the programs and tools that we offer. It's about focus on creating a pathway for one's career in their business. The educational services team, and Leah Daly, they very smartly created some very specific and robust learning pathways, both online and during our events that, for advisors with various profiles, various levels of experience. So whatever business stage or focus an advisor or owner has, there's a Travel Leaders prescribed pathway to growth and profitability that we can kind of offer them. And I think that's novel in amongst consortia. The benefit, I think, is especially clear too when you see at our annual event when we have a series of sessions that are dedicated for each one of those pathways, each one of those segments. So advisors and they're always among other like-minded, similarly experienced people in those sessions. And I think that's really important. It's made a big difference. But it's about kind of scale, but also relevancy. So bringing it down to where meeting the agents and those agency owners, the ICs, where they are. And it's made a really big difference to the level of engagement that we've seen with both agencies, host agencies, and with ICs within Travel Leaders Network.
That's perfect. So question on kind of the way you would describe the ideal. Okay, so two things. First is the IC. What would be 3 words that would describe the ideal IC that would belong to a Travel Leaders Network host agency? And then maybe if it's different, 3 words that would describe an independently accredited agency that might be interested in joining.
An independently accredited agency, what do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Well, just like someone that would join not through a host, but have their own accreditation number.
Yeah. So starting with the IC, those that have found us a good match and have been especially successful with us, I think the ideal would be somebody who is super creative to begin with, like you.
Super fun.
Yeah, exactly. So somebody who has a lot of creativity and can take some of the tools and programs we have and apply them in the direction that they want to go, that they've determined that they want to go. I would say another good word to describe that would be resourceful, because a lot of these ICs take what we do and they really do adapt it in ways that we never even imagined, and thinking, well, works. And that,
Great
and
hack.
Yeah, exactly. And innovative, because it's not easy to succeed in this space, as you know very well. So being the innovation is part of it. When somebody can recognize that you're doing something new and different, I think that attracts a lot of new customers to that I see. So creative, resourceful, innovative. I mean, these are all the same kind of category, but it's about thinking differently about what your place is within the entire ecosystem.
Mm-hmm.
For the agency side, I think increasingly important that those agencies be engaged. So that would be a key word, excuse me, that would usually describe kind of the ideal agency, somebody that we work with as a partner, somebody that we can be collaborative with. So collaborative, I think, is also a key here. It's not just being a member of a group, it's actually working with both the group itself, the management of the group, but also the other advisors, the other agency owners that are in there. That's been a huge thing. But also committed. You're either in or out. I think, so being fully in and committed to this thing, not just to the consortium, but to your own business, to growing the business. I mean, that's what we exist for. We're here to help people grow their businesses in various ways. So, you don't want to devote your own energy to somebody who's not totally committed as we are to it. So I think being committed is also a key word that I would focus in on if trying to describe the ideal agency with us.
That's fantastic, Barry.
Well, that was a lot.
I know. Well,
more than even I expected. Yeah.
Well, it's a little tricky because when we ask for like the independent contractor versus the independently accredited, sometimes there's a huge amount of overlap. Yeah,
there is. But I see that the agencies, in terms of a management perspective about joining a consortium, that whole engaged, collaborative, committed part of that thing, that's just table stakes. You got to do that before you even have the mindset that you're going to be all three of those things to really make the most of the relationship.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Yeah. Well, let's see. So speaking of success within your agency, if you had a tip for an agency that was really looking to supercharge their growth, what would it be?
Well, so there's beyond the tools that we offer, because I think that Agent Profiler, has proven itself in lead generation to really be able to supercharge people's business if they decide they want to go a direction. That's to be able to get new customers based on the focus that you take. But I think, looking bigger picture at that question, I think it's really important in terms of mindset that someone prepare to let go of something in order to grasp something new. And what I mean by that is, you only have a certain amount of time that you can devote to your business. Yeah. And you need to commit to that goal, as I said before, the whole sort of commitment to it, and goal and your vision. And sometimes for ICs and agency owners too, it's that they face the challenge of being able to say no and not take business that doesn't fit where they want to go and be distracted by that. There's a long history of agencies and agents taking what walks in the door, and that's the biggest inhibitor to try to stay on focus and go where you really want to go. We had a good example of this is that ILTM, International Luxury Travel Marketplace, that happens every December in south of France. And we just conducted that last month, of course. And we had a fair number of people who came back from that event. And we've been trying to help them focus on selling luxury travel. That's all this alliance stuff I was talking about before. And some of them went there for the first time. Although they sold a lot of luxury travel, they never really signed it. They didn't really understand. They never signed up for it. So we got them there. We had a record group this year that went to ILTM. I was really proud of that as well. And they came back and they said that changed everything. And one of them, I quote here actually, just in some email. She said, let me read this for you. She said, attending ILM solidified my goal to focus, really shift my business to solely luxury travel. I've been an advisor for many years, been blessed to travel in 90 countries around the world. I know with all my heart. And so I want to shift my career to an advisor being 100% luxury travel specialist. And that speaks to exactly what we were saying before, that whole being committed to the goal. If she was taking business and there's nothing wrong with mid-market stuff, right? People make a nice living doing that. But if she were taking business outside of the area she wanted to dedicate to 100%, she'd never get there. So she's got a great focus. She's now super motivated to it. And it's really encouraging to hear these sorts of stories about people who, have these seminal moments where they determine I am 100% committed to this, and they're actually successful in doing that. So point again is focus and letting go of something, although it may be easy, letting go of something so you can pursue the longer term goal for your business and your satisfaction, your happiness, because that's what it comes down to too, right? Personal satisfaction.
Yeah, that's great, Perry. There's actually well, I think she's speaking. Yeah, Erica Carr is speaking this week, but we just did a travel agent podcast interview with her, and she had moved into luxury, and she'd started right before the pandemic. During the pandemic, she switched and was like, I'm only taking people with $10,000 minimum for their sale.
And if you say that up front, you're going to get those people because they want to be a part of that club. Yeah, no, it's the kind of commitment. That Erica Carr example is exactly what we're talking about. Somebody who decides, and as you mentioned, luxury travel came back so quickly. She was exactly the right spot at the right time coming out of that pandemic. So that was one of the first segments.
She went from 0 to 2.2 million, even with the pandemic in there. It just really upped her game, putting that 10,000.
Clear evidence of the benefits of focusing on something and having that motivation to go after a very specific goal like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, well, Perry, this is my favorite question, and I didn't ask you this ahead of time. So I'm really excited and no pressure.
Yeah, I know. You gave me some time to think about. Very Stephanie question, by the way.
I know. Well, they're really fun. Every year we do something fun like this.
Yeah.
And it's the favorite thing of the team is comparing what everybody does. We're like, oh, they chose this. This was a really great one.
Yeah.
All right. So here's the question.
Go for it.
If your company was a snack food, what would it be and why?
Yeah, and why? Well, okay, I thought about that.
Yeah, you got to explain it.
Okay, I'll explain.
Your favorite food.
So I'm going to give you a very Seattle answer. I'm out here in Seattle, so I'm going to give you a very Seattle answer. I'm gonna say Gorp. High energy trail mix. Yes, and I like this answer because
Gorp, not just trail mix.
No, okay, I'll say Gorp. We always say Gorp. Trail mix, that high energy trail mix. It keeps you going on the journey, right?
Yeah.
And what I like about that is that anybody can make their own custom mix. I know you do too, right? When you go out there, you add more chocolate or more nuts or whatever,
more chocolate,
or whatever, that whole thing. But the thing is you can make your own custom mix, or you can pick out the bits from somebody else's Gorp that you like best, right? So take the chocolate parts. So take what you need, right? Leave the rest, whatever. So I, that's an overthought answer probably, but I think
it isn't.
I think that really, Gorp is, and I didn't want to say Snickers or something like that because that just doesn't. I mean, that would be making it up. I'd be interested to hear what others said, by the way.
Well, Perry, maybe I'll make a list for you and send it over because it's my favorite part about
you and your team are going to review all these and laugh about it, right? I know.
We're going to be like, this is the winner with the best answer. I was actually hoping more people would choose cookies, but hasn't.
Cookies. I thought it crossed my mind, believe me. Especially after the holidays here. Yeah.
I know. Well, that was perfect. Thank you so much for joining us, Perry, and telling us more about Travel Leaders Network.
Of course. Really great to see you again.
Take care. Thanks again.
Bye.
Gorp, brilliant. Well, thank you so much, Perry. And that is that. We have wrapped up today's Meet the Consortia, and now it is time to start grilling those host agencies. So same rule applies for hosts. We pre-record all the interviews and they all get the exact same questions. And by the way, as you know, we love feedback from the audience. So if there's a question that you wish that we would have asked the host that would have helped you better understand the host agencies or to compare them, let us know in the comments or email us at hello@hostagencyreviews.com. And we'll make note of it for next year because all of your suggestions are listened to. And honestly, they're what has helped us make Host Week better every year. So don't be shy about that. So who do we got on the lineup for today? So we have 6 fabulous host agencies. And let's see, we have Dugan's Travels, who is one of our sponsors today. We have Dream Vacations. We have Nexion Travel Group, one of our weekly sponsors. We have OAL Travel Network, TerraMar Travel, and Travel Quest Network. And I know I've seen Dugan's and TerraMar in the comments already, so I know they're in there. If you have just logged in, welcome. The main party is over here at YouTube. So if you're watching it live, come on over to HAR's YouTube channel because that's where the comments are happening. So let's get started on introducing our first host agency of the day, who is also one of our sponsors again. So thank you for that. So first up to bat is Dugan's Travel. They are based out of Washington State and headed up by Jennifer Dugan. They're a member of Travel Leaders Network, and they have about 400 advisors. So they're a mid-sized agency, and they have been around since 1997. I picked this up from their profile that their core values are family first, grow at your own pace, in a business for yourself, but not by yourself, and then keep moving forward. So I feel like that's a sign that Jennifer is subtly telling me to keep moving this forward, Stephanie. So let's go ahead and see what Jennifer and April have to say.
Hi, everyone. April from Har here again for Host Week 2023. I am sitting down with Jennifer Dugan, Chief Family Officer for Dugan Travel, which has to be my favorite title I've ever said in my whole entire life. So welcome, Jennifer. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you so much. We're so excited to have you here and learn everything about Dugan Travel.
Thank you.
So I have a bunch of questions for you to learn more. And of course, we have our fun question and our host week question at the end. So let's get down to business first, and then we'll get to the fun stuff.
Okay.
Perfect. We'd love to hear what's been happening with Dugan Travel this past year.
So we have been working hard. We actually, during the downtime that we all had for a while, we actually took that time to reorganize and go through things. Like, we have an online learning center, and we kind of went through it and cleaned it up and put in more material for, especially for our newer agents, business building and things like that. So, because even though maybe travel wasn't as busy, we still knew that on the other side of it, we were going to be very busy. So we really wanted to make sure that our agents were ready for it. And so we cleaned up so much. Like, our website went through a rehaul, and we just really, focused in on the other side of things. And I think that has really helped us, because now we're hitting the ground running and we're really ready. So, and we've been focusing on our relationships with our agents and our suppliers. And so far it's, 2023 has started off with a bang. So we're pretty excited.
That's so great to hear that you've had a wonderful year.
Yeah.
So I would love to hear what makes Dugan Travel unique.
Well, Dugan's Travels was founded on the family system because I was a stay-at-home mom, and so we've kind of focused in on we're all about family, and I think that makes our program a little unique in that that's what we're always focusing on. We get to know our agents, and we get to know their families and their kids, and we watch them grow up. And of course, everyone's watched my kids grow up, who my oldest is engaged now. And it's just,
congratulations.
That's kind of how, yeah. So it's kind of like we know each other in a family setting, right? When we get together, it's like, first questions are, how are your kids doing and things like that. So, I think, that has really, we've kept that as our focus, and it's really helped us through, trying times, and it always makes us welcome a new agent in and get to know them, because we want to know all about them. And we want to, like when we do our Zoom calls and stuff, a lot of times we'll even have, the pets and the kids and everyone, it's just, that's how we do things. So it's a family environment, which it's easy to love. So
I didn't say that. It's lovely. It's actually kind of giving me that like warm, cozy feeling. And I mean, having a family of my own and pets and just the craziness that happens
and life, right? Yeah.
No, that's wonderful. That's so great to hear. And I definitely think that does make you unique and
Yes.
in a wonderful way. So let's talk about travel advisors. I'd love to hear 3 words you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor.
Well, I would say, friendly, because everyone, likes dealing with friendly people, of course. And curious, because you're constantly learning and you can't think that you're going to know it all, because you never are. And I would say engaged, because that's where we're finding the agents that are engaged with us are the ones who are doing the best. And it's strange to say that that matters so much, because I know a lot of people like doing things independently, which you can, but when you are getting that feedback and that encouragement from others, I think it helps. It really helps you to grow, because it's hard to be at home alone. So if you can find, even if it's 2 or 3 agents that, you find as your best buddies and encourage one another, I think it really helps. So we've found that the agents that are engaged with Dugan's Travels tend to do better. So that would be definitely a key word.
Okay, I like that one too. It is 2023, so Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
And we'd love to hear what's going on with you for 2023.
So we have a lot of events scheduled. We have a Disney boot camp that's coming up at the end of this month. We've got fam trips. We've got different events. We've got our signature event, which we have every year in Anaheim, which is our Dugan's University. And that's when all our agents get together and we have suppliers present. And our focus again is about relationships this year. So we're doing a lot of things, like we're having a lot of webinars online too. We're having suppliers come and even just do a 101 about their company, because there's a lot of suppliers out there. There's a lot of information that's coming into agents, and we're really trying to focus in on how you can get to know a supplier, how you can figure out how to build relationships with your clients, because this is a relationship built business. You have to build relationships in order to succeed. So that is our focus for 2023. And we do feel like it's good, especially for our newer agents, to understand that when you go to a supplier and they don't have a relationship with you, it's asking a stranger for something, as opposed to if you get to know the supplier, attend their webinars and really get to know them, they tend to, help you a little bit more because they know you. So, and again, with your clients, the same thing is if your clients feel that relationship with you, they're more likely to come back to you for the next trip, as opposed to if they feel like you're just, just taking care of them and going on to the next person. They might not come to you when they have an idea for their next trip. So, relationships are key. So that's really what we're focusing on for 2023, even with our agents, making sure they feel like they're a part of Dugan's Travels.
Yeah, I think you're completely right about the relationships being key. And I love hearing that you're going to get people together, because I think that's so important. I mean, it's always nice to do stuff like this, but to really get people in touch with each other and face to face. So I think you have some great stuff coming up this year. Let's talk about the new travel advisors. So I know we have some advisors out there watching that are new. If you could give them one tip, I keep saying trip. If you could give them one tip about entering the industry, what would that be?
So fear holds a lot of new agents back. And I totally get it, because, I was fearful myself, and I still am a little bit. Like, I was nervous about even doing this, because it's hard sometimes to put yourself out there. So I always tell new agents that to start small and don't be scared that you might have issues, you might make mistakes, because we all learn from it. The first client is going to be a little scary sometimes, and you're going to learn from that, though. You're going to say, oh, next time I'm going to do this. It takes a while, and then all of a sudden they start going, I really should have charged a fee for that. So you learn from it and you develop. You're going to be building a business that you have to almost make mistakes to learn from it. So I love new agents. That's my passion, because I just love watching them grow. And I always just tell them that sometimes it's going to feel like I'm never going to be able to do this. And then all of a sudden it's going to click and you're going to start feeling like, okay, I got this. I have agents that have been with me for 10 years or more that this year they're like hitting the goals that they always wanted to hit. So sometimes it takes time, and that's okay. We're all coming from different places and different backgrounds, and that's wonderful. I mean, that's what this industry needs. We need new blood. We need new passion. Mm-hmm. So, give yourself a break and don't stress so much about it. You will learn it.
Yeah, no, and great life advice there too. So yeah. All in all, great advice. So I told you we have fun questions. So we're at that point where now I get to ask the fun questions. Okay. So if Dugan's Travel was a snack food, what would it be and why?
So funny that you should say that, because we were actually discussing this with the team the one time. We were talking about we love snacks, and that's one thing about our DU events is the food. Everyone loves, because we love feeding everyone, but that's what you do when you get together with family, right? You feed. So we were talking about that, kind of the subject, about how our agencies kind of like trail mix, because there's all sorts of things in it, but like it's better altogether, right? It's, it wouldn't be the same if it was individually. So we like to say that about our agents. Like when we get in a group and there's all different, all of us, that's the best part. Like our DU events, when we're all together in a room and we're laughing and having a good time and learning together and sharing ideas, it's like it wouldn't be the same if it wasn't. And even, like some people are like, I don't like raisins, and I don't like, but like the and there's that together, then it would be totally different. So that's what that would be what I would say Dugan's Travels is.
I love it. And it's so true, just getting everything together. And it does taste, it's so much better when you have it all together. So that was a great one. Host Week special. I hear you have a Host Week special that we'd love to hear about.
Yes. So we're going to give $50 off our startup fee for the whole entire month of February. And all people need to do is just let us know that they watched this, and we'll give them the discount.
No, wonderful. So what we'll do is we'll actually put in the comments a link to get to your discount so people can go check it out.
Okay.
Jennifer, thank you so much for being here for Host Week. It's always a pleasure to have you and learn about Dugan's Travel. And looking forward to another great year in the travel industry with you.
Yes. And thank you so much for providing all the information that you do. We direct our agents a lot of times to your website because there's so much information, especially for a new agent. So I hope people check it out.
No, truly appreciate that. Thank you. And everyone else, we're going to continue on with another great Host Week all week. So stay tuned for some more interviews and some great content. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Fabulous stuff. Thank you, ladies, for enlightening us on all things Dugan's. And just a quick shout out to Jennifer, because in our earlier Consortia segment, I was saying and feeling bad for myself and saying we need to get the Consortia more on board with getting reviews on their profiles so that it can help prospective independent contractors and advisors differentiate between the host agencies, because the Consortia are a huge part of it, but there's not a lot of information on our site or in other places where people can get like an eagle eyes view or hear from people on the ground what their experience has actually been. So thank you for that, Jennifer, because after I said that, then April reported to me that we got a new review in for Travel Leaders Network from Jennifer. So thank you. If you just jumped on now and you think it'd be helpful to have more than one or two reviews per Consortia to help you make that educated decision, please write that in the comments, because I am on a mission right now, folks, and I'm going to send these comments over to the Consortia and say, listen, people want this. We really need you to get on board here. They are not going to get away from me, because when I'm on a mission, watch out world. So drop that in the comments if that's something that you think would be valuable. I think personally, it would be invaluable for any prospective IC to give that another reason to help them differentiate the host agencies and get a better understanding of what they're signing up for. So anyhow, one of the coolest things about Host Week And to be clear, there are a lot of cool things about it, but is the host agencies and other industry partners are offering specials exclusive to attendees of Host Week. I mean, I can't think of another place where you get discounts off events, memberships, sign-up fees, bonus commissions, and a whole lot more. Only here at Host Week. So you can find a complete list of the Host Week specials on the link that we will put in the comments in just a jiffy. I know we have had a blast of a time in the comments this week, so don't be afraid to chime in and say hi. That's what makes it fun. And honestly, what keeps me semi-sane. And as you can see, as the week is going on, I'm deteriorating, but it keeps me semi-sane while I'm sitting here and talking to a computer screen for day after day. Now, who is up next? So Dream Vacations that's who. So they belong to Travel Leaders for their consortium. And if you just jumped on, we interviewed Travel Leaders just a little bit ago. So make sure to go back and watch that later so you can understand the benefits of aligning with a Travel Leaders Network host agency. Now, Dream Vacations is a Florida-based host agency that's been in operation since 1992. And there are two ways. There's a little bit of a different structure. So I want to explain it. I'm not sure if they're going to explain it in the call. So there's two ways you can align with Dream Vacations. The first is you can become a franchise. And we will put a link in the comments to our article about franchises if you're not familiar with them, because they can be a host agency, but the franchise part of it is a little different. And it's important that you understand that. And then the other way you can join them is as a hosted non-franchisee. And if you have questions about that and they're not addressed in this interview coming up, definitely drop them either in the comments or on Dream Vacations profile on the site. There's a question and answers tab, and you can ask your question there. So I think that gives us enough of an intro that it won't be awkward for us to listen in on April's conversation with Drew, don't you? So let's see what they have to say.
Hey everyone, April from HAR here. I'm sitting down with Drew Daly, Senior Vice President, General Manager of Dream Vacations. Hey Drew, how are you today?
April, I'm doing great. Thank you so much for taking the time. I'm so excited to have the opportunity to connect with you and everyone out there. Hi everyone, happy 2023, right? It's already off with the bang in the travel industry for sure. It's so great.
That's so great to hear, and we're so happy to have you here. So I have lots of questions for you. Love to hear more about Dream Vacations. And then, of course, as HAR tradition, we always have a fun, silly question at the end. So let's jump right into it.
Okay, let's do it.
So what's new in the past year?
Well, I mean, so that's kind of a question that there's so many different facets within the industry that's new. But within our agency, you know, we launched a pretty transformative program. You know, we are a franchise, Dream Vacations. So our business is to really connect and build a community with our like-minded travel professionals in the industry. And it's so great to see the entrepreneurship that unfolds and the innovation and creativity from our franchisees and as well as our agents that are out there. But what we try to do is give them tools to continue business growth. So those tools are a combination of promotions, specials, exclusive offers. But we really thought out of the box. I'm so proud of our team. We launched an innovative program to help our franchisees grow their existing business, not just by bookings and sales, but by the amount of people on their team. So we launched what is like an associate recruitment program for them. So basically our franchisees are in business by themselves, but not for them, business for themselves, but not by themselves. And ultimately, we want to help continue to make sure they have more people to help them if they want to. So what happens is we launched this program in March, super successful thus far. And we've been partnering up our existing franchisees that have been opted into the program with entrepreneurs out there that want to start in the travel business, or maybe they already are in the travel business, but they want to be partnered with the Dream Vacations franchise and be part of our agency distribution system. It's a nominal charge, $39 a month. People with a passion for travel who want to work at home, have a flexible lifestyle, get some travel perks, and they can become independent contractors within our existing franchisees' location. So, you know, it's really exciting to see what we've done thus far. I know 2023, we're going to continue to support that program, you know, with regards to helping new people. We always at Dream Vacations bring about 70% of the people we recruit every year are brand new to the travel industry. But what's so great is to be able to, as you begin to mature in any business, you become more comfortable, you learn more, you're confident, and you're ready to help and mentor someone else. And that's the secret sauce of this program. It's the mentorship a franchise owner provides these new agents that are interested in becoming travel advisors in the industry. So for a nominal charge, they sign up, they go through the process, and then we start the journey of matching them with their franchise owner. And the comments, the feedback, it's just been super impressive, because our franchisees are really getting pretty creative, like doing their own little meetups around the country, because it doesn't mean they have to be in the same community. This could be a franchise in Maryland and they have an associate in California, and these are independent contractors, but they connect with each other virtually, and then they meet up at any of our events in person or even on their own. It's pretty inspiring to see what's been unfolding.
I love to hear that you're building a team. And I think that's just so unique and different. I've never heard of that before. So what a great idea.
Yeah, well, thank you. And also we want to try to help give tools to these associates and any associates that's partnered with one of our franchises. We launched an associate website back in March as well. And it really provides them, to their franchisees, to have their associates that are connected to their business, to have their own unique identifier. Because let's face it, this is a relationship business. Everybody, when you build this business, you build it upon trust and you build it upon one conversation at a time. And it's based on the individual. So if I was an associate and I gave a website, but it didn't have my personal information on it, it could be friction with the customer, and we don't want that. So we launched their websites as well. So there's a lot of great things that we put together that really are like, I like to say, they're the seeds in the garden that you continue to water, and then eventually the garden blossoms. And it's so great to see the results of these associates and these franchisees that are growing their business exponentially by not just the program, but by the tools that are in conjunction with, to provide guidance and help them grow and support their new associates.
I feel like that almost answers the next question, but I'm still going to ask, because let's see what else.
Okay, let's do it. Yeah.
What makes your company unique?
Well, I've been with this organization for 27 years, and I have to say our company is the culture of the people. I said about a relationship business, but at Dream Vacations, we provide unmatched support and service to our franchisees, and our culture is about fun. It's about family. We're a tribal community of like-minded travel people that are passionate about selling travel, people that are passionate about travel, and people that are passionate about supporting our veterans. So for us, we have about 35% of our network are either identify as veteran or active duty or military spouse. So we really provide a great platform for them, because a franchise is a system designed to save time, energy, and money. And it's the perfect synergy for a veteran or a military personnel as they transition into civilian life and running their own business. It's just so great. And I'm so proud of what we do. But really, it goes back to our uniqueness, like any organization, but truly here is we really do care more. And that's in the culture. It's ingrained in what we do. Our team, our support team, whether it's in an in-person event or whether it's helping on regular ongoing training, they continue to amaze me with how they support our franchises. And I'm so proud, as we all continue to do that, but I'm so proud of what they accomplish. And it's just a great honor to be part of that team.
I love to hear about the veteran outreach, especially for the spouses, because I know it's difficult for them to find jobs because they're constantly moving. So that's
it is, and that's exactly right. And what better business to be in than travel, because you're used to moving, but also you can go anywhere and do it. And we continue to support. Part of that support is funding over $4 million annually of promotions and separate offers. And 95% of all of our marketing programs are free, and we do this on behalf of our agents because we really want to make sure that they're getting the right marketing message to the right consumer at the right time. And that's what's really helpful too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So let's talk about ICs. I'd love to hear 3 words that would describe your ideal IC.
Well, I mean, at the foundation of it, first of all, 3 words, that's never easy, but foundation of it, they have to have a fun. Fun is at the core of everything we do in travel. After all, they're going to be selling fun, so they have to be ready to do, they have to be able to do that. But obviously having passion, being passionate about travel and helping people, that's key. Adaptability. We learned so much since the pandemic, unfortunately, some good, some bad things, but you have to be able to be adaptable. You have to be fluid. You have to be like Gumby and be flexible and pivot and adjust. And you also have to be resourceful. So you have to be passionate about travel. You have to adapt to the changing environment and the innovation that unfolds consistently in the travel business. And you have to be able to be resourceful in how you go to market, how you do business, how you're going to utilize your network of influencers to help you really be relevant and maintain relevance in your community. Because let's face it, I said they're home-based businesses, but being resourceful is also about being present in community. And how are you going to leverage that when a consumer in your neighborhood doesn't see your brick and mortar store? So you have to be resourceful and creative at how you're going to be out there, with your shingle saying, I'm here, I'm a travel advisor, I have the expertise, I have these great offers, let me help you.
Mm-hmm. I think we just aged ourselves when you said Gumby, because I'm like, oh, I remember that.
I know, right? It's so funny. Well, let's bring Gumby back, because I think when you think of it, you don't realize it, but that character, it's truly about being flexible and just being, just having an open mind.
So I'd love to hear what you have coming up this year for 2023.
Well, I mean, it's pretty impressive. It seems like just yesterday, but it was 2 months ago. We were at our national conference aboard the Norwegian Encore. So for us, it's all about being in person, being connected, being together. And our theme for this year's conference was forward. And that was just a great way for us to help us get alignment with our network of amazing travel professionals to be focused on the forward, focused on future. And that's what I mean when I said 2023 is here. It's upon us, super exciting. So it's all the events that we have planned this year. So we do consistently have done pretty much an in-person event every month. We do regional training events. We have a river summit where we chartered an Avalon river ship, and we're doing something we have our franchisees coming. Our very own Chief Operating Officer, Debbie Fiorino, is the godmother of the Alma Sienna. So we have in addition to that, we have a godmother's cruise at the end of the year doing the Christmas markets. We have our national conference. We'll have a land summit. We have a luxury summit, a group summit, a marketing summit, because we're a network of niches, and some people can't go every year to the annual conference. Mm-hmm. And maybe they can do something else that's 2 days or 3 days, but they still recognize the value of being together. So that's going to be our secret, not even a secret. I mean, I'm all about being in person, because the way you're going to create business growth is delivering a remarkable experience. And the more personal you make something, the more remarkable it will be for everyone else. So that's why our key foundation is making things personal. So that's in person. We're even launching a welcome home survey. We revamped it. We had one, but we revamped it so it could focus on the personal, focus on what their customers are saying about the experience on the product, but more so the experience that they had when they booked their vacation with our franchisees. So that's key. We launched personalized videos. So those are big things that we're going to help, because video, look, we're doing this in a virtual room, and we're able to I can have an elevator pitch or talk about the great things. But quite honestly, in selling fun, the best way to sell fun is with imagery. And the best imagery to use is video. So then when you're out there traveling, and I know it's not easy. I know we get in our own way sometimes. Just start recording those videos, but we're taking that stress out of that from our agents, and we're putting we already have over hundreds of videos on our website for them, but we're creating more personalized videos so they can have these video templates and produce something that's quality they can use on YouTube, in social media as well. So there's so many things out there, but that's the key right there, is getting more, providing tools that agents and advisors will use, or maybe they won't, but there may be one tool they'll use, and then that's where the rubber hits the road.
Lots of stuff happening in 2023 for you. That sounds great. I love it. So I'd love to hear one tip you would give a new IC coming into the industry.
I mean, it's so funny. This is a big thing. I actually wrote a book about this called Selling Fun. I'm not trying to put a plug for it because I get asked this question so many times after years. And I realized from our franchisees, they're the ones that have all the great answers. So there's not one answer, but I will share one of the ones that rose to the top. And it's so true. Networking, networking, networking. You must be having a conversation with people. You have to be out there in your communities, wearing a name tag, wrap your car with your business name. Tell everyone, get a skin on your laptop with your brand so that people can talk to you about booking vacations and booking cruises and booking resorts, doing whatever. People, and I love this. I tested this over the holidays. During the dinner table, like, what are you looking forward to 2023? The vast majority said travel, some type of travel. So we are top of mind, but you're only top of mind if you're out there being present in your communities, networking authentically, just building relationships and having conversations. You're not going to get any business by staying at home. You're not going to have any business by not increasing your database. So look for activations or events in your communities, create them where you can show up at a pop-up table with your brand and talk about travel. Maybe you do a few giveaways, but by doing that, you're increasing your database. And when you increase your database, you're able to market because if you don't have enough people in your database, you're marketing to nobody, right? So that's a key. So
No, that's a great tip. I love that one.
thank you.
So last but not least, our fun question. If your company was a snack food, what would it be and why?
Well, first of all, I love snacks, right? Because I think there's so many things. And it's like, is it savory or is it sweet? So I'm like, went the whole thing. So I love this question. So thank you for offering it up. I would say that we're a protein shake because that's the new snack that's out there right now. You know, like ultimately you get the goods, you get the little sweet and savory inside, depending upon what you want to add your scoop in. And we're that extra protein that you add in, that one extra scoop that's going to give you an energy boost, because that's what we're about. We're about making sure that at any point in time, you can jumpstart your business, leverage the tools that we offer, and really soar with your sales. And that's why, for me, it's protein shake. I'm sure you can ask other people in our business, they may come up with different things, but I'm sticking with my protein. And I think first of all, it's the best way to start a day if you don't already do it, by having a protein shake. But I think all the different great platforms and tools we provide all go into that shake and really make it not just refreshing, but also just the best amount of energy to make sure that you can grow in your business.
That's a great answer. I mean, everybody needs protein, just like everybody needs travel. So I think that
100%. We all need to travel, right?
Well, Drew, thank you so much for being here and talking to us about Dream Vacations. I loved hearing all about it. And I look forward to 2023 with you, and happy host week, everyone.
Yes, happy host week. Thank you so much, April. Have a great day, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Drew, for joining us for Host Week. Our next host agency is also one of our weekly sponsors, who is one of the people that makes it so we're able to offer this event for free for advisors. So a huge thank you to Nexion Travel Group for your support this week. And we actually heard from Jackie Friedman, the president of Nexion, yesterday before an EduSpot on ASTA's roadmap to becoming a travel advisor course. And I want to put in one more little plug for Travel Leaders Family Bonds Foundation, because Jackie recently headed up this new project there. And I swear she hasn't asked me to say any of this. This is just me being me. But she headed up this new program that's pretty cool, where if you donate to the Family Bonds Foundation, you get this free 87-page recipe book filled with recipes from around the world that suppliers have submitted. So I'm just going to this is my first screen share of the day. So let me see if I get this right. Oh, we got it up. Thanks, Juan. All right. So I just want to show you, it's 80. There's Jackie. Hi, Jackie. There is cocktails, appetizers, soup and salads, entrees, desserts. I'll show you some of the desserts because, of course, that's what I'm looking for. But you can see there's different cruise lines. There's tour operators that are offering things, lots of good stuff. So it's actually a great marketing idea, too, because you can use this to if you wanted to say, if you're doing a group to Ireland, you could go ahead and use the recipes for the hot cross buns. Or if you're going to Alaska and you are on Princess Cruises, you could use their 24-karat gold margarita to prepare people for them and tell them all about it. So it's also an amazing marketing tool. And if you like to cook, could be fun too. So just wanted to show that to you. And then let's see. We'll put the link in the comments to the Family Bonds Foundation. And again, any donations of $20 and above will get this automatically emailed to them. And what their goal is to help people in the travel industry that have fallen on hard times or having medical issues and need to take some time. And our very own April, we shared earlier, was a recipient of one of their grants. So we're very, very thankful to them. Let's see. So let's get to Nexion. They are bringing on a whole crew to tell you about their programs, which is exciting. So they have been around since 1995, and they have around 4,500 advisors in their network with annual sales of 450 million. If you're wondering where we got that information from, we will drop a link to their profile in the comments because that's where we got the information from. And if you happen to like what Nexion has to say, but you are located in Canada, do not worry because they have a Canadian branch, aptly named Nexion Canada, and they will be interviewed tomorrow. So tune in for that. Now let's go ahead and see what sort of dish April can get out of the Nexion team.
Hello, everyone. Host Week 2023, April from HAR here. I'm sitting down with the fabulous ladies from Nexion Travel Group. Hello, ladies. How is everyone?
Hi, April.
Very well, thank you.
Great. Why don't we start off by introducing yourselves?
Sure. So I am Carlin Okamura. I'm the sales manager here at Nexion Travel Group.
Welcome.
And I am, thank you. I'm Wendy Graziano with Nexion Sales Manager also.
Wonderful.
And I'm Erica Banghart. I'm a sales specialist.
Great. Welcome, ladies. And so excited to have you again for Host Week. We love learning all things Nexion. I have some great questions for you. So let's jump right in.
Perfect. All right.
Wonderful. So we'd love to hear what's been happening in the past year with Nexion Travel Group.
Yeah, there's been so much, April. We've continued to enhance our Roadmap to Success program, which is a comprehensive, tailored curriculum and resource track that provides our members with access to a wealth of information. It's relevant to new or experienced advisors. We have different learning paths, and each path is going to cover kind of how to book, where to book, product-specific resources. We've got a really great travel industry glossary, recorded webinars from our supplier partners. All of that is in that Roadmap to Success program. In addition to that, we've continued to expand our business development and education opportunities. We offer a hybrid of kind of live and virtual events, as well as our immersive journeys, which is a really robust FAM program that we offer. We've launched a more thorough consumer lead generation program that sends more opportunities to our advisors. And we've also had a really great year for growth. We've seen our membership increase to over 5,000 advisors in the US and Canada.
Wow. I love to hear just kind of everything that you're offering for a variety of people and advisors, whether it's virtual or live, and kind of being able to touch them in different ways. So that's so wonderful to hear. And looking forward for that to continue. Next, I'd love to hear what makes Nexion Travel Group unique.
Several things. First, having the stability of Internova Travel Group, our multi-billion-dollar company. They're our parent company, and what they do is they reinforce our financial stability, our expertise, and our buying power. Also, Nexion's multi-GDS offering. We do also have a graphical air booking platform and commissionable airline contracts. We actually have over 70 airline contracts that are almost unheard of in the industry. So when you think that you cannot earn a commission by selling an airline ticket, that is absolutely not true with Nexion. You're also going to have the ability to support, we have the ability to support basically both the leisure and the corporate advisors. We have new and experienced advisors. And also we do host small agencies with independent contractors. We also have our omni-channel marketing program that we layer on top of the Travel Leaders Network offerings, which help advisors attract new customers and help the ones that they have also. Finally, we have our business success journeys, and this is very unique. I have not heard that anybody has anything like this. But basically, it's for consulting that has been basically extremely successful. This program is for experienced agency owners who want to take their business to the next level, but they might feel stuck or a little bit lost. So what we do is that we help them customize. It's a fee-based business consultation in the areas that matter to them the most. And basically, it's encouraging these owners to become basically the hero of their own success story by being an apprentice in their own business journey. Now, not off the shelf, this is not a one-size-fits-all program with recordings to watch. This is a complimentary consultation that reveals the top 2 to 3 areas of their business that they want to work on. And this program is fully supported by our certified business coach on staff. Now, these consultation programs, they can be month to month, it can be quarterly, and even basically a team accountability for larger agencies, offering menu-driven options for one-off needs that can be handled in 1 or 2 higher-powered calls with our staff experts in those areas. For instance, like social media, there's marketing, there's sales strategies. So it's really more of a one-on-one consultation with an actual business certified coach. This has been very helpful, very successful, and we're super excited to have it.
You know, I actually really enjoy hearing about this because as much as we put in a lot of time and effort with new advisors, which is needed and great, it's nice to hear that you're not forgetting about your experienced advisors because it's a changing industry, and to be able to incorporate them and make sure that they have that support. I think that's wonderful, and that's so great to hear.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So speaking of travel advisors, I'd love to hear 3 words that you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor.
Oh gosh, April, there's so many great words that I think describes our Nexion members. If I had to pick 3, though, I would say that our members are entrepreneurial, and they're very, very passionate and very committed to their businesses, their suppliers, their colleagues, and especially to their clients as well.
Yeah, and you know, I love when you mentioned committed. It wasn't just to their job; it was to every aspect.
Yes.
Which is just so important. So that's great to hear. Great words. So it's 2023. Welcome everybody to 2023, and let's hear what you have in the pipeline for this year.
Yeah, again, we have a lot. We're really going to continue to offer more enhanced specialty training for our advisors. We've got specialty trainings that cover everything from, enhancing your luxury business, your group business, maybe working on marketing plans. We always do those on a multi-day specialty event in, unique destinations. We've got some really fun locations lined out for 2023, and we're excited to unveil those a little bit later. We also are going to be unveiling our new mentorship accountability program called Forward Motion. And we've got a lot more details on that to come. We're going to continue to offer our comprehensive suite of live and virtual business development and education programs, including, you can't forget, a Connection, our annual conference. This year, we're taking it to sea. We're going to be aboard the Celebrity Equinox. We've got our fundamental events boot camp, which is held live and in person for advisors of all experience levels. We have our Agent Essentials class. We again have live and in person opportunities for that training as well. We have weekly webinars, we have regional events, lots of networking opportunities, and not to mention our own social media platform called Nexion Town. We're also going to be making some upgrades to our booking and business operations technology suites.
So lots of stuff are happening in 2023. So
a lot.
Yeah, and I love the connection and the live events and people getting together. So it sounds like an exciting year for Nexion.
It is, definitely.
Awesome. Well, hey, let's talk about the new travel advisor. I mean, what would be one tip you would give a new travel advisor entering the industry?
One tip that I would definitely recommend is finding the right host agency. Super, super important. You want to start with a strong foundation and the knowledge of the industry, and then narrow it down from there and follow your passion Pick an area of specialty that speaks to you, where you may have access to people to help you promote your business. Super important to have that network behind you. Also, because you want to stay connected with your prospects, your peers, and of course, your host. Never forget your customer is your greatest asset. Super important. And that would be my tip for travel agents that are new to the industry.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we at HAR could not agree more about partnering with a great host. So I think that is one of the perfect tips to give a new advisor.
Thank you.
So we're at that point in the interview where I get to ask the fun question, the question that everybody is dying to know, right? So if your company were a snack food, what would you be and why?
Oh gosh, I would have to say that popcorn best describes Nexion. If you think about it, a popcorn comes in a wide variety of flavors, and which is similar to Nexion's diverse and pluralistic our company culture. And basically, all of our advisors, I mean, think about it, they start as a kernel of popcorn and they grow and they expand with Nexion's nourishing environment. We definitely pop, and we also know how to have fun in the process. And we are definitely Nexion Travel Group. Big popcorn.
I love that one. Like, as soon as you said that, I'm like, oh, it's a great one. You get to explode with excitement. I was like, I analogy. No, great. I think that's a wonderful one. I haven't heard that one. So I love when I get to hear new ones too, because I've done quite a few of these interviews. So I love hearing new ones. Last but not least, and I'm sure this is the one that people are waiting for, is I hear you have a host week special. So we'd love to hear more about it.
Yes, definitely. We are excited as well with our special. So advisors who join Nexion Travel Group by February 10th will receive $50 off of our one-time activation fee for all of our experienced member plans, as well as $100 off the module 1 for our Next Start New Agent program. So definitely we want everyone to reach out to us and visit our website at nexion.com and to contact our sales team, all of us here, at our 800-747-6813 number, and we will be happy to speak with everyone and let them know how we pop like popcorn.
No, that's wonderful. And thank you so much for that great Host Week special. We'll actually put in the comments a link to get people to your Host Week special to check it out.
Great.
Ladies, thank you so much for being here. As always, it's always a pleasure to learn more about Nexion Travel Group and to get a chance to see you and chat. Thank you. And everybody have a wonderful Host Week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
April. Bye now.
Bye.
Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Wonderful, wonderful, great info. I love the popcorn. It's always so fun when we get these different answers out there. And I love the vision of exploding with energy and excitement. So let's see, we have just 3 more host agencies to interview today. And I want to remind everyone that after the Meet the Host interviews are done, it is time for our EduSpots. And we've got a really great group of educators as always. And if you weren't able to attend live, that is a-okay, because you can always come back to this link and watch it at a later date. So I'm not sure if this came up during, I'm guessing it didn't, came up during April's conversation with our next host agency, but I feel like it is my duty to let you know that Chrissy from OAL Network is a huge dog lover. And I know this because we send a lot of dog photos back and forth to each other. So if that is a top priority for you, for your future host, please make your note in your file that Chrissy will respond to your email that has 4 attachments of pictures of your dogs and send 4 more of hers. So other things that might be important to you other than the dog aspect. OAL Network has been around since 1985. And if you don't recognize the name, it is because they did a big rebrand last year from Outside Agent Link to OAL Network. And with 400 advisors, they are a mid-size host agency. And like all of the other hosts today, they are members of the Travel Leaders Network Consortium, who we interviewed earlier. And with that, I am going to let April take it away from here.
Hello, everyone. It's Host Week 2023. April from HAR here. I'm sitting down with Chrissy Harmon, Senior Director of OAL Travel Network. Hey, Chrissy, how are you?
I'm good, April. How are you?
I am wonderful. It's so glad to have you here again. We love learning about everything that's going on. So to do that, I have a lot of questions for you. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Give them to me. We're ready
Great.
for 2023 and for anything you got to send to us.
All right. Well, let's start with the past year. What's been happening?
Well, it was very exciting for us because we rebranded. We were Outside Agent Link, and now we are OAL Travel Network. And we decided to come up with this name and we're more of a network than just a name. And I felt like Outside Agent Link was just a name because we have our host agency, we have a brick and mortar agency, and then we have our Consortia that all comes together. And then of course, all of our advisors and our staff. So we're more of a network than we are just like a name. So we launched our new name, rebranded and relaunched a brand new website. So super excited for that. It was a complete labor of love, but it's up and running and it's doing fabulous.
That's great. Rebrands are never easy. So kudos to you. And I can imagine it was a very busy 2022 for you.
Absolutely. And I would have never do it again.
This is it. This is the final name. So I'd love to hear what makes your company unique.
We're unique because and I've said this last year too, and I hate to repeat, but we're a boutique host agency. We're not about touting that we have thousands of agents. That's just not who we are. Our owner is all about the personal, professional touch and getting to know our advisors on a business and a personal level is something that we are very passionate about. And has led to a very successful, retention rate of our advisors. It's really as simple as that.
Yeah, no, I love to hear that community feel when people talk about that and just knowing that there's just people there for you. So I love that part of it. So let's talk about the travel advisor and what makes an ideal travel advisor for you. So if you could give me 3 words you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor.
Sure, and actually, I just used one of them in my last answer. So I think the best 3 words would be motivated. Mm-hmm. You want somebody who's willing to go out there and get the work done. Detail oriented, because as anybody in this business knows, the devil is in the details. Any business really, but in this one, it's definitely you have to have all the details. You have to cross your T's and dot your I's. And then what I said in my last answer is passionate. You have to be passionate about what you do. And we all have been in this business. All the support team have been doing this for over 30 years. And if we weren't passionate about what we did on a day-to-day basis, we wouldn't be here. And you just, I had somebody ask me the other day, what was your favorite place that you've been to? And I can't even name one and then I just feel this passion coming inside me and I'm like, oh, but I love this and I love that. So I think those would be motivated, detail oriented, and passionate are like the key things that we would be the ideal travel advisor for us.
I know that exact feeling you're talking about. It almost builds up in you like this excitement. And I mean, honestly, those 3 words I would definitely use for my teenage daughter as well. I think that's great advice, not just for the travel industry.
Sure.
But hey, it's 2023. Lots is happening. So let's hear what's going on in the pipeline for you.
Well, we're really going to focus, rail down on trainings this year. With the past being the past, I'm not going to say any of the words that everybody talks about that we have all excommunicated from our vocabulary. But, so we're going to really just kind of start to bring to focus, the vendors are getting back out again. Actually, vendors are starting to, print brochures and getting them in touch with, and there's new things that are coming out, new vendors, new opportunities. And so we're really going to just gear down and do a lot of training, a lot of we do one-on-ones with people. Anytime somebody needs something, I can jump on a Zoom call in a minute and walk them through booking something, a booking engine. Anybody in here can. So that's our goal. Our goal is to really up our, training as far as the new things that are available. And of course, some of the old stuff too, because, I've been in this business again, over 30 years. I learned something brand new that has been around since the beginning of this cruise line, and I never knew it last week. So
That's funny. And it's so true, but no, great.
yeah.
So let's talk about the new travel advisor, because I know we have some new advisors out there watching us.
Mhm.
If you could give them one tip about entering this business, what would that be?
I think my tip, and actually you can see it now, and I think it should be through just about any facet of your life, but also through any business, is smile. Just a simple smile it's comforting. It shows your understanding, and it just establishes a caring relationship from the beginning. When you smile at somebody, you never know how bad of a day they've had. And then you can project it. But a lot of times people don't meet face to face, they're working from home. So you have to learn how to smile in your emails. You have to learn how to smile in your texts. And my mom used to say to me when we talk on the phone, and she still does to this day, she'll say, "What's going wrong? What's wrong?" And I'm like, "Nothing's wrong today, Mom." She goes, "Well, I don't hear you smiling." And so, people can hear you just to project your happiness because you're loving what you're doing. And people can pick up on that. And they want to know that you're happy to book their vacation for them because they're giving you their valuable money that they worked so hard for. I mean, it might be people that can travel all the time, or it might be the people that have saved for 5 years. So, knowing that you're there and you want to smile and be happy with them and enjoy the adventure with them. That's my biggest thing. I mean, just smile through life. That's what you should do.
That's a great tip. And it's so true, especially when you talked about emails and text messages, because you don't get to see, and sometimes you read too much into it. So to be able to express that, I think, is a wonderful tip, because people read into that stuff, and it means a lot, especially when you're going to be a big part of their life planning this. So to show them how much you care and how happy you are for them, I think that's a great tip.
Thank you. And I'm smiling.
Great, too. Well, I'm going to smile because I love this next question. It's my favorite out of all of them. We always like to throw a little wrench in with our questions.
Of course you do.
So here we go. If your company was a snack food, what would it be and why?
Okay. If OAL was a snack food, we would be either a Mounds or an Almond Joy candy bar. Because you have to know the slogan, because sometimes you simply just feel like a nut and sometimes you don't. And sometimes you just have those nutty days, and sometimes you just have just an ordinary day. So we would be either a Mounds or an Almond Joy candy bar.
Really? I can't even describe how much I love that. And just, how the slogan goes with it and just everything. That's great. And I want one now.
And I'll go to Tara and I'll be like, okay, or is it a Mounds or an Almond Joy kind of day today? and I can tell by the look on her face whether it's a Mounds or an Almond Joy.
That's funny. No, that's a great one. I haven't gotten that one yet. So I always love hearing new ones, right? Well, to wrap it up, our next fun one is, I hear you have a host week special. So I'd love to hear more about it.
We are, and it's very simple. We're offering a 20% discount off of any of our enrollment programs for the month.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So what we'll do is we'll actually put a link in the comments, sending people over to your host week special so they can check that out.
Okay, great.
Chrissy, it is so great to have you here again. We love you during host week and learning everything about OAL. Thank you so much for being with us.
Well, thank you for inviting me and everything you guys do, and hugs and kisses to everybody and all the fur babies. Everybody.
Yeah, right. There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
No, thank you. And everybody, so glad you're here for host week. We have a lot more great stuff, so stay tuned. Bye.
Bye.
Great info. Thank you so much. So let's see. We have just 3 more agencies, host agencies, I should say, to interview today. And I want to remind everybody that after the Meet the Host interviews are done, it is time for our EduSpots. So let's see. We have got this great conversation that just happened with Outside Agent Link Network, or OAL Travel Network. And now we are going to move into our next host. If you are just joining us today and you just popped in, hello, I'm Steph Lee. I am lucky enough to be the MC for Host Week this week. And we also have a lot of the other HAR crew in the comments. So Mary and April are in the comments throughout the day, and we have Rita Perez with Take the Helm helping us out with Host Week this year. So you might see her buzzing around as well. And I'll tell you who you won't see. You won't see is this mysterious Juan we keep talking about, who is our producer for the show. And I swear to you that he is real, because there is no other way that any of us could ever make it run this smoothly on the back end. So that is the big tell that he is not fake, he is real. So just a quick note, if you're on Facebook or LinkedIn watching this, come on over and join us on YouTube. It is where the main party is at. So our next host agency comes to us from Southern California. You might have seen her in the comments. She's been active, I've seen most of the day. So in the place where they're located, Hemet, California, that is actually just down the mountain from where I used to teach astronomy. So that was really neat to see, such a small world. TerraMar Travel falls into the category of our boutique host agencies on the site. They have 40 advisors, and they also fall into our family owned and operated category. Now, I don't have any predictions about what sort of snack food they feel like they most are like, but I'm really hoping it's a dessert. To be clear, I'm not against salty. I just have this horrendous sweet tooth. My aunt dropped me off some cookies yesterday for Host Week, like 3 dozen cookies it looked like, which I've eaten a dozen since then, but I've got my bowl of cookies to keep me going. So with that, enough suspense on that. Let's find out together if Rhonda is on Team Sweet or Team Salty for her snack food. All right, let's make it happen.
Hey everyone, Host Week 2023, April from HAR here. I'm sitting down with Rhonda Shumway, president of TerraMar Travel. Hey Rhonda, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing great.
This is your first Host Week, so we're so excited to have you here with us.
Me too, thank you.
We have lots of fun questions for you, and we want to learn more about TerraMar Travel, so let's jump right into it.
Okay.
So what's been happening the past year?
Well, as everybody probably knows, in the industry anyway, travel came back like a tidal wave. So with that wave, we were up, our bookings, our volume was up tremendously, almost pre-pandemic levels, if not right there. Wow. But it came with a whole new set of challenges that we hadn't experienced during the pandemic. So I tell you, we had to be flexible and adjust and work with those challenges. The good news is that things are starting to normalize. They're calming down a bit. So we're very, very hopeful for 2023 and forward.
That's exciting. Yeah. So glad to hear. Especially, I mean, yeah, it was such a crazy time, and yeah, just being flexible and going with it. So wonderful. Let's hear, what makes TerraMar Travel unique?
So there are 3 things that come to mind when I'm thinking about our small boutique host agency. They are connectivity, flexibility, as we discussed a minute ago, and then just good old-fashioned human kindness. So when I speak about connectivity, it's more than just technology or efficiency models. It's connecting every piece of the travel planning experience and threading it together so that it makes this beautiful fabric, rich with experiences and relationships. So we believe that connectivity means more than just, a passing meeting people or working through technology. We really try to connect with each of our travel advisors. Also our vendors. We've been working for many, many years to develop those relationships, and our destination sales representatives. So by doing that, it keeps us more informed on a personal level. So connectivity, we feel, is very important. Flexibility, it's one of our core values here at TerraMar Travel. It means that we're better able to understand and meet the needs of our travel advisors, no matter what they might be going through in the whirlwind of their lives or the torrents of the world. I mean, the last 3 years have been crazy, as we all know. At the end of the day, as owner of our host agency, my passion is to really make sure that we foster those ideas and talents and skills of being flexible. Human kindness, boy, it seems like our world has gotten away from that. So we really try to, as soon as I receive a communication from one of our advisors, whether it's via phone call, email, text. I'm open to all of any ways that they like to communicate. I really try to set that tone for kindness and understanding. And I believe that it's a culture for our agency. And it's very important with the relationships that we have with our travel advisors. So we're founded on listen to learn. Listening is such a time forgotten skill, and I really try to foster that with our advisors. I just believe that by being nice, it spreads. So
I love that. That just kind of gave me like the warm fuzzies. So it's a wonderful place to work. And I like the connectivity and just the fact that you said connecting with people and suppliers. I like that you added suppliers in there too.
Very important.
Absolutely. So wonderful. So let's talk about travel advisors. So what would be 3 words you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor?
Boy, there are a lot of words that come to mind, but 3 that kind of pop out are curious. So curiosity doesn't kill the cats. It really fuels, it's the fuel for wonder, for searching for answers, and maybe things we didn't know we need to know or didn't know that we need. So it keeps us thinking and experiencing and conjuring up new and magical paths to explore. So I believe that's really important in this industry, probably a lot of others too, but it's really important in our industry. Another one is empathy. It's necessary to be able to connect with others. We're such a digital world that if we can have that empathy and understand our advisors, then that trickles down to how they interact with their clients. So it's part of the service we give, not only the quality of information that we disseminate and the knowledge and training and mentoring programs that we have, but just the opportunity to know each other on a more personal level. Another one is commitment. That seems like another quality that's flitting and fleeing away these days. It's kind of a lost art. And here at TerraMar Travel, we really are trying to foster a comeback of commitment. So the perfect travel agent, in my opinion, is not only committed to our company and their clients, but they're committed to the agents, the industry, the travel industry, by expanding their view of the world through travel and their relationships with the suppliers, the hoteliers, the destination sales reps. It's really important to form these relationships with people. So commitment is not just commitment to themselves or to their own business as an affiliate with TerraMar Travel, but it's a commitment to the continuing education of all these components, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
That's a great way an elegant way to describe your ideal travel advisor. So it's 2023, and we'd love to hear what you have in store for the year.
Well, some of the areas, 3 of the major areas, I'm going to just focus on 3, is focusing on maybe specializing and within the pod of generalization that a lot of us have as travel advisors, maybe focusing on some destination specialties, niche travel. We do have several agents that do that, and they're very, very successful while doing that. Another thing that we started during the pandemic, of course, like everybody, I'd never even heard of Zoom or online meetings like that in that form, but we started meeting together because we have agents located around the country. It's brought us together. And I'd really like to focus more on peer support this year. So not just a destination training or a supplier training, which we will continue to do those, but also to get together with each other to share roadblocks, challenges, and more importantly, the positives. Getting that positive feedback from each other, networking and exchanging ideas is really helpful. So by doing those regular meetings, we can, foster that growth. Yeah. So, and it builds trust. It builds trust and relationships within the agency. So another area, of course, is education. The pandemic gave us a great opportunity. We were on pause with booking new travel, other than the cancel, rebook. But a lot of us took that opportunity to further our education. And we learned how important it is to continually learn and educate and train ourselves. We belong to the largest consortia in the country, and they are just rich with educational and training opportunities, robust training on all levels and in all areas of the travel industry. So we really want to even more, continue that philosophy of continuing education. So
wonderful. It sounds like a packed year. You got lots of stuff going on. So let's talk about the new travel advisor. If you could give one tip to a new travel advisor, what would that be?
I think a little tidbit of helpfulness is to stop, listen, pause, take a moment. When you're speaking with your client, don't just rush in with your ideas, suggestions, and all the questions that we usually have to qualify in the planning process for travel, but really take a moment to hear what they're saying. Otherwise, you can miss something that might be really important. So absorb the full content of what that client is saying to you, and then make sure you squeeze that all out of that sponge before you really go into the planning process with them. So I think that's important to stop for a moment. So I think that's a helpful tip.
Yeah, I think it's a great tip for travel and just in life in general. I think we don't do enough of it, to be quite honest. So
right, those listening skills are more important than even our communication skills sometimes. It's a very, very important part of the communication.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So this is the part in the interview which I get to ask you our fun question. So host week, I know you're new to host week, but we always do a crazy fun question.
Okay.
So if you're ready.
Okay.
If your host agency was a snack food, what would it be and why?
Well, I would say probably popcorn. So popcorn is a food that's light and airy, but yet it fills you up. It's salty enough to make you thirst for more.
I like that.
And in the theater, at the movies, when the lights go down, that snack is with you and you're eating it while you're waiting for that adventure to begin on the big screen. So it's kind of like life. You're waiting for the next adventure, and we're always in an adventure, but that next adventure is right around the corner.
I love how you use that analogy. That's great. And you can't get enough of popcorn. I mean,
right.
Really, I'm one of those going to refill my bucket during the movie. So I love that analogy. I hear you have a host week special, so we'd love to hear more about it.
Well, during host week, I'd like to offer a 50% off special. So our normal affiliation fees are $450 to get started. We then have an annual fee each year. But right off the bat, I'd like to offer 50% off that fee for anybody who wants to become affiliated with us.
Wow, that's amazing. We'll actually put a link in the comments to get people over to your host week special. Okay. And Rhonda, thank you so much for being here. It was such a pleasure speaking with you and learning all things TerraMar travel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone. Onward with host week.
All right, so it looks like Rhonda is on Team Salty, which I'm not disappointed, Rhonda, because with popcorn, you can also have caramel popcorn in there, and I do like popcorn. So I'm glad you're on Team Salty. We need a nice balance. If you have just logged on, we reached our final host agency of the day, and that is Travel Quest Network based out of Georgia. So I know that some of our messaging, our communications for host week went out a little late today. So if you're just joining us, do not worry, stay tuned in, and this is all recorded so you can always go back on the timeline and watch things earlier. But like all the other hosts today, Travel Quest is a member of Travel Leaders Network for their consortium. Now, we interviewed them earlier today, maybe about an hour and a half ago. So we were pretty organized, though. I don't know if everyone has noticed, but we were trying to put as many hosts as we can on the days that their consortia is being interviewed. So go team HAR. Now, size-wise, Travel Quest is one of our larger hosts with 3,000 advisors and over 200 million in sales. And if you're wondering where I came up with that information, it is not just me pulling things from thin air like I normally do. All of this information can be found on the host profile on Host Agency Review. And here's a neat trick for you. So not only can you find the information, reviews, and a place to ask your questions and get answers in the question and answer tab. But in the company details section, you can also see when their profile was last updated. And that's a new little feature that we rolled out a few months ago to help you have the best experience possible on HAR. So we hope you like it. And TravelQuest Network's profile was last updated on January 18th. So not to be a stalker or anything, but great job keeping that profile updated, TravelQuest. So let's turn it over to April and see if we can learn a little more about TravelQuest Network's program. April, it's all you.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Host Week 2023. I'm sitting down with Joshua Harrell, Chief Marketing Officer for TravelQuest Network. Hey Joshua, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm so happy to have you here and talking about everything TravelQuest Network.
I love Host Week and I love talking about TravelQuest Network. So we're gonna have a grand time.
I know, it's a great combo. So let's get right in because I have lots of questions for you.
Okay.
All right. So first question, I'd love to hear what TravelQuest Network has been up to the past year.
What have we not been up to is a shorter list, I think. The coming out of the pandemic where so many things were changing and evolving, and you're looking at we all had to look at our business in different ways, right? Mm-hmm. So there were things that we had in the pipeline that we were going to do, and we had to press pause. But then there were things that we were able to kind of discover when we had to, to really focus in on, what do we need to do to get through this and persevere and to thrive afterwards. So I'm very happy to say that we were able to put a lot of those the bigger things in motion for the last year. So we launched our email marketing platform that not only allows our members to do their broadcast emails or event emails, things like that, but it also helps them build their database with lead capture devices, as well as they're able to create unlimited landing pages for all different types of campaigns. Also, they can create automations around their mailing list. So we have this tool for our members now, and it's 100% free. So everybody has access to it. So there's no excuse for our members to not do email marketing. Mm-hmm. And we also give them free email newsletter templates for every single month. So I mean, really, there is no excuse. I think we did a really bang up job on that. We also built a brand new advisor portal that is, it houses all the information that our members need, from our supplier information, promotions. It also has a whole LMS system all built in, and this is custom built. So many host agencies, they white label products or they kind of cobble things together. We're building the technology that we want so we can do it exactly the way our members, or we can provide the tools that our members want and have that custom design that fits TravelQuest Network. So the first stage in that was building this hub for our members, and kind of on top of that comes other tools that are coming out in 2023. And then the other big thing is we hit the road. We've always had our annual conference, TravelQuest World, but this year we were able to put in motion our road shows, which are one-day events. We've gotten out to cities that we haven't been able to visit before. And I have to say, it was the coolest thing that we've done in a really long time. It was just so great to get out into different markets. Mm. And not everybody can attend an annual conference that goes over multiple days. So I felt like we were able to bring the TravelQuest Network magic into these cities, and of course we're going to be doing more of those in the coming year. So those are the headlines for this last year. But it's been a busy year. I mean, we don't stop.
I love the fact that you went and did like multiple cities, just because you're right. Not everybody can just go to one place, and you know what I mean. So to be able to go to them, I mean, I love that. Genius.
Well, and so many people are in this business, and it's a side hustle right now. In the beginning, it's a side hustle. So so being able to take days off for a conference, not everybody can do that.
Yeah.
So this was and is a great way for us to create that magic, and with all host agencies, but I think we lean on it pretty heavily. It's all about the community, and if we can bring those members together within their city, they may not even know that maybe they've never met. They've never didn't know that they were right around the corner from each other. But it's that community that I think really keeps entrepreneurs, especially solopreneurs, keeps them engaged. So I'm very excited about that. I'm glad that we're going to be doing more of those in 2023.
Yeah, I think it's funny because the next question, I feel like something that could even fall into this question, but what makes TravelQuest Network unique?
What makes us unique is the fact that, of course, our members are entrepreneurs, but I know this just from being friendly with my competitors within that space, that our team is made up of a lot of entrepreneurs. So not everybody from the travel industry. So we're entrepreneurs serving entrepreneurs. Mm-hmm. And what I think is a part of that entrepreneur mindset is you're constantly innovating. Yeah. So our team is very, very focused on innovation, and that's not only how can we do big things that haven't been done before as a host agency, but also how can we improve the little things. Mm-hmm. So it is that focus on how can we constantly improve, how can we make it better, how can we do things differently. That I think is the biggest, that entrepreneur focus that we have. It's not just because our members are entrepreneurs, it's because mm-hmm. we're all entrepreneurs. And I think that enables us to serve our members very well, because I mean, as you know, being an entrepreneur is a big deal. You have to have the fortitude to believe in yourself, just to make that leap, mm-hmm. to become to start your own business, and then you have to be able to stick with it. So I think we do. I think the way we build our new products or new offerings, the way we continually strive to improve the way we do things, it's definitely with the entrepreneur state of mind. So that's what I say makes us the most unique host agency out there.
That's such an interesting answer. I've never heard that before, but it is a great that you're just getting things from so many different perspectives as an entrepreneur of different industries and bringing it all together. So that's lovely to hear.
Well, there's sorry to interrupt you, but innovation always sounds nice.
Yeah.
And it's almost like I've always hated when I've interviewed with companies and they say, "Oh, customer service is number one for our company," and then you join the company and you find out that the customer isn't very important to the person or to the company. This focus of innovation keeps the fires burning, and I see it in our team. Just how can I do this little thing better? Or if you could do anything, if you could build anything, what would you build? Mm-hmm. That kind of mentality isn't just hey, we're going to start planning for next year. What can we do? It's around us all the time, and that it feeds my soul. So and then I can see it in our members too, and how they're building their businesses. It starts to rub off on each other. It goes both ways, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Let's talk about travel advisors. What would be 3 words you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor?
Passionate, for sure. because don't go into business for yourself if you're not passionate about it. Driven. Mm-hmm. Kind of going back to that, you got to be able to stick with it. You got to be driven and resilient, mm-hmm. because that is not only when you think about the big turbulent times within the industry, just you as an individual building your book of business. There's going to be good days. There's going to be bad days. Not everything's going to go to plan, but if you are passionate and you are driven, that resiliency is going to serve you well. Maybe you need to pivot, or maybe you just need to stay the course. But that resiliency is really is key.
Yeah, I think resilience is a great one, especially with the couple of years that we did have, and you really needed that to get through it and to get to this point where travel is really back and up and running. So I love that word. Well,
in that kind of in that vein, again, there's the big events that have impacted the industry, but if you open the doors, you build a website, you launch your business, and you're waiting for the phone to ring. Yeah. And you've got to be able to stick with it, and it's not funny, but it's interesting to me. So many, especially new to the industry, they start their business, they do things right, and then there's the moment of silence. There's no activity, and they're like, oh my goodness, I did it wrong. It's not going to happen for me, and it almost seems like just a few weeks later, then they say, I got my first lead. Now I've got too many leads. Like, what's going on? I think it's an interesting thing. Some people would give up in that moment just before it kicks off for them. But if you stick with it and you follow good business practices, it happens, and it's so brilliant to see. That's why I love being a part of a host agency, because you get to help so many people fulfill their dreams. So anyway, sorry, I got a little gushy.
Yeah, I like it.
It's a little like,
It warmed my heart with loving to help people in this industry. So good for you, Joshua. It's 2023. We'd love to hear what's going on with Travel Quest Network in 2023.
So, I alluded to it earlier, more technology. More technology to help you run your business, but also how to help you market your business. And I can't divulge too many trade secrets. I can just say that we've built, like I said, we built our member hub, and that is the foundation of all of these tools to come. And many of them are launching in Q1. So you'll be hearing about it very soon. We're not going to be quiet about it. We're going to make a lot of noise. And then all throughout the year, we have a very aggressive but realistic roadmap for technology development. And again, that's not just white labeled technology that someone else has created. We are building it from scratch. We're bringing in not only our team members and gathering their input and involvement, but we're also involving our members so we can build the tools that are right for them and that they will use. So very, very excited about that. More technology, more advanced training. We have a huge focus on education. And the way that I think we do education differently is we focus, there's so many resources for learning how to sell travel, but we really focus on how to run your business, how to market your business, and how to create that scalable sales funnel and sales process. So that is, you're going to see more in-depth advanced training there. And we are very excited because we just finished our, I guess it was a renovation, maybe, a switching up of our headquarters in Roswell, Georgia, just north of Atlanta. And we have built a whole education center for our members to come in for various different education opportunities, events. It's also connected to our digital studio, so it kind of creates some cool opportunities to do some fun things with that. We're very, very excited about that. Just had the finishing touches put on it last week, so very, very happy about that, and a whole schedule of in-person. Not only we will be doing the road shows and our annual conference, but we will be having regular training or education opportunities here in our headquarters, and I'm very, very excited about that.
2023 sounds very exciting for Travel
Yes.
Class. I love it.
We don't slow down. We don't slow down. Like I said, more road shows.
Moving forward, yeah.
Road shows.
Love it. Let's talk about the new travel advisor. What would be one tip you would give a new travel advisor entering the industry?
Okay, so I'm gonna say this, and I'll need to explain, but build for the long term. And the reason why I say that is like I said, our team is made up of entrepreneurs. I myself have been a serial entrepreneur, and I've failed at almost every single business endeavor that I've ever undertook. So that's my claim to fame. But one of the things that I did wrong, and please learn from my mistakes, is I jumped on opportunities or had ideas for a business that really had a very limited, it had a limited shelf life. So building for the long term, I mean, that is really about thinking, what niche should I be in that I should start my business focused on, but then has the ability to serve me for years or decades to come. You might not be in business, might not want to be in business for decades, but what if you were? What are you building right now? And is it something that you can grow with, that can grow with you? So I'd say build your business for the long term, and give yourself the opportunity and the permission to poke holes in your ideas. That first idea, I want to sell this. Okay, well, that's great. Why do you want to sell this? I have a lot of experience. I love this type of travel. Okay, so now you're 10 years older. Is this still your thing? Or what are some things that you might change in that original idea for your business that gives you the ability to expand as you grow? So that'd be my advice, and I hope that's different from anybody else.
I was actually just going to say, first off, I think it's great advice, and I haven't heard that, and I've done quite a few of these interviews in the last 3 years, and I haven't heard that one before. So I actually really like that, because it is something to think about the future of your business as an entrepreneur. So I think that was great advice.
It's one of the things that I've seen. Somebody will come up with an idea for the name of their business, and almost it's like maybe 18 months later, I don't know why I went to 16, but let's say a year and a half later, they want to change the name of their business because what they knew at that time, that name was right. But then when they settled in, like, maybe I would change it up a little bit. So I think it's worth you don't have to overthink it. But I always like to think, because I'm not even going to divulge the name of this company that I created, but the name of the company was so dumb, and I didn't realize it at the time, that a piece of advice I give whenever anybody's trying to brand their business is, I always tell them to imagine themselves much, much older, and they've been in business for a while, and they're getting a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Queen of England. Okay. If she is about to utter the name of your company, are you going to be embarrassed by the name of the company?
That's funny.
And that advice has served me well because I made that mistake. So think about build for the long term, and because once you get into the travel industry, especially if you're new to the industry, once you get into the industry, you're not going to want to leave. I mean, it's an amazing industry. So make sure you build that brand that is going to stay with you for a while.
All right, so we're running short on time, but we had the most important question out of all the questions that we ask, okay?
Okay.
If your company was a snack food, what would it be and why?
Okay. This is not that hard for me. It is ranch Doritos. And the reason why is because we're not just Doritos. We're the ranch Doritos. So a little bit extra. And who doesn't love ranch?
I was literally just going to say that. Who doesn't love ranch? As soon as you said it, I could feel like my mouth starting to water. I was like, ooh, ranch Doritos. I need to get some.
Yes. Everyone should have that. So yes, that was an easy question.
Nice. Usually it's the hardest. So I like that you're just like, no, I got this, April. Don't you worry. No, and I love that. I am probably going to go out and get some ranch Doritos today. But
everyone at home, please do it.
Right? Well, Joshua, thank you so much for being here. We always love having you on for Host Week. We love your personality and love to hear about Travel Quest Network. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, April. Thank you so much.
Always a pleasure. And everyone, let's onward with Host Week. Bye.
Fantastico. So that wraps up the host interviews for today. But tomorrow we will be back with hosts that accept advisors from the US and Canada. And that's the big difference. So while the Canadians out there are going to be thrilled to have multiple hosts to choose from tomorrow, the US-based host advisors will be just as happy because all but one of the host agencies we're interviewing tomorrow also work with US advisors. So wherever you live, though, there are going to be great interviews and EduSpots tomorrow, so make sure to tune in. And if you've been watching all week, you know that HAR launched a new course called The Ultimate Guide to Starting Your Travel Agency. On Monday, we did our big unveiling. And if you are looking for a host and you are getting ready to start your agency, I'd encourage you to take a look at the course if you haven't already. We haven't put it up everywhere on the site yet because we just launched it Monday and we've been focused on Host Week, but it's going to save you huge amounts of time. It'll help walk you through the many steps to getting up and running in a very friendly and easy to understand fashion that HAR is known for. So we will drop the links in the comments. The first will be to the course landing page where you can learn more about it and purchase it. And then we'll also put a link into our EduSpot on Monday that talks a little bit more in depth about the course. So other thing to note is we also have a Host Week special for 50% off through February 12th. And as we wrap things up here, let me talk you through the host agencies and consortia that we will be interviewing tomorrow. So our consortia is Ensemble. They're actually Canadian based, so it's perfect. Then we have Fora Travel, who you might recognize from yesterday. They sponsored our keynote on sustainability travel. So you can learn more about them tomorrow. We have Incentive Connection Travel, Independent by Flight Center, Nexion Canada, Outside Agents, and Travel Edge. So let me see. I think we are running a few minutes ahead of schedule. So we're going to take a short break to get ready for our next section of the day, where we are about to wow you with loads of great content as always. So stick around because we have some amazing EduSpots to help you level up your agency. If you're just joining us now, welcome. The main party is over at YouTube if you happen to have jumped on via Facebook or LinkedIn. By now, you are probably used to the flow of Host Week, but in case you're new here, here is the big picture for you. So we start every day with a keynote, and then we break out into our Get to Know a Host and Get to Know a Consortia interviews. And after those wrap up, which just happened, we dedicate the rest of the afternoon to our educational sessions. And as you know, because you've registered, and if you haven't, please go to hostagencyreviews.com/register so you can get the link to watch it tomorrow, as well as the link to the specials. So the event is free to attend, but it is not free or very easy to put on. It's a lot of work. So a huge thank you to our weekly sponsors. We have the Adventure Travel Trade Association. Make sure to check out their special deal on their main Adventure Elevate conference in May. It's like a tongue twister. We also have Nexion Travel Group, who we just interviewed earlier today, if you want to go back and learn a little bit more about them. Runway Health. They are working with travel advisors, have double commissions for their specials, I think for the next 90 days. And they are doing a webinar next Wednesday, which you can find on our events calendar if you're interested. We also have Tour Radar as a sponsor, and they did the keynote on Tuesday on sustainability travel. And then Travel Planners International, who we interviewed on Monday in the host interviews. And then a quick thank you as well to our daily sponsors. So we have Dugan's Travel, who we interviewed earlier today with Jennifer. And then we have Uniglobe Travel Center, who we have yet to hear from, but we will hear from them on Friday, along with the other Virtuoso host agencies. Now, thank you to all of our sponsors. We're so appreciative of it. And now we need to get on with our EduSpot. So our first EduSpot is a great way to kick things off because it's a really fun group of guys, and we're going to dive into networking. And not just the networking to find clients, because here's a secret. In travel, the relationships within the network that you have with your suppliers, your host agencies, and other advisors are just as important as the networking you have to do to find clients. Now, let me set you up with the dynamics of this group, because I met all of these panelists through B2B networking. If you're not familiar, B2B is business to business instead of B2C, which would be business to consumer. So I have known Edward the longest, but I have yet to meet him in person. One day it's going to happen. But I have met Jeff and Aaron in person. So Jeff and I had a great time at San Francisco last fall at ASTA's Global Convention. And then Aaron, who's an advisor, reached out this fall. He lives over in St. Paul. I'm in Minneapolis. So we went and grabbed a coffee last month. So they are natural business to business networkers. And today we're going to ask them some questions about how others can make sure they have as strong of a B2B networking skills as these fellas. So let's bring them on. How are you guys?
Hey, Steph.
Greetings.
Edward, I heard you were having some web camera problems. Hopefully you're not like, oh. Oh, Edward, your sound isn't working too yet.
Hey, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Verizon, we can.
Yeah, I had some gremlins in my laptop, so I'm on my phone. All is good.
That's perfect. Well, we're so glad to have you guys on here. All right, I'm going to have you each just really quickly. Oh, no, your names are up on the screen so everyone can see. Perfect. Never mind. I'm not going to have you introduce yourselves. Let's get into some of the questions. So, I talked about how we all met through B2B networking, and all of you are amazing at B2B networking. Jeff, even before we met at ASTA, I'd seen you around, and we had a lot of mutual friends. And Edward is the chapter president of the ASTA Small Business Network in New York. So has always, if anyone's in New York, Edward's your man to talk to because he knows everybody and everything in that little world over there. So, and Aaron reaching out and you've been reaching out to suppliers. Aaron's really relatively new to the game in terms of becoming a travel advisor, not becoming an entrepreneur, but great at reaching out and networking with suppliers and other advisors. So the first thing I want to ask is, what are the different ways or avenues that a travel advisor could use to network with their peers? So let's start, Edward, let's start with you today.
Okay. Yeah. Well, some of the avenues, like when you go to a trade show, when you go to a conference, if you haven't met that BDM or that rep, that's the beginning. Get that business card. Maybe tell them who you are, a little background story. But the most important thing is your follow-up. Don't take that business card, tuck it away somewhere, and then use it when you need or there's an emergency. Mm-hmm. Start nourishing, follow up. Hey, I met you here, this and that. I really want to start working with you to grow the business for myself and with your product.
Yeah, exactly. And Aaron, I don't know if you have anything to add with that on what kind of avenues or ways you prefer.
Well, I think first off, that's a great part. The other element is listening while we're all sitting in these presentations, and look around and find out who's asking the really good questions. Sometimes that's a great thing. Another element is look around and see who's not asking questions because they're bored out of their minds. Chances are they've been there before. They're the ones you need to talk to. And that's been a really good thing for me. We've learned and gotten some great contacts that way.
By finding the bored people?
By finding the bored people. Yes.
I love it. All right. So Jeff, what about you? What have you used? So I should also explain, Jeff is on the supplier side of things. So Edward and Aaron are advisors. Jeff is our sole representative of suppliers, no pressure.
I know, right? Now, coming from the supplier side, definitely, there's different ways for us to network. One is through the conferences and trade shows. That's a huge part. But I would say reach out to us as suppliers. During trade shows and conferences, we meet hundreds of people, sometimes thousands, depending on how many people are there in each conference. And sometimes you can get lost in the shuffle. So reach out to us through social media. A lot of the suppliers now have social media pages, and that would be a great way to network. Send us an email prior to a conference and ask if we're going to be there or not. And then reach out to us after as well. If we do a post, reach out to us. It gives us a better idea of who you are and to expect you when we see you. So that is a great avenue to do so.
Yeah, the name recognition. Now, Jeff, let me ask you a question. If someone sends you pictures of their puppies, does that move them up to the top?
Oh, without a doubt. Are you kidding me? Animal pictures for sure. Put them up to the top.
I know. That's why I always jump to the top. People are like, why is she sending me pictures of her dogs? That's weird. Who is she? Where's like a charm though?
First off, I'm saying I never knew that. So Jeff, I'm sending you a picture of my neighbor's dog.
There you go.
Oh, I was like, you've never sent me a picture of your dog, Edward.
And Steph, I never got a picture of your dog.
Well, you've never sent me a picture of your dog, but I'm going to send you lots of pictures of the dog now, Edward. Go. Be careful what you wish for. Well, let's see. Those are all great examples. And I want to piggyback off that too and say, the events are really key. Attending, even if they're local events put on by your ASTA chapter, your local chapters, or if a supplier is in town, going to their trade show that's going on. Great ways to meet others within the industry. That's why I have such a strong network, is having been going to these shows for years and years. And if you're newer to the industry and you are not sure which shows to go to, please check out our events calendar at hostagencyreviews.com/events, because we always have the major industry events in there. We have supplier events and webinars in there. Tons of stuff. There's fam trips, lots of great opportunities. So that's a great place to start if you are not sure what events you should even be showing up for. So let's move into our next question. I like this one. So how do you network up? Aaron, explain to us what networking up is, and then tell us how you do it.
Well, networking up is it's just like when you're a financial advisor and you're looking to get into the high net worth groups, and you may not be a member of that community. Well, as a travel agent, you may not be a natural member of the clientele that you want to serve, or you may not know those people that service those clients. So networking up is figuring out how to connect with and leverage those relationships. And, one of the things that I want to point out, we don't always, it's not always beneficial to seek out those that have the most experience, because there's a disconnect. Yes, you can learn a tremendous amount from somebody that's been in the business for 20 years, but how many things have happened in the last 20 years?
Yeah.
I'm going to point out and do a shout out to Erica from the other day. Hi, she's only a few years ahead, and there's a much more logical connection that is incredibly important part of the development. So networking up is looking at where you want to be, or what I like to term the solution after next. Okay, position yourself and do that by surrounding yourself with the right people.
Exactly. Edward, what about you?
Well, I would say networking up also, B2C and B2B, is you need, like Erin said, you need to be where they are. So if you want, example I have, if you want high level clients and you're not going to go and there's a conference somewhere or a networking meeting, you don't want to stay at the Holiday Inn. You want to stay at the hotel they're staying at.
Mm-hmm.
Because even they might have seminars and classes at that host hotel during the day. Everyone knows that sometimes the best deals, the best networking is done after hours. So if you're at the hotel and you're at the bar, you're going to be with the people that you need to be at instead of going back to the Holiday Inn.
That is an amazing point. I don't think a lot of people think about, but something that I've realized through the year. And I know when you're starting out your agency, your budget is tight, but I cannot tell you how much it helps to have that extra time when you're in the lobby. It also saves you energy from having to go back and forth. But if you're paying an extra couple $100, look at that as an investment and make sure that you're down there at the hotel bar. Which makes it sound like we're trying to encourage people to go and drink. You can have just water, whatever you want.
But hey, that's where some of the deals are done. Not in the boardroom, but at the bar.
No, absolutely. Yeah, it sounds a little skeezy, but it's totally true.
And you have to look at it, you have to look at it, as you said, you have to look at it as an investment. Yes, it might cost $100, but that first booking you might do might have paid for your whole business travel expense.
Yeah, exactly. Great points. So, Jeff, I'm not going to ask you about that one since you're the supplier side, but I'm going to ask you this one. So we haven't really talked about FAM trips at all during Host Week. So for those that are new, a FAM trip is a familiarization trip, which means you can go, sometimes they're fully hosted, sometimes they're partially hosted or deeply discounted. And you can go with a supplier or a destination management company, and you get to experience the product that you're selling to your client. They're obviously the most amazing tool to up your game, learn the product, make the connections, learn from other travel advisors, but they can be hard to get onto, especially if you're newer advisors. So, Jeff, we need you to spill the beans. What's the best way to get invited on a FAM trip? How do we get on Exotica's FAM trips?
Oh man, this is a great question to ask. And this is a question I've been asked a lot, ever since I started on the supplier side. So with FAM trips, it's complicated. It's, we're trying to find the balance every single time. One thing that myself as well as other suppliers do not want to hear is, hi, my name is blah, blah, blah. How can I be on your FAM trip? Like, the first two sentences should not, especially if I have if I've never met you before, please don't let that be the second sentence that comes out of your mouth after your name.
We need to talk about dogs.
Clearly. Exactly. Clearly, come on now.
Right.
But with that, like when we're trying to find people to invite to FAM trips, the first thing we see is numbers. Numbers don't lie. We try to see who supports us from a booking standpoint. That's one. Number two is who's engaged. Whenever we do a webinar, a lunch and learn meetings, or even a social media post, who's commenting to any social media posts that we do, even though they are not a booking advisor with, I'm speaking about my company, if they're not booking with an Exotica trip yet, but I see them engaged, the likelihood of me inviting that particular travel advisor is higher than an advisor who is just registered in my system. And then if we announce our FAM trips, or if we are looking for people to go on our FAM trips, the first people that I will think of are the people that are top producers, engaged, as well as people who I think will have a huge promise as a huge booker with us. So that's how we do it.
That's fantastic. Thank you. I'll be sending over some puppy pictures later.
There we go.
And okay, so now I've heard.
Can I just add something to that?
Yes, I wanted to hear it from the agency side. Like when you've been invited on FAMs, what have you done?
I think that you also need to do your homework. So if you're interested in going to a FAM, do your homework. See if that destination, that product has a website where you register as a specialist or have an account with that particular supplier or destination. Let them know, hey, I'm new. I'm already registered. I want to do more with your product or your destination. What else do I need to do? Mm-hmm. Don't go out and ask straight off, oh, and how do I get on the FAM? Just what do I need to do to help build that business? I'm new. I'm interested in your destination or your product. What can I do? And let them put the ball in their court so they can invite you based on you showing interest on the product, not because you just want to go on a FAM.
Aaron, I know you've been on all of FAMs recently. So tell us about what your strategy has been.
Well, I want to draw on what Edward was just saying. And as you're building up your business, it's absolutely critical that you find one or maybe two of these groups that you can actually build your business with. So reach out to them and say, hey, Jeff, we're new to the business, but we're interested in what you have to offer. We want to build with you. How do you recommend? Get them on the same side of the table, get on the same side of their table so they can see and say, listen, I want to help you build this business. I need you to do this and this. And while you're in that, why don't you come and join us on this? And you become partners. It really needs to be a partnership. I have been on a couple of FAMs that it was a last minute opportunity. And, while they were productive, it wasn't it wasn't developing that partnership. And that's really what you want to try to accomplish on these. It's not just getting out and seeing another property. Our time is valuable, just like the supplier's time is incredibly valuable. Yep. So think it through, just like Edward was saying, think it through. What is the purpose of this? But really seek out some partners that you're congruent with, that you can build your business on, that they can help you build business, because that's a mutually beneficial situation.
And honestly, expect to come back exhausted from your FAM trips, because you should be utilizing.
It is working. Yeah.
Everybody, you're going from 6 a.m. and then you're networking at night. You want to make use of every single moment you're there. Because that's where, like you said, Aaron, it's a relationships business, and it's the same with how a travel advisor finds their clients. That's a relationship built business, but it's just as important on that other side. And a lot of new advisors don't realize that in the beginning.
Also, after a FAM, don't just collect the business cards from every hotel and place you went to. Follow up with the different properties, the excursions, the DMCs that you met, just to say, hey, thank you for the experience. Give them feedback on the whole FAM. The supplier side love to hear what they did right and what they did wrong. And then, if you have some prospects who might, based on the FAM, you have to arrange trip for them to that destination or that product, let them know. Let them know, hey, I might have some clients, so that they know that you are doing your part.
Exactly. Well, let's talk about networking etiquette and switch gears a little bit. So, I want to know, first of all, what is networking etiquette? And then what are some that you practice and believe in? So let's go ahead, Jeff. What do you have to say about this?
Oh, network etiquette. Yes. So basically, coming from a guy who does this a lot, right? It's trying to meet people that, whether it be your clients, whether it be suppliers, and whether it be anybody that you can talk to, because you're always going to have some kind of rapport with them. It's all, what is it, what it's all about in our business is relationship. It's a huge thing, regardless if it's on our side, from the industry side, or from the clientele side. We won't book with somebody, or we won't be friends with somebody if we don't trust them, or if we don't have a good rapport with them. So I guess the first thing that I would say is, extend yourselves out there, be humble. Like when you meet somebody, that's the first thing that I usually do. And don't be shy to meet somebody who's higher up, that might be a VP of a company, and you are just a new travel advisor in the industry, or even a supplier. If you're like a few months in, if you admire a particular person, reach out to that person and say hi to them. That's definitely one thing that I've done. Some people make fun of me with this, at least some of my friends make fun of me whenever we talk in conferences and trade shows, because they see me for 5 minutes and then I come back 30 minutes later and have a full-blown conversation with a person that I've never met before. So that's one thing that I have, at least.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I have to, for anybody that is like, oh, I'm just too nervous to talk to like a VP or a president of something, I'll tell you a story that'll make you feel a lot better about yourself. So I was at ASTA's legislative day, which typically, like, especially in the beginning, now more and more people are going to it, but especially in the beginning, it was a lot of people higher up. And so I was at, I don't know, a cocktail reception or something. And I always make an effort. This is like a networking tip as well. I always make an effort to go up and talk with people like, that seem like they're by themselves, or, whatever it is. So I go up to this table and there's this man standing there and I'm like, hi, like, I'm Steph Lee. Like, who are you? Da, 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 da. And he was like, oh, I'm David Harris. And I was like, oh, what do you do? And he was like, I'm the CEO of Ensemble. And I was like,
yep.
Oh, well, that's embarrassing. I am so sorry. I mean, they're just people. And, some people with a big ego would have been very irritated with me, but he was very gracious about it. He's like, I just came onto the job 4 months ago or whatever. And now I know David really well. But in case anyone ever feels bad, know that I have like stuck my foot in my mouth many, many times, but I have charmed them again with pictures of my dog and all is fine now.
There you go.
The answer to everything for networking.
I think the thing is too is just, I think the thing is some people, when they're good at socializing, that's like comes natural. But then when you call it networking, it's like, networking. I'm not sure if I know how to do that. You do. If you have friends, if you can talk to people, socialize at any event, that's networking. Exactly.
Yeah. Aaron, what do you do for networking? Well, I kind of know because I got an email from you. So, but go ahead and tell everyone else.
Yeah. Well, I guess one of the comments, since we were talking about etiquette here, is value the person's time.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times do you walk into a situation and, the popular suppliers, and there's a big line there, and you get one person that stands up there and is asking 45 different questions, and it's like, no, that is not the time. All right. Think about the supplier. I mean, they need to see all these other people also. That is their business. And the rest of us want to meet these people. So one of the things that I just do on a regular basis is just say, hey, thank you for taking a moment. Let's exchange cards. And when can I get in touch with you? And then move on. Let them do their job. But then they typically will remember, hey, that guy respected my time. And they'll also wonder, wait a minute, what is he about? And so that is really important. I think respecting their time, and then asking questions and shutting up. Let them talk. Okay, seriously. If they want to get to know you, they'll ask. But your job is to let them talk, and you get your questions answered, and they're going to walk away saying, "Wow, that was a great guy. You didn't even say a word."
Edward, did you have anything else? Okay, great.
I was going to say you also are not only respecting the time of the supplier, but you're respecting the time of your fellow travel advisors.
Exactly.
And
yes.
That goes a long way too, because you never know when you need something or whatever have you. And the person that you were in front of, who you were talking to 45 minutes to a supplier, and he or she was like, whatever. And then you go up and say, hey, I have a question. They might not be too open. So understand that.
Yeah, those are great points. And the other thing, I'll add one thing to this before we move on to our last question. The other thing I would say, and this is something I have just learned through the years, but I always just I'm always fascinated by people. So always chatting with people, finding their stories. And I've been doing that since I started the industry, not knowing how much that would help me. But, you know, anyone you talk to can come in handy. Like, even if it doesn't seem like it in the very beginning, I cannot tell you how many times throughout my career, there have been people I'm like, oh, well, actually, I know someone that does do sheep tours. Like, let me tell you about it. Or, you know, it adds so much to your knowledge. It adds so much to your network. And so, you know, I've definitely seen the people that are trying to network up and are like, oh, too low for me. Not going to deal with this. I would not take that approach.
Yeah, I was just going to say that too. As a supplier, there are, you know, a bunch of advisors or some people as well. Don't just shut off a person just because of their title, because you just never know, you know, that they might be the one helping you. If it's not them with their company, they might know the other people that might be able to help you. So just because, say, like, you know, you're, I don't know, whatever title, or I've dealt with a bunch of even suppliers and advisors, like, wait, who are you again? And then we're like, oh, you don't seem important to me, so I'm not going to talk to you anymore.
I know, it's terrible.
Yeah, be invested in the people that you're talking to, right? If you're networking, whether it be through social media, conferences, trade shows, and whatnot, if you're talking to a person, I think be invested with that particular person and then what they have to tell you. Because again, like you said, Steph, you just never know if that person will be the avenue or the means from point A to point Z.
Yeah, I mean, so here's a great example. So Mark Casto, the chairman of the board for ASTA, who we had on this morning for our keynote. He was one of the first people I met in the industry like 15 plus years ago at an ASTA event. We were like ASTA was very different 15 years ago than it is now. We were like one of 200 people at the show. And so we met way long ago. I would have no idea, you know, Mark's now chairman of the board and they were acquired by Flight Center. He's in charge of a very large branch. But you would just never know that so those relationships you build now, those people are going to be moving up in the companies over time. So if you want to be strategic, just think about that. Well, let's see. I've got one last question. So my question is, when do you follow up and any tips to effectively follow up? So let's start with you, Aaron, and then we'll do Edward and Jeff.
All right. Well, my goal is to try to fit into that person's schedule, but I want to be very definitive that I want to get on your schedule. All right. Does that make sense? It's not like, hey, let's get together sometime.
Yep.
Again, it goes back to being respectful of their time, but also showing that, no, I really do want to get in touch with you. When would be a good time? All right. So that would be my biggest thing, and not to let it go very long. And along those same lines, if I'm going to call somebody, I make sure that I'm going to get their cell phone, because I'll always text them first to make sure it's still a good time. Again, respect their time.
Great tips. All right, Edward, what do we got coming your way?
I think also remember that if you met them at a travel show or a trade show, keep in mind they're traveling most of the time. So don't let it be on a Wednesday and you're trying to call them on Thursday. Remember, ask them, hey, when are you going to get back home and have some time to carve out so we can speak? And then keep that in mind. Also, before we go, I have to say, have a very positive vibe about you, body language, when you're speaking. Because I'll tell you this, Steph, I don't know, every time I see you, you're full of energy, smiling, and when she asks for something, I can't say no. Just very important.
I'm going to need the picture of all the puppies in your building, Edward. Get that over. It's great for networking. Get back to me in the next couple of weeks.
I might have to look for puppies in my neighborhood now, you know, so.
Exactly. Well, that's very sweet. Thank you, Edward. I feel really fortunate because I'm naturally just like a really naturally happy person. And so it doesn't take any effort at all for me.
Well,
so, and then, and Jeff, what do you have for your follow-up tips?
For me, I would just say, like, if you're leaving a conference, give them a couple of days. Everybody's catching up on emails. Give them a couple of days, and you're fighting against other suppliers as well. Again, coming from the supplier side, you're fighting against other suppliers who are also trying to send emails right there, because they're thinking, if you're not first, you're last. Thank you, Ricky Bobby. But the other thing is also say something that you think that would, like a small detail that would make the other person remember you. Maybe from the topic that you guys had, or maybe from something that you had that you thought about. There was one conference where a president of one company ordered milk from the bar, and I remembered that. So hey, I'm the guy who bought the milk. I'm the guy who bought the milk from the bar. It was great meeting you. And I'm like, yes, I definitely remember who you are.
That's exactly, that's a great tip, because one of the things I often do when I'm at a conference is I wear a flower in my hair. Plastic flowers, but you got to do what you got to do. I'm partially because I like doing that, but also during the conferences, it really helps people remember. They're like, oh, you're the person that had the flower in their hair, right? And I'm like, correct. And then when you go by the Hawaii booth, they always think I'm Hawaiian, and I am like, no, I am not Hawaiian, but I love that you think I am. So that's another fun tip. Well, let's see. We are running a little short on time, but we've got another group coming in. But Edward, Aaron, Jeff, it was wonderful to have you on. Thank you so much for sharing your networking tips, because I think this is honestly the first time I've seen this kind of as a topic, and I love it. So thank you for pitching it. Love the idea, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. It's great to meet you guys. Yeah.
Yes, and we will see you all at an industry event soon, and we will have milk at the bar together.
Exactly.
Oh my God. I can't wait to meet you in person.
It's going to happen one day, Edward. We're going to meet in person, and it will be joyous.
Yes.
There you go. I love it. I want to be a part of this. I want to be part of this networking.
We're gonna be on a thread together, and it's going to happen. Maybe we can bring in some photographers. Juan in the background can maybe produce it for us. I mean, I don't want to go too overboard, but this is great. This is where the seed started.
There we go. I love it. I'm all for it.
Great topic.
All right.
I can't wait to meet. Well, the only one I've met in person is Jeff. We've known each other for years, but
all right.
I'm looking forward to meeting you, Aaron. Networking.
Absolutely, Edward.
This was a great conversation.
Yes.
Perfect. Well, thank you guys again so much, and we will see you soon. Well, let's see.
Thank you.
Next up, we've got yet another EduSpot for you, and we are just getting started today. Our next EduSpot is by Vanessa McGovern, one of the founders of Gifted Travel Network, and she'll be sharing some tips from some of GTN's top producing advisors last year and how they made that happen. She is a ball of energy. If you haven't met her, she is a huge dog lover. I do know this. And I just learned something else about Vanessa that I absolutely love when I saw in my Facebook feed that her husband does astronomy photography. So Vanessa, we need to talk after this sometime. But today's EduSpot with Vanessa is sponsored by our friends over at G Adventures. And when I say friends, I truly do mean it, as Jeremy Brady is about as wonderful as it gets. I met him through B2B networking. We were in Puerto Vallarta this last fall together for an event. So I know that for people watching, sponsorships can interrupt the flow of things, but hopefully, A, you're as appreciative as I am that there are sponsors that keep this event free for advisors, and B, you can learn something new about G Adventures. So I'm going to turn it over and let's hear a little bit about G Adventures, and then Jeremy will turn it over to Vanessa for the EduSpot.
There we go. Lost my my mute button there, but thank you, everyone. Excited to be here this week and show you the world of G in a couple minutes. So we'll do what we call G in 3 and then maybe some change. But I'm super excited to kind of share just a breakdown of what G Adventures is, where we fit in the travel space, and just kind of give you a little rundown on an incentive that we're having right now from the month from January through April. and then onward into some agent resources that we have to close it out. So in terms of where we fall in the travel space, G Adventures is the world's largest adventure travel company. We are the pioneers of small group travel. And how we define small group travel is no more than 16 travelers on all of our experiences. So what we really try to do, though, is take it a step further and bring an immersive experience for your travelers. So we are built to support local communities. Our belief that is if travel is done right, we can support and bring change to these communities and help them thrive. So you'll see we use local hotels, we use local operators, and more importantly, we use local guides. So all of our guides are from the region. They're there to provide that in-depth knowledge of the destination, but also make you feel like you're part of the environment of the community and interact with your environment. Now, the way I like to describe us is we're more of a hybrid between a traditional motor coach escorted tour and a do-it-yourself traveler. We're in the middle. So we have the comforts of an escorted tour, but then built-in free time for you to pick and choose your own adventure per se. Now, in terms of where we go, we're in over 100 countries on all 7 continents, and we have about 650 tours to choose from. So yes, I know that's a lot. You're probably like, Jeremy, where do I start? So to help you out, here's kind of a list of what we're seeing for trends for 2023, which align almost perfectly with our top selling destinations. So if you want to start with G Adventures, we're known for places like Costa Rica, places like Peru, Morocco, South Africa. And more importantly, when you get into the qualifying side of things, we have to look at travel styles. And as travel advisors, it's very, very important that you qualify your traveler and you match them with the right travel style. So we've taken the opportunity here to segment our trips into various travel styles to help you match them with the right trip for them that fits their needs, but also matches them with like-minded individuals. Now, as for the sake of time, I know I can't go over every single one. I would love to. But just to kind of give you an idea, on the far left there, you'll see we have our youth brands, our Romies, which is our Hostel World collaboration. That's going to be more for that backpacker. And then you jump over to Classic. That's our main travel style for G Adventures. That's the quintessential G Adventures experience. So that's where you'll see things like major highlights included, and then those built-in secondary activities for you to kind of choose from. And then on the upper end of the echelon is our National Geographic Journeys. So that's going to be our most upgraded travel style, where it's going to be about a 3.5, 4-star level. That's going to have more education focused in terms of exclusive National Geographic content in there. So it's learning, education, fun, all sorts in the mix. And then we also have some niche ones like active, wellness, and marine, which by the titles of themselves, you can probably gather what they're going to be about. Now, to close out the final few minutes, I just wanted to share that we are having our largest agent campaign out there. It's called G-Normous. So if you are viewing this live, you are here at the right time. And then also, if you're viewing this before April, this agent campaign is 4 months long with $75,000 in cash prizes, weekly giveaways, and also bonus commissions. So we'll be dropping a link in the YouTube comments. So please check that out and gather that link with that pertinent information, and you will be good to go. But to lastly close it out, we do have agent resources available for you. Our agent booking portal is Sherpa, and that's where you'll have access to make live bookings and also do more in-depth training in our agent backpack. So that'll have all those G101, that'll have some National Geographic certification trainings in there, and then some additional, sorry, I keep saying additional. And they'll have some adventure travel updates as well from ATTA. And then the one thing I do recommend joining is our agent Facebook group, the US Agents of Change Facebook group. This is our community for you to help you. It has fellow G employees and fellow advisors that love G, happy to support and answer any questions on there for you and keep you up to date with the latest and greatest from G Adventures. So to close it all out, I just want to say we're very excited as we emerge out of COVID. Like I mentioned, if travel is done right, it can help these destinations emerge much quicker and recover, and we can't wait to have you join our movement. So here's a list of our BDMs for you. And as I get ready to close out, I just want to say I'm very excited for our next presenter. Vanessa McGovern is a very inspirational person for me and a mentor, and I'm super excited to have her share top tips from her top advisors at Gifted Travel. So let me go ahead and fumble through trying to shut this off, and I should be good.
All right.
Hello. Hi. Thank you, Jeremy. I'm fumbling now too. It's my turn. I think you see my screen. I'm just going to quickly go to my presentation so you see mine. Hold on one moment. Here we go. How's that? Are we up? All right, perfect. Well, thank you so much. Jeremy, it was such a pleasure to hear from you. Jeremy is a dear friend, a very good partner to Gifted Travel Network. In fact, a small plug to G Adventures, one of our top producers whom I will actually talk about during this presentation, just came back from a G Adventures trip to the Galapagos. And if you want to get inspired, you can go to J5 Travel on Facebook and scroll down his feed and see the recent photos from the Galapagos. So it's very inspiring. I am absolutely thrilled to be able to talk to you today on top tips from top producers. It's a very exciting, we had a very exciting year in 2022. We had a record-breaking year in 2022. And I wanted to start by acknowledging that because I know there were many travel advisors all over the industry that had a huge year. So congratulations to those of you that celebrated top producer status in your own way. And I just want to know that for those of you that are looking to get to top producer status, there are so many ways to get there. And that is the beauty of this industry because there's just so many paths to success and it looks differently for everybody. And you just have to find your own version of it. And we define it really at Gifted Travel Network as making sure that you are feeling financially successful and that you're not tied to your business. Also, we also measure success in your well-being and being able to, do what you want on your own terms. And that's really entrepreneurship as well. And, our top producers are sharing that the tips that you're going to hear from the top producers, they're a huge range of tips, some practical, you're going to hear specific strategies that I'm going to share, as well as maybe some aggregate, some mindset as well on how they're thinking about their business to help you with that as well. But really at the heart of our top tips from top producers is really their passion and their energy and their complete devotion and dedication to our industry and to their craft. They treat themselves as the professionals that they are. And it's truly a joy to work with our top producers at Gifted Travel Network. Just to give you a little sense of what I mean about top producers. In fact, Steph, maybe you can help me out. I'm not sure I can see the chat, but I want to ask the audience a question. Hopefully that's allowed. Yes. When I say top producers, like I'm sharing top tips from top producers, just share what number you think that is. Like what do you define? Are we learning from a fill in the blank sales number type producer? I'm curious as to that. So maybe you can read me out some answers that we're getting in the chat in terms of top producers.
I sure can. It is a little bit delayed. So I'll get back to you in about 30 seconds. So you can keep moving and then and then I'll jump back on. How does that sound?
Okay, that sounds good. I will not reveal what the number is until I hear from you. So let's start with Elite Travel Designs. This is a husband and wife team based in the Boca Raton area. You can follow them on Instagram. They're very active. So there's their handle and their website, their beautiful brand. And Jamie and Eric Paul finished #1 in our top producers and #1 in Gifted Travel Network out of almost 400 travel advisors. So that was pretty impressive. So let's share a little quote here from Jamie and Eric. They said, specialize in something you are passionate about. There's that word again, and become an expert in it. Show them excellent service. They will come back to you to book their next trip. Use that to build your book of clients. So they started, they tried to get as many Disney trips as they could, and we knew it well. Now, the most common question is, do we get clients? The most common question we get from clients after they return is, do you also book other destinations? So this is a very common point of entry for travel professionals to start as a Disney focused advisor. We see that a lot, right? And that's a great way to start your business. If ultimately you want your business to be to fulfill you financially, you may need to sort of look at your business model if it is all focused on Disney, because, you know, with a yield of 10%, it might not give you the profit that you desire for your household income. And so if you are at that stage, know that you can catapult your business to anything you want it to be, even if you just have a book of business that falls into the Disney only category. And it's very inspiring to hear from Jamie and Eric, because they've gone and they continue to do that book of business. They've chosen to stay firm in Disney. And Eric actually is a complete guru in Disney. He actually booked my family's personal Disney vacation last year in March, and I literally couldn't have functioned at the parks if I hadn't, you know, had Eric do that. And I think many of you know the value of that. And now they've built an incredible business with a luxury, focused on luxury business too, but they can do all sorts of budgets. And so don't be shy to start where you are and then build from that. And that is a tip from Jamie and Eric. And I hope that that resonates. In fact, another tip that I'll share with you about them is Elite Travel Designs was not the name that they originally started their business with. It was Journey 365. They felt that it was a general name for their business, and it was a nice name. There's nothing wrong with that name, but it was very general, right? And now as they branched beyond Disney, and they're also in the premium luxury market, they felt they needed another name that better encompassed the caliber of trips that they're curating for their clients. And so don't be shy to rebrand. And so in the height, you know, actually in the height of the pandemic, they decided this was their time to regroup, and they did it then. And so they've now launched Elite Travel Designs. So I'm going to move on now to J5 Travel. I referenced them, John in the middle there, with Kendall and Shanna, who work on his team. John now has a team of 5, I believe. So John has an interesting model. I believe he's bringing old as new. You know, before, you know, the internet, you know, the traditional brick and mortar model, which still exists, of course, was primarily travel agents sitting at a desk and working in an office and booking travel, and that was more of the employee model. And now, as the host model has come up fast and furiously, we saw over the last 10 years or so, more than that, the rise of the IC model. Well, now some ICs, in John's case, business owners and affiliated with hosts, are now actually shifting into the employee model. And so he actually has, Shanna and Kendall pictured here. They were all on a fam to Hawaii. That's why they're dressed the way they are, because they were in Hawaii. They're actually employees of J5 Travel. And that's a trend we're seeing as well with our top producers within Gifted Travel Network. And it just allows for more control over the J5 brand, because you can control things when you have an employee versus sub agents. That's sort of the nature of that. So that's just a little bit about J5 Travel. So let's share his tip. This is from John. Even after 7 years selling luxury, it's still easy to sell from my own wallet. But we have now fully overcome this. And I know this is something that a lot of us suffer from, is selling from our own wallet. So this is really what he wanted to focus on for his top tip. So for example, we currently have a client inquiry for Maui early next year for a group. And he actually shared this with me last year. So it's for 2023 for a group of 8. So that means we will be quoting the presidential suite at Four Seasons for $140K. He's likely to flinch and instead go with Andaz for $60K, but at least it's out there and you just never know. Always aim higher than you think and can come down if needed. I think that's really good advice. The worst thing that we can do in the sales cycle at any conversation that you're having with your client is assuming, and you are going to lose a lot of money by assuming. And so you want to offer the best. In fact, this was something that a BDM once shared with us early on at a GTN conference years ago. It was actually a rep for Crystal Cruises. And I remember she said, no one is ever going to be offended by being offered the best. So just go for it and give them the experience that you believe is possible. And if they have to come down in budget, they'll come down in budget. So that's a tip from John. Here's another big one. Our weekly electronic newsletter, also known as the e-zine, has been up-leveled over time. So John sends out a weekly communication to his distribution list, to all his clients and prospects, that he writes because he's a subject matter expert, just like all of you are. So both on our own travels and featured themes each week are always aimed at high end, and pricing is almost never referred to, reinforcing the message of how we can serve high net worth clients in a week out, in and week out, has likely helped our growth substantially, mainly by raising the average transaction size. So you've got to paint the picture of what's possible, because that's the thing. Your clients, your prospects, they don't know what they don't know. They don't know what's possible. You know what's possible. You're the travel expert. So make sure that you are constantly emailing a consistent weekly newsletter that establishes you as a subject matter expert, and also features the things you want to sell and what you want to recommend. This has been a huge component of J5 Travel's growth. I'd like to move on to EDQ, as we affectionately call her at Gifted Travel Network. Her actual name is Elizabeth Dekiak, but I'd also like to ask Steph if we have any feedback on the range that I was asking for earlier.
Yes, we do. So we have mostly people that say $1 million, and then we had an outlier who was like maybe 2 to 5 million.
Okay, I love that. Thank you for playing along. So I will share with you that the advisors I'm featuring, I've just talked about Jamie and Eric. I talked about J5, John. I'm now going to talk about Elizabeth, and then I have Kathy and Stephanie Goldberg-Glazer coming up as well. You'll hear from that. So that's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of our members. Their aggregate sales together for 2022 was $18,615,000.
Oh, wow. We were off.
The range between the 5 of them is from 2 million to 4.8.
Well, yeah, kudos to the person who went above and beyond. You know, it's just like you said, Vanessa, always shoot above. No one's going to be insulted by it.
And I want to give a big shout out for any GTN members on here that know this. So our top producers club this year is 40 members, and they're all over $1 million in sales. So we have really amazing advisors here. So Elizabeth Dekiak, her top tip, one of her top many tips, is to ask for recommendations and don't be shy about sharing them. So this is an example to remember to be asking for your recommendations constantly. So here's one that she posted on her social media. I will have a copy of this presentation for you to download so you can read through that later. I won't read through it right now, but it's just sharing how wonderful it was to work with her, obviously, and how attentive she was. So make sure you're asking for those recommendations on your various platforms. Here's a really good one that I love about that Elizabeth shares. She doesn't like to actually give the specific details of where she actually is when she's posting, which I think is super clever. So she'll post some extremely beautiful image of wherever she is when she's on a FAM, and she'll do this, which there's an example right here. So this is an example of a post she made. This was an actual image she used, and she said, gorgeous, post the gorgeous hotel and say, this gem of a resort is perfect for families looking for a lot to do, and then add detailed examples, or if you must say which resort or hotel, say, I know which rooms have the best view and have been renovated recently, and which to avoid because of the noise. When booking through me, I'll be sure to, and then you insert your copy there. Or she posts about a restaurant that she was at, and she's like, part of my job is finding hidden gem places like this, away from the tourist traps, like this little trattoria in Rome, but with no name, because obviously they have to reach out to her to figure out what the name is. So I thought that was a clever tip. This is another one about what you want to sell. So focus on, decide what you want to sell. Like in this case, she wants to sell more African safaris. You can't control how many African safaris you're actually going to get, but you can control goals like posting about African safaris, 2 times a week. Take an Africa travel course, join a Facebook page on safari specialists, attend webinars on African safaris, do a Zoom event, go on a safari fam, add safari specialty to your website. So you get the hint. So that's a tip from Elizabeth in terms of getting more referrals for the types of bookings you want to do. And so focus on that. All right, I'm going to move to Amori Travel Designs by Kathy Rollin. And so Kathy, you said I'm a ball of energy, Steph. Well, Kathy rivals me in the network. She is also a ball of energy as well. Here's a great one. Make a list of potential group opportunities. By this, I mean, who has a wine club? Who does cycling? Who has a following on Instagram or Facebook? Find something that you could relate to and make a list of names and send them out. Send them an email or contact them by phone. The worst they can say is no. Kathy is the queen of the ask. It's so inspiring. She's literally not afraid of the word no. So if you are afraid of the word no, that's something to explore and get curious with and help yourself overcome, because I will say that top producer characteristics is that they're not scared of that word. She loves SEO. This was something that drove a lot of leads to her business last year. She hired a marketing company to fine tune her SEO, and she got some amazing leads to her travel business with SEO. Don't DIY SEO. You really want to hire somebody that's an expert in that. And here's another great company that you might not know. There's a company out there called LeadBeat that Kathy wanted to share, which will supply actual leads for you. So active/interested clients for river cruises or ocean cruises, honeymoons, for example. It's a great source, of course, if you're willing to pay for it, or if you're struggling to get your foot in the door to start getting clients. LeadBeat is a company that she has used and that she recommends. So let's move to Live Well, Travel Often. This is Stephanie Goldberg-Glaser, also affectionately known in the network as SGG. That's an easier way for us to pronounce her name. So SGG shares, the first thing is that it's a long game. That's her tip. If you are just looking for a quick sale, you may get it, but then what? I have built my business on relationships. I get to know my clients and then they get to trust me so I can create trip after fabulous trip for them. So it takes longer at the beginning to build the network of people that trust you, but it is worth it in the end. You know, I know we're a society that thrives on instant gratification. It's like, if I can't connect my Wi-Fi to my computer immediately, I'm extremely frustrated, right? I think we can all relate to that. We want like results immediately. And so I think SGG's tip is very insightful, and it's just a good reminder that for many of you, you might be planting the seeds of success right now, and they will blossom, and you've planted it, and they are going to get nurtured. And just like a plant, you need to water it, you need to put it in sunlight, you need to say nice things to it, watch your self-talk, and really focus on the fact that it is a long game. Here's another great tip. The other important thing is to leverage relationships. Ask people for help. Work with your supplier partners like G Adventures. There is a reason we call them partners. Join a host agency that feels like it's the right fit. And of course, with host agency reviews, you can review all of them and decide who the right fit is for you. She shares that she increased her sales by 50% the year after joining GTN and another 30% the year after that. So for 2022, I finished just under 5 million. And when she started with GTN, she had barely broke 500. I will share that Stephanie Goldberg-Glaser gives as much as she gets. And she showed up to GTN. So when you join your host agency or you're with your host agency, you know, give. The people that give get the most. And she definitely falls into that category. So that's a great success story. So those are the tips. And I think I'm getting to the end as well. I'm just creeping up on that time. So Stephanie, I have a QR code for anybody that wants to download a copy of this presentation, because I know I channeled my inner auctioneer right now to make sure that I shared all the tips in the right amount of time. And so if you want a copy of this presentation, just scan this QR code and we'll make sure to get it to you so that you can follow or you can consume that content. And then you can follow me on LinkedIn. I'm active on LinkedIn. I've just launched a newsletter and I'd love for you to follow that as well. And that is it. I'd love to take questions.
Yeah, that's fantastic, Vanessa. I'm just jumping into the comments to see what we've got there. Well, people are liking all these tips, and I have to say, I have been liking them as well. It's always like, that's kind of one of the reasons I love working at Host Agency Reviews, is you get to see the way, you get to peek into so many people's businesses and see what makes them successful. And, you know, if you like it, you can tweak it to fit your business. So that's really great. Let's see. Oh, are there any questions in here that I'm missing? I don't see any questions in there right now, but Vanessa, while I have you on here, well, no, your husband's astrophotography. When did this happen?
Oh, that's a good question. He's always loved photography. it's a thing. Just kind of, he's a tech guy. He's an IT guy. So photography was a natural thing for him to do. But during the pandemic, he would just disappear into the backyard for like hours on end in the evening. And I was just working, burning the midnight oil. And I would see him going outside and I didn't know what he was doing for a couple of months because it was like Blur's day for so many months during the lockdown. And all of a sudden, after like 6 months of him doing this, you know, whatever hobby, I knew he was tinkering with his telescope. He started showing me pictures and I was like, wait, what are you doing back there? And so it started then. And since then, he sort of nurtured it. And of course, I keep trying to figure out a way to monetize his passion. And he keeps, you know, telling me, nope, he just wants to do it as a hobby. So stay tuned. Maybe I can get him over that hump because I feel like I should submit his photos to something because it's just so amazing.
That's so cool. It's really, really exciting. I've got to talk to Donnie about this. I know that, let's see, can you include the link to the presentation? I missed the QR code. Oh no, there we go. Host agency reviews, put it in there. We're good to go. Okay, team's already on top of that.
Yes, your team is on it.
We are totally on it. And thank you, because GTN had quite a few advisors and team members that spoke this week on different things.
Yes,
so thank you for the huge present. Well, thank you for submitting your proposals. So for anyone tuning in, if you're interested in speaking Host Week 2024, which seems like it's far away, but it's going to sneak up on you. Definitely think about it, because we had 40 submissions this year. And I love hearing from new voices. We all love to hear from new voices, people's experiences. That's what's worked for them. So that is something to think about. So Vanessa, thank you so much for coming on. I really, really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me, Steph, and congratulations on a successsul Host Week.
Thank you so much.
Reviews are amazing. Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Yes, we'll talk to you soon. Well, let's see. I always love to hear, like I said, tips from successful advisors, and that really hit the spot. Vanessa did a great job of jam-packing a ton of information into there. If you need to rewatch it again or at a slower pace, you can definitely do that, because all of these are recorded. And if you are brand new to the industry and you are liking the content that HAR creates and the style in which we educate things, don't forget that we just launched our very own course, The Ultimate Guide to Starting Your Travel Agency. And if you've done some reading up and you're pretty sure you'd enjoy a career as a travel advisor, then now is the time to buy the course, because it's going to save you loads of time, so you can get started and have the peace of mind of knowing you're learning from people who have literally helped thousands of people, probably tens of thousands through the years, people start their agencies. And we make sure that you're not missing any important pieces of the puzzle. So if you're at that point where you're ready to make the leap and open your agency, we're going to put the link in to the course landing page in the comments, as well as a link to the session on Monday where we talked a little bit about it when we unveiled it. And then last thing to mention on it, we also have a 50% off Host Week code for it that ends February 12th. And make sure to take advantage of that as something you're like wavering on and think you might be doing it. Because I will tell you, we're one of the companies that really believes in price integrity. So we're not one of those ones that is always like, oh, it's a 50% sale, but that's really actually like the Kohl's of the world, that always have things like that are on sale. So this is really something special we're doing to celebrate Host Week. And if you just jumped on now, thanks for joining us. I'm Steph Lee, the founder of Host Agency Review, the MC for this week. Welcome. Our next EduSpot, it's actually a mini spot, which means they're a little bit smaller. We have Patty Noonan from the Travel Institute. So let's go ahead and bring Patty in. Hello, Patty. How are you?
Hey, Steph. How are you doing?
Good. Some of you may recognize Patty from last year. She had quite a few sessions last year during Host Week. And then this year, like I said, we had a crazy amount of people submitting proposals, and we had to cut everybody down from like 45 minutes to 30 because I can't do math and made a big error. So thank you for joining us, Patty, for this short little thing. Why don't you go ahead and tell us what's new? Because I know there's been some cool new things again at the Travel Institute for 2023.
Thanks so much, Steph. I always appreciate coming on your event. I've had the opportunity today to listen to some of your speakers, and I'm so excited, not just to be here, but I'm excited to see the enthusiasm. I mean, here we are in January, a brand new year. And right out of the gate, there's just so much interest in getting into travel, to improving your skills, investing in yourself. I mean, I feel a whole different energy, and I'm sure you do too. And I'm feeling it from the other speakers as well, because I think it's really the first full year that we're out of COVID, and people just are feeling so hopeful again about the industry. So anyway, thank you for doing.
No, I agree with you, by the way, on that.
It's
100%.
what?
I agree with you 100% on that. It's like people are crawling out of that hole and they're like running. They're like, yeah, I'm free.
It's an inspiration to see not only the consumer interest in working with a travel agent, all those do-it-yourselfers, all those years out there trying to maneuver and figure it out on their own. And they now recognize that they really need a travel professional to help them to do that, because, you know, it's travel. Things go wrong.
Yeah.
Things get canceled. It's a big world out there. And to have an advocate is just it's not a luxury. It's a necessity, you know? So anyway, a little bit about the Travel Institute before I jump in and talk about what's new. We've been around since 1964, which is quite an accomplishment because we are a not-for-profit. And what that means to the people that we work with and who we try to help is that we're not beholden to anyone. You'll notice if you go to my website, there's no advertising on there. We really do try to be the Switzerland of education out there. It's all that we do. We're not a host, we're not a school, but we work with all of the hosts and the different schools that are out there. But we really, our focus is on the content, constantly looking for new ways to bring exciting education, bring new courses out based on the feedback that we get from our members and the students that go through our program. So we offer, from day one, our mission has been to provide quality education, professional development, whether you're just starting out in the industry or you've been doing this for 20, 30 years. We've got leadership courses, we've got management courses, and industry recognized certification. To date, we have certified over 27,000 travel professionals out there. We offer 3 different levels of certification. We've got the CTA, which is definitely our most popular course, Steph. Almost everyone goes through the CTA at some point throughout their career. And then we've got the CTC, which is the Certified Travel Counselor, which is really management focused. And then the Certified Travel Industry Executive for those that are interested in leadership courses. So, you know, we try and keep moving people through their career. It's you know, we never stop learning. And I don't care where you're getting your, you know, if there's a lot of great resources, you have wonderful resources, we have great resources. So there's a lot of choices for people out there. And it's really just a matter of finding what's going to be the best fit for you, what's going to get you excited, and what your exact needs are as well. So what I thought I would do is just show you, let me see here, let me pop over. I think first what I'm going to do is just show you the CTA. This is, again, our most popular, our Certified Travel Associate course. Most people who come into this, once they get the entry level education, that foundation that they need, then the next step for them is to enroll in the CTA. It will really give them the skills that they need to be a successful frontline travel agent. And I'll just show you here. Everything's online. We make it very simple. It's not a book. We have some amazing support groups. We've got not only our team that's engaged with people going through the program, but we also have a very active Facebook group with people who are actually going through the program or have just graduated from the program. And people are, you know, people are so generous with their time and sharing their knowledge and their challenges and their inspiration, that there's just a lot of support. Our goal is to get you enrolled and to get you through the program so that you can start taking advantage of the benefits of being a certified travel agent. One of the biggest advantages right now, as I was mentioning about consumers realizing that they really need to be working with a travel agent. If you read the Wall Street Journal, if you read USA Today and other respected newspapers out there, one of the things that they're saying over and over again when they're talking about finding that professional, how do you vet them? What is it that you need to be looking for? One comes up all the time, and it's make sure that you're working with a certified professional, someone who takes their profession seriously, that they've invested the time to become certified. So here, just to show you some of the courses, it was just updated last year. Again, that's something that we do. We're constantly working on keeping all of our programs updated and fresh. So you can see we cover business ethics, business writing, communication, so important for frontline selling agents, obviously customer service, the sale, got to know how to sell. You'll notice in here, as I'm going through this, there's no supplier training. We don't talk specifically about cruising. We don't talk specifically about booking airline tickets. We leave that up to those suppliers to provide that training because it changes so much. So we're here, and the suppliers also recognize they can train as much as they want on their product. People can know everything they know about a particular cruise line, but if they don't know how to market, if they don't know how to communicate, if they don't understand customer service, they're going to be left in the dust because those are such important components to being successful in travel. So you can see here, you've got practical skills and you have the professional skills there as well. So that's basically the CTA. In addition to certification, we have what I call gap training. You know, again, recognizing that putting together a course and then assuming that that's going to fit everyone's needs, that's a challenge. Everybody comes from a different background. Everybody comes with a different skill set. You might be great at sales, but you're terrible at marketing. You might be great at marketing, but you don't understand social media. So what we have here is we call it member access. And I love this because it's what I call a la carte training. And you go in and you pick, it's a subscription, and you go in and you pick and choose what you need when you need it. We have an annual subscription, which is $169, or you can do it month to month, and you can cancel at any time. So for instance, our business planning, so important, especially for anybody on here that's relatively new, putting out a roadmap and understanding, the steps. This is a complicated business, and so many people come in thinking that it's just fun and easy, and it's not going to be challenging, and that's just not the case. This is serious business. You're dealing with people's dreams. You're dealing with people's finances, money, all of those things. So really having a solid business plan is important. We include business ethics because we think that's important as well. We also have all of our destination courses in here. So you've got Hawaii and the Caribbean, and these are all, you can just, like I said, you can just go in and pick and choose what you need when you need it. And we keep all of these up to date. We recently launched these 3 European destination specialist courses. We're getting ready to launch on February 9th. We're launching our brand new luxury specialist course, which I'm really excited about because that's another category where people need to constantly be growing. You need to constantly be moving your clients along, upselling them little by little so that they get to the point where they can never go back to, a cheap hotel or a cheap cruise. You want to keep moving them along. That's just a good business plan. One of the other new courses that we added in here is travel agency finances, which again, that's important. People have to understand how to make money. And it's a combination of, negotiating your commissions, looking at overrides. Do you get an extra 3 or 4 points by booking this particular week instead of the week before? You have to be smart when you're going through this. This again just helps you kind of figure that out. In addition to all of these, we also include all of our webinars, our archived webinars, and every week we're bringing in industry experts that support the Travel Institute, and they're sharing their information, and we make sure all of these are included. We also, those same experts give us these Friday fives that come to anybody that's in here. So, just some really, really good tips for people in there. In addition, you've got marketing, sales, customer service, all sorts of other courses that you can pretty much pick and choose from. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. We've got the luxury travel coming out. And again, this is based on feedback that we get from our members and our students that are going through our courses, what's important to them. And we're looking at updating our wellness course is probably going to be launched sometime in May for 2023. So lots going on, lots of good things. If you're not familiar with us, we do these fabulous webinars every week, and they're free. And we really encourage you to take advantage of a lot of the resources that we offer. We're also price sensitive. Our mission is to help you to be as successful as possible. That's what we want to do.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's fantastic. Thank you so much, Patty, because the amount of content you have is just really remarkable and great. And the CTA course, one thing to clarify, because if I'm remembering correctly, that one, you have to be in the industry for a year. Is that right? Before you?
Well, we also,
for 12 months?
Since 1994, there's a test. Basically it's a standardized test that's been around. Actually, it was put together with ASTA and the Travel Institute back in 1994. If you pass that TAP test, which you can take it independently or you can take it in conjunction with one of my introductory courses, if you get an 80 or better on that, and a lot of people choose to go that route, you can go directly into the CTA. So,
oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah. So there is a workaround that 1 year experience.
That's fantastic. Thank you for letting us know. Yeah. I always love getting like little tidbits like that. Hopefully it'll stick in my head. We'll see.
I know.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I just peeked in. I don't see any questions, but I see a lot of Patty fans in the audience. So they're saying hello to you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you.
Yes. Well, we really appreciated having you on. Thank you so much for telling us more about the Travel Institute. If people want to check it out, you can go to thetravelinstitute.com and check it out. And for right now, we are running a little bit ahead of schedule. So we are going to go ahead and take a break, but we will be back in just a few minutes with another EduSpot.
Thanks, Steph.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Steph Lee, the founder of Host Agency Reviews, and we are getting ready for another fabulous EduSpot. So this next one is recorded ahead of time, which I'm a little disappointed about, but I know that Carolyn is watching because I just got an email from her on the break, embarrassingly telling me how to pronounce her last name because I said Sekerkak. And even though we've been emailing back and forth, she was the one I talked about earlier with the bearded dragon, where I send her pictures of my dogs and she sends me back pictures of her bearded dragons. And I've been saying her name wrong for years and years in my head. So, but I am glad and I'm excited about this because I'm going to blame it on the fact that I've been in a room by myself for days, just talking to a screen by myself. So this EduSpot is one that's close to my heart and one I'm very much looking forward to. I'm so happy that Amy and Carolyn submitted it during the speaking proposals, because as some of you may know, I have a chronic illness called cryoglobulinemia vasculitis. How's that for a mouthful? But it can be really debilitating for me during flares and can leave me in wheelchairs and bedbound, unable to walk. I get really weak for days, weeks, months. So it was very, very eye-opening for me. The reason I'm sharing this is it was so eye-opening for me as a formerly able-bodied person that had traveled around the world by herself, figuring out how to navigate the world. And this wasn't even going anywhere far, but when your body doesn't work. And so it's even harder when you actually have to travel when you do that. So that as a skill set for a travel advisor, to be able to help people in those situations is a huge skill set that you can have that can add a lot to what you're giving clients. So it's close to my heart for that reason. And no matter what your age and ability level is, I think these sessions are really important to tune into. If you're not specializing in accessible travel, it's still important to tune into because it can really help you build the empathy and help you learn as an advisor to have a better understanding of how to look through the eyes of someone who may have mobility or sensory issues or any other things that might make traveling more difficult, that add another layer onto travel, so that as an advisor, knowing this, it can make you invaluable to clients, so that when the next time you're doing a site or a ship inspection, you can keep in mind some of these tips that Amy and Carolyn will go over. So let me just go ahead and read their bios. And I don't think... Oh, nope. Carolyn does mention Bob in there, not specifically, though, by name. So Amy owns Wicked Travel Concierge, which is built on the belief that travel should be accessible to everyone. She is happily hosted at KHM Travel Group, where she is a member of the Agent Advisory Board 2021 Agent of the Year for Disney Parks and Resorts, and the co-administrator for the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Amy lives outside of New Orleans with her husband, 2 children, and motley crew of animals. She has a background in education, nonprofit work, and blogging. So when Amy's not talking travel, you can find her riding, it's getting late, reading, watching live music, and driving her kids to and from the cheer gym. Now, Carolyn, and this is not Carolyn Sekerkak, this is Carolyn Sicker. Oh, Carolyn, I screwed it up. I'm sorry. I'm going to get this right. I'll get it right next time. Carolyn is the Director of Marketing Strategy and Community Engagement at KHM Travel Group. With a background in communications, graphic design, and nonprofit leadership, she helps the host agency reach and engage new and existing members and leads their internal charitable initiatives team, KHM Cares. She is a founding member of the host agency's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion program and was honored as the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion 2020 Corporate Ambassador Award. So serving alongside Amy Garner as a co-administrator of the DEI board, Carolyn is passionate about making sure that all travel agents have what they need to be successful and help others travel the world. She lives in Cleveland, Ohio with her pet dog, 3 adorable reptiles, which includes Bob. Haven't heard about these other ones. I haven't gotten pictures, so I'm not as close with them. And Carolyn also enjoys traveling to the beach, landscape photography, all things crafting, and watching reality TV. So without further ado, I am going to turn it over so we can hear what they have to say.
Everyone, and thanks for joining us today for Growing Your Business Through Accessible Travel. I'm Carolyn Sekerkak, the Director of Marketing Strategy and Community Engagement at KHM Travel Group. And I'm also co-administrator of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Initiatives.
And I'm Amy Garner. I'm also the co-administrator of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at KHM, as well as the owner of Wicked Travel Concierge, which is a travel agency that specializes in family and accessible travel. I'm also a certified accessible travel advocate.
So I'm going to start by talking a little bit about exactly what accessible travel is. The United Nations defines accessible travel as the ongoing endeavor to ensure that tourist destinations, products, and services are accessible to all people, regardless of their physical limitations, their disabilities, visible or invisible, or their age. It's also known as special needs travel. So we all know that the needs of travelers can be so diverse that there's an incredible opportunity here for agents with the right knowledge and connections to really make a difference for their clients. So I'm going to bring Amy back on to talk a little bit about the clients she's served and talk about some of the different special needs that they have.
So here's some examples of special needs. Remember that special needs are not limited to just people with disabilities, but it could be someone who's experiencing some kind of short-term challenge, like a broken limb, following a car accident, or even pregnancy. Some of the accommodations that I've provided for clients have included things like mobility and medical devices, and that could be everything from a scooter or wheelchair all the way up to a hospital bed. I had one client that had a really unique situation. They were scheduled to go on their very first theme park trip, and their daughter broke her leg just 2 months before the trip. So we were able to arrange for a medical stroller for her so that she could still experience the theme park in all of its glory. Another thing is clients who have vision and hearing impairments. So really, there's 10.5% of the US adult population that has these impairments, and they may need special rooms at hotels. I had the opportunity to actually tour one of these rooms, and for a hearing impaired client, they offer some light signaling in the room so that if someone knocks on the door, a light flashes, or if the phone rings, a light flashes, to help them be able to be independent in their room and not miss anybody trying to communicate or contact them. The other thing is sensory issues. So that could be everything from just feeling uncomfortable in a crowd to having light or sound sensitivities. So sometimes that can just be as simple as helping a client navigate where they may have a quiet place to be able to get away from the sound and the noise and other people, or that may be something more significant, like helping them navigate using headphones or something else. Then also service animals, which come with some of their own challenges, especially when we're talking about traveling internationally, where the pet may need some kind of specific licensing, extra testing. You have to bring a lot of documentation with you. And even smaller details like refrigerated medication. I had a client who was traveling across the country with refrigerated medication. And so we had to navigate keeping that medication at temperature while they were actually traveling. And then once they reached their hotel room, many hotels only offer mini coolers, not mini fridges in the rooms, which keep drinks and beverages at a nice cool temperature, but not necessarily something like medication that has to be kept at a very consistent temperature. So arranging with hotels to have refrigerated space for clients, even when they're going out on excursions or to theme parks. Another thing is special diets. This could range from people who have special diets for medical needs, such as having food allergies, or even needing to have pureed foods for some kind of gastrointestinal issue, all the way through religious diets like being kosher. Then also we have body size. And so I'm a plus size woman, so this one is very personal for me. But sometimes people with body size, different body sizes, will need different accommodations when it comes to flights, even in hotel stays. If you have an extra tall client, they may not fit in that pull-down bed on a cruise ship or in a hotel room. And also things like at theme parks where they may have concerns about fitting onto attractions and their own personal safety.
26% of the adult United States population has at least one disability. I don't think that's a very surprising statistic, but that's a lot of adults. That adds up to 61 million adults, and that's not counting children. And as we know, accessibility affects the person with the disability or special need, but also their entire family or traveling party. 1 in 5 families has a family member with a disability. So there's a lot of clients out there in need of your service. Also, the population is aging. 76 million Americans are baby boomers, and these mature Americans take 340 million trips annually. That's a lot of trips. You might think you're not booking accessible travel. I think you're booking some of those trips, and I think you've probably come across some of the needs that Amy mentioned previously. By 2050, the numbers are projected that 85 million Americans will be 65 years of age or older. And as these baby boomers age, there's an increased need for mobility and medical devices. I recently had a personal travel experience with my dad to Alaska, and he was totally fine as we booked the trip on a cruise. And then leading up to the cruise, he had some mobility issues. He had hip pain and started walking with a cane. So all of a sudden I had a slew of questions like, should I have booked an accessible cabin? Do I qualify? Does he qualify for an accessible cabin? You know, where will that put us on the ship? Would that make things easier? What about just something as simple as traveling with that cane? Is that his personal item on a flight, or can he still bring a carry-on? You know, what excursions can he participate in that will give him that full Alaska adventurous experience and not hold me back? And then of course there's just the issue of going to new and different airports and wondering how far those terminals are going to be and how you order, you know, wheelchair assistance. These are all great things that a travel agent can help a client navigate. And I'm going to bring Amy back on to talk a little bit more about how agents can help.
So, you know, it matters to agents because in 2018 and 2019, more than 27 million Americans with disabilities took 81 million trips. That's a lot of trips. And they spent an astounding $58.7 billion. Accessible travel is the fastest growing segment in the travel industry. And I know that my business personally can attest to that. When I started promoting accessible travel and really making sure that my clients understood that I could meet those needs, my business almost doubled. And I think that a large part of that was because of the referrals that I was getting. Clients knew that I was going to meet their needs, and then I had the suppliers and resources to do that. So it made it really easy for them to want to refer other family members and friends to me, especially people who are part of their same communities who may be experiencing some of the same challenges that they are. And then when we think about the fact that 24 million Americans with disabilities have said that they would travel more often if they felt like their needs could be met. So that's 24 million people who are looking for a travel agent who can help them meet their needs. That number of travelers with disabilities is projected to triple by 2028. So just imagine what that can do for your business. There's a lot of opportunities for agents to attract new business and also to increase our potential earnings. While the conversation centered around accessible travel is definitely not a sales conversation, it is a byproduct of selling this kind of travel, is that there is commission associated with a lot of these added on services that we can provide to our clients. The best part of it for me has been the referrals and the repeat business. It means a lot to me to know that I'm meeting my clients' needs and that they value the time and effort that I've put into meeting those. So now that you know why accessible travel is such an important segment of our business, let's talk about where to start. So Carolyn is a marketing maven, so she's going to talk to you about inclusive marketing, and then I'll come back to talk to you more about building client relationships and the education and resources available to you.
All right, so I like to say it all starts with marketing because you're not going to get the business unless you market yourself, right? So how exactly can you make your marketing inclusive? I think the most important thing you can do is increase representation in marketing. So that's showing travelers with accessibility needs and special needs in your marketing materials. There are many ways to do this. Whatever images you choose to include in your marketing, I suggest that you choose positive and inclusive images. Show people with disabilities, whether they're temporary or permanent, having the same vacation experience as everyone else, because every traveler wants to be seen as independent and empowered. So an example of this might be someone participating in an excursion on a beach wheelchair, perhaps at a beautiful Caribbean destination, or even in a pool. Where do you get these images? well, there are tons of images out there. Stock photography used to only be, models looking pristine and perfect on these perfect beaches. But nowadays, people want to see what the destinations really look like. And they also want to see themselves in the marketing. So there's a variety of free stock resources. I know I've used stock photos through Canva, which is a great free design tool, which you should check out. I've also gone to Unsplash, Pexels, or Pixabay. And each of those is a stock photo website where you can download files of various sizes, and they're all royalty free, which means there's no, appropriation needed. Sometimes it's appreciated, but it's not required. And then you won't get in trouble for using the images. So you should also always try to source those images ethically. You don't want to just go to Google and type in, person on a wheelchair in a beach, because you're not sure that you're protecting your business that way. And you could have a photographer reach out to you and say, no, that's my image. So the other thing you want to do is, as you're traveling, you're going to be looking out for, accessible locations and attractions, but you don't just want to shoot photos of your own that include people that you don't know. Certainly, if you know someone in your family, there's an opportunity there to ask them if you can use some of their vacation photos, but you always want to get permission of the main subjects in your photography. If someone's in the background, that's different. But if it's the main subject, you really want to treat that with professionalism as a travel advisor. So the other thing you can do is educate yourself on what is the appropriate language and terminology to use when serving, a certain sector of accessible travel. For example, when you're asking someone if they have a mobility aid, there's a difference between a scooter and a power chair and a traditional wheelchair. So, figure out ways to educate yourself. Google's a wonderful thing. Look for lists of terms. You can really turn someone off by using the wrong term. So once you are aware of the needs of your client, just do a little research yourself so that you're not, so that you're building that relationship in a positive way with the right language and terminology. Another thing you can do is don't make it an afterthought. Include that accessibility information, proactively when you're sharing about destinations or suppliers. So that might take a little work. It's really easy to say, here's XYZ resort on this great beach. It's a little more difficult to do your research and understand if that resort is accessible and has accessible rooms, and if they have elevators in addition to wheelchairs. So I think that a lot of times people don't come to you directly with their needs, but when they see something in your social media or in your marketing that shows that you are aware that there are needs out there and that you can serve them, it's just going to be a really great way to proactively market those services to your potential clients and your existing clients. Okay, so your online presence is a big part of your marketing as a travel advisor, right? So we're going to share a link to some websites that will help you review your own website and online presence with accessibility in mind. One of the big ways you can start to do this is by adding image descriptions or alt text with any image you upload to both social media or your website. So in this example here, there's an image of two women overlooking a scenic view, and it says time for a girls trip. The automatically generated text that the genius of the computer figures out by looking at that image says a picture containing text, person, outdoor. That really doesn't give us like a ton of information about what that image really shows. And so we have some visually impaired agents in our network that we've talked to, and they really appreciate when you write a thoughtful description. And it might seem like overkill to include this description here. Two women overlooking a dramatic cliffside view across a valley. One woman sits on a bench and the other in a wheelchair, and then write out what the text spells out. They're just going to glean so much more from that, especially if there's text on that image, than if you had just used the standard text of text, person, outdoor. So that's one way you can increase your accessibility online. Another way is considering how those with color blindness are seeing the images, the logos, the graphics that you're sharing. It's probably not going to be appropriate for you to double check every image that you share on this website, but we're going to share a link to a great website that Sarah on the design team told me about, where you can check what it's like to view a graphic if you have color blindness. So for someone with full color vision, it simulates what that image will look like if you can't see certain colors. So that would be an important thing to do, probably with your logo and branding, at least maybe your Facebook, profile image and cover photo, just the main resources that you're using that are visual, just to be sure that everything you want to translate is translating in that image. So I've talked a little bit about how you can make your marketing more about accessible travel, and I'm going to bring Amy back to talk a little bit about the booking process. Once you attract those clients, how do you start talking to them about their needs?
So now let's talk about building client relationships. That's a really important part of accessible travel, is really getting to know your clients better. It gives you an opportunity to know the whole client instead of just the surface level of what kind of vacation they want to take. So it gives you an opportunity to anticipate and meet your clients' needs, which is really great and a way to prove your value to clients along the way. I really enjoy also the opportunity to show them how much I value their business, because I care about them as a whole person and not just as a traveling client. And it also gives me a chance to establish my knowledge and my expertise in the destinations and products that I offer, because it's very easy to just sell someone a hotel. But when someone wants to know specifically what hotel might have an accessible beach, or which hotels have elevators, and things like that, you really get to flaunt your knowledge and show that you are an expert in your field. So the next component with building your client relationship really starts when you qualify your client in the beginning. And so when I start qualifying my clients, I like to start by just asking the generic question: does anyone in your travel party have any special needs that we should accommodate? And a lot of times clients will say no to this question when they really mean to say yes. And that might be that they just haven't gotten to know me yet, that they don't want to disclose that kind of personal information, or that they just haven't thought about the special needs of other members of their travel party. This happens a lot with multi-generational families, where maybe we have a daughter-in-law or a son-in-law that's planning a vacation that's going to include another part of their family that they're not super familiar with their specific needs or health conditions. So it's always a good idea to ask, but then to continue asking. So I also like to listen for cues from all of my clients about, other things that maybe they just haven't disclosed. So some of those things might be if they're concerned about the distance of their hotel room from transportation, or if they're concerned about how much walking is going to be involved, or if they mention that their child might need to take breaks in the middle of the day. Something like that, that's an opportunity for me to say, oh, do you have any mobility concerns? We have some other resources that are available. We can look at renting a wheelchair or a scooter, or even a walker. And so it gives you an opportunity to just ask those questions in an organic way as well. Sometimes when I'm talking to people who say that their children need a break, a lot of times it's just that they need a nap and they have a very rigorous sleep schedule. But sometimes it's that they're worried about their child being overstimulated. Learning disabilities and cognitive disabilities are becoming more prevalent for our younger travelers. And so it can be a great opportunity to talk to them about the services that are available for them, particularly when we're thinking about our autistic clients, that we can, there's a lot of programs available, whether that's on cruise lines or hotels, theme parks, that we can connect them with. And sometimes families don't think about things like anxiety or ADHD also being a special need that we can help accommodate for. So now let's talk about some of the education and resources that are available to us as agents. One of the most important things is connecting with suppliers to really learn more about the resources and programs that they have available. Oftentimes, I think that we kind of just look at the consumer site, we look at what's available in our booking engine and, in their marketing tools, and we don't necessarily do a deep dive into those programs until we're looking for them. But many cruise lines offer special programs for children. They offer special services. They have tons of accessibility tools. The same thing with theme parks, with resorts, even with airlines. So it's always important to really get to know the programs that are available from the suppliers before you even take the next step into looking at other suppliers and other service providers. So the other thing is keeping accessibility in mind when you are on fam trips. So recently, Carolyn and I had the opportunity to sail on Royal Caribbean's new ship, Wonder of the Seas, and it is phenomenal. But the best part of it was really going through the ship and looking at it with accessibility in mind, and not just mobility, but also for clients with the other special needs. So we had the opportunity to tour an accessible stateroom, and when we toured that stateroom, we were looking at it, thinking about the function of it, but also making sure that we were documenting with photos and videos some of the different things that made that stateroom unique. So in addition to having a really great accessible bathroom, they had things like a threshold that dropped down so that the balcony was accessible for clients who might be using mobility devices, and even small touches like having a handle so that the rail in the closet was able to be pulled down so that you could hang long items, but still access them from a seated position. So we looked at things like that, and even noticing things like that the spa was divided between 2 decks and being able to see the lift that's available for clients who may not feel comfortable using the stairs. So it was a great opportunity also to explore their private island at Coco Cay and see that they had beach wheelchairs and things like that that were available for clients on the island. So it's really great, you know, kind of going back to the point of knowing what your suppliers offer, is that a lot of times beach wheelchairs are a popular request for clients with mobility needs, but sometimes those are going to be provided for you already. So it's a great way to get to know some of those things. I also like to keep that in mind when I'm going on my personal vacations. My family has some neurodiversity and some other special needs. And so, of course, we have our own personal experiences, but I also like to just pay attention to things like, especially at theme parks, going through the attraction queues and seeing where clients might have challenges navigating that with mobility devices, or where there's a nice quiet area if they're experiencing sensory overload, and some of those things. The other thing is building a database of suppliers who provide equipment rentals and special services. So we're probably all familiar with a lot of the suppliers who provide things like scooters or even medical strollers, but there's also a lot of suppliers who provide really specialized medical equipment, everything from lifts to hospital beds to recliners for guests who can't sleep in a lying position. They also have even bed wedges that you can have delivered to staterooms or hotel rooms for clients with things like acid reflux. So there's a whole world of accommodations that are available to us through these different suppliers. There's even special services like dialysis at sea, where a doctor will actually be on the cruise ship to perform dialysis for a client while they are vacationing. So it's always important to plug into those and really think about how you can meet those needs. The other thing about education and resources is also just getting to know the communities that you plan to serve. A great example of this for me is the autistic community. So we all know that often within disability, we like to talk about people first language. So it would be a person with autism. But by connecting with the autistic community, I learned that most people prefer the expression of an autistic person versus a person with autism, because they feel like they're not separate from their autism. So getting to know the communities and really starting to understand the way that they identify is important, because when we're talking about these special needs and about disabilities, we're really talking about people's identities and the essence of what makes them them. So I always like to say, learn the appropriate language and the terminology. Like Carrie mentioned before, sometimes we have even just things like knowing if it's called a scooter or a power chair or a wheelchair, that can really make the difference and show your client that you already are knowledgeable and that you care about their experience and that you're paying attention to the things that they're concerned about. And finally, my last piece of advice is that if you don't know, it's totally okay to ask. You are not expected to be an expert in every disability or special need. So if a client mentions that they have a concern, you can ask them what kind of accessible tools they use at home or what kind of accommodations they have at home. And then you can figure out how to replicate that for them. Your client is already an expert in whatever disability or special need that they have. And so you can always look to them for cues or even ask them what kind of language they prefer to be identified with. Finally, let's talk about some of the certification programs available if you really want to get serious about specializing in accessible travel. The first is a completely free certification program through a special needs group, the Certified Accessible Travel Advocate. It's a great program, it's pretty quick, and it'll give you a really good foundation to start building your business on. The other two are paid certification programs. The first one is CLIA's Accessible Cruise Travel Certificate Program. And the great thing about that is that the credits will count towards your overall CLIA certification. So if you're working on that CCC or that ACC, that will kind of serve double duty for you. And the last is the Certified Autism Travel Professional. And that is a great program if you really want to specialize in autism travel. So I hope that those will help you get started on your journey and also establish your expertise as you move forward. So hopefully we've inspired you and you're ready to get started selling accessible travel. You can find some of the resources that we've mentioned here today, as well as links to the certification programs we just discussed, and some additional resources to get you started on your accessible travel journey at khmtoday.com.
And if you have any questions about this presentation or about DE&I in the industry, feel free to email Amy and myself at our shared email inbox, which you can find at diversity@khmtravel.com. Thanks so much for joining us today.
A day of awesome speakers and presentations. I put this in the comments, but I wanted to say it out loud, that it is so heartwarming to see so many advisors interested in this session and participating in the comments. Like I also said in the comments, I have loved all of the content through Host Week, but I think this is my favorite session so far. So thank you again to Amy and Carolyn, and that is Carolyn Sikarik for educating us about how to make travel more accessible for everybody. So, and thank you to those of you who tuned in to learn more about it, because I think that's equally as important and shows that you have such a broader picture about things. So if you've liked what you have seen so far, make sure to give the video a like on YouTube, one of those thumbs up, and subscribe to the HAR channel to keep up to date with the new content and resources that are coming out of HAR. Fast and furious, we're always pushing stuff out. And then we have one more treat for you today in our EduSpots. Next up, we have how to make your clients crave the travel that you sell with Lindsay Taylor Lauer. And you're wondering, who is Lindsay? Let me tell you about her bio. So Lindsay Taylor Lauer, CTC, currently directs the Luxury and Hosting program of Travel Leaders 365. A travel professional for over 15 years, Lindsay has experienced in and led in all sectors of the advisory side of the industry, as well as in supplier engagement and development. Passionate about immersive luxury travel, Lindsay is particularly driven in coaching advisors to grow their businesses through the identification, embrace, and enhancement of that of which they are most passionate about. So I am excited to hear this. Let's go ahead and bring Lindsay to the stage and see what she has to say. Hey, Lindsay.
Hey, Steph. Thank you so much for that awesome intro. What a great week this has been. HAR is doing such amazing things, and it's been such a joy to get to be part of this week. So thank you so much for everything that you put together. This has been awesome.
Thank you for coming. We're so excited to have you on.
Awesome. Well, perfect. Well, and I thank everybody for joining us for this time today. This is something I'm very passionate about, is creating these clients who just keep coming back to you time and time again. As travel advisors, we have so much to offer our clients, and we're also very different from each other. And so no two businesses ever look alike. So this is really in that spirit that we are approaching this. So that's me, that's my face back when Burma was a place we were going. I love being in this industry. Like Steph said, it's been a very long time. I'm almost getting to that point where I don't say how many years I've been doing it. I kind of let people just guess, but many different segments I've been part of. So this whole training is centered around this professional mindset that I want to encourage every single advisor to take on. And that's really what we're talking about. So when we're talking about a professional mindset, as travel advisors, we are fiduciaries. Just like attorneys and CPAs, doctors, realtors, we are fiduciaries, and we have that same level of responsibility to our client for accuracy of advisement, for making sure that their interests are protected, making sure that we disclose everything. So putting on that professional mantle of the fiduciary, it's that gigantic word, but it just means we take care of people. They trust us to take care of them. And so I encourage you to take on that professional mindset while we're talking about all of these different ways to really create that client who craves everything that you do for them. These are the 4 steps. I'm going to just get to the point of it. We're going to explore each one of these steps in a little bit more detail. The first one is be a professional. We're going to talk about what that looks like. Comprehensively serve your client. We know that the internet is out there. We know that there are a million different ways to book travel as consumers. Why should they use you? We comprehensively serve them. That's why. So we're going to talk about what that looks like. Understand and fully implement your client's travel intentions. How do we do that? How do we optimize it? And then how do we consistently and comprehensively communicate? So this first one is be a professional. We just put on that professional mindset hat. And so we're going to explore what this means a little bit more. The first one, and I'd say the most important, if you are an independent advisor, this is 100% true. If you're a staff advisor, I encourage you to just accept it as something you should be doing. Behave as a CEO. Consider any of the other major professionals that you work with and that you know, and conduct yourself as that. Reputations, our industry, we're global. It's shocking how small the industry is. It's very shocking how many people know each other, who's talking to each other, all this stuff. You will have a reputation. Make sure it's a good one. Make sure it's clean. Make sure people want to work with you. You want to take initiative in learning more. There is so much to learn about our industry, and I don't know as much as I'm going to know next year or the next year or the next. I know any travel professional will say the same thing. We can know as much as we know, but at the end of the day, we have to be hungry for that knowledge. We have to engage in our industry with that professional hat on. We're going to explore all of those different avenues because we want to be well-informed CEOs about our businesses. And then that last point, take ownership and pride in both your business and your professional relationships. And that kind of goes back to that reputation point. Don't sully your name. Don't engage with suppliers in shady ways. Don't engage with clients in shady ways. Be that consummate professional. Be proud of what you're doing and own it as a CEO would own their own business. The next point is have a CRM. What's a CRM? If you don't know, it's a client relationship management tool. Some agencies use things like Client-Base. Client-Base is kind of a big clunky one. There are many other different CRMs that you can utilize. You must be tracking your clients and what they're doing, their information. Because you're a CEO, you want to make sure that it's safe. You want to make sure that you're using a reliable CRM, that your client's information is going to be protected. Make sure that you're not working with a system that will, ultimately get hacked or any of those different things. But you're going to be tracking information that your clients give you. As you're doing that, you're also anticipating being on different time zones from your clients. So you're putting these systems in place, right? So you've got your CRM, you've got this other system for when, because ideally as an advisor, you will be traveling too, or even if you're not, if you've got a client in Zimbabwe, you've got a client in Paris, and you've got a client in Toronto. I live in Phoenix. Those are all very different time zones from me. And so I want to make sure as an advisor, I can handle any one of those clients at any given point in time. So what does that mean? I have to have a plan in place. What if I'm sleep? I do have to sleep. It's a shame, but it happens. So if I'm sleeping, is there a 24/7 option for my clients? I don't want to be the one to wake up and answer that phone call. If I do have a partner with that, how much have I vetted them in? How easy is it for my clients to utilize them? So you really want to make sure that you have those plans in place and that you have solutions for them. When you are traveling, do you have a phone that you can use to call back to the States? Can you keep conducting business while you're traveling? So you want to make sure that you kind of thought across all sectors of this. We're not retailers. We're fiduciaries, as we talked at the start, but we're also not traditional business people in that our clients will be anywhere at any given time. I might be sleeping. I might be trying to have dinner with my family or go see my nieces and nephews, whatever it is. Make sure you have a plan in place for your clients as they're traveling. Because we're professionals, we're CEOs, we are going to invest in our companies. I strongly encourage advisors to actually spend a little bit of money on their business. There are always cheap options. I do not recommend them. That's going to sully your reputation to your clients if you're always using the cheap. That's a gross generalization, obviously. There are sometimes really great, not non-chargeable things that you can engage in. But generally, if it comes down to it, make sure that you're using the best, not the cheapest for your clients. If you're looking to grow, invest in quality leads. Be careful, make sure that the leads that you're investing in are actually going to convert, or make sure you know how to convert. It's really easy to waste money. So you're going to be investing wisely in your business. And then be aware of those wise and unwise investments. What is going to actually make a difference? What's going to move the needle in your business? What's going to help you actually sell, travel, engage with your clients, engage with your supplier partners. If it's just a flashy, fun thing that, oh, maybe I should have that because it looks whatever, be very intentional about what you're choosing to invest in, because there are such things as unwise investments in your business. This next piece, because we're CEOs of our companies, because we're those consummate professionals, we're not going to undercut ourselves. If the pandemic taught us anything, it's that there is absolutely no sense in planning travel without a fee. I can't tell you how many advisors I know who lost every single dollar they were projecting to earn in 2020 because they hadn't charged a fee and they lost all of that commission. That taught us a very serious lesson as those consummate professionals, as those fiduciaries. We must charge planning fees because our time is worth it. Our efforts are worth it and our connections are worth it. So make sure that you're charging planning fees. The next piece is don't compete against the internet or strict budgets. It is a waste of time. It is a fool's errand. If somebody's coming to you with a completely unrealistic budget, it's better for you to go ahead and reject that business than to take it on. Now, I know you might be thinking, I'm just starting. I need to take every single booking possible. I feel ya. I've been in that exact same place. And there is a very definite decision-making process that you need to engage in before you decline business. I do not encourage you just to decline it for the sake of declining it. But if it's travel that you are not going to be able to successfully sell, I would encourage you to reject that business. When you sit back and you look at all of the hours that you spend, this kind of goes into the next point too. When you sit back and you look at all of the hours that you spend, if you put in 20 hours on this one trip, and all that you earned was $200 in commission, how much were you making per hour and was it worth it? So you need to be engaging in these conversations with yourself as you're deciding, what should I be engaging in? How should I be doing this? Because I am a professional and I should be professionally compensated for my time and effort. The next point, know your resources and how to leverage them. If you have a host agency, if you're part of a consortia, I strongly encourage you to reach out to them. Ask them, if you don't know, what are my resources? We're part of Travel Leaders. So we've got our Select program, which is our amenity-rich hotel program. Most consortium have the same thing. Most consortium have amenity-rich opportunities. Most of them have directories of hotel contact information. A lot of the consortia, a lot of the host agencies have their own forums for chatting, asking questions, interfacing with each other. Know what those resources are and utilize them. So that's being a professional. Now we're going to move on into how to comprehensively serve our client. This is going to look different to every single client, to be very honest with you, because every client's different, every advisor is different. So comprehensively serving our client is really going to mean we have to know what our client wants. Who are they? What drives them? What's going to best speak to them? So the first point, demonstrate a genuine interest in them. Learn about them. Get to know them as you would know your friends. Ask those next level questions. I always give the example, I'm vain, and so I don't drink red wine. I love wine. I love drinking wine. Don't get me wrong, but I also like white teeth. And my dentist told me I had to choose between red wine or coffee. And so my brain, I said, well, there's another color wine. I only drink white wine. I hate Chardonnay. So if somebody tells a hotelier, oh yeah, she loves white wine, odds are high they're going to put a bottle of Chardonnay in my room. That's not necessarily treating me well, right? Because I'm not like, thank you, it's a great gesture. I'm not going to drink the Chardonnay. I don't like it. I don't like the tannins, buttery, whatever. So learn about your client to that degree. I would encourage you, learn about your client to the degree of what varietal of wine do they like, so that you can communicate that. We're going to talk a little bit more about that as well, but you communicate that to your hotels and your suppliers. And then you're going to find ways to serve your clients that completely blow their expectations. I remember an advisor that works with us had a client who was obsessed with elephants. She loves elephants so much. And she put together this beautiful trip to India, and there wasn't an elephant anywhere on the itinerary. And so one of the exploration pieces of this itinerary was on an elephant. And so the client's mind was just completely blown. Her heart was overflowing. The advisor was listening and paying attention and found a way to go ahead and include that. So make sure that you're looking for those ways to really exceed expectation beyond just meeting expectation. Meeting expectation is the bare minimum. How do you exceed it? Be the arbiter of information. Like we talked about, we're fiduciaries, but also if we're trying to create clients who are continually loyal to us, who keep coming back for us, we're going to make sure that we are the source of their travel information, because we want to be what they come to for guidance, for anything specific to the trips, yes, but also just in general. You want people to keep coming back to you. So because we are that consummate fiduciary, we do have those responsibilities. So we're going to make sure that we're providing that information, but we're also going to be seeking those other opportunities to engage with our clients as well. When we're comprehensively serving our client, it means that we're completely taking care of all of their travel services. So from start to finish, I always say from bed to bed, right? So from the time you wake up at your house to the time you return back to your house and you wake up the next day. So make sure that you're taking ownership of each trip from start to finish. Be in charge of what those suppliers are doing. Make sure that you know what the suppliers are doing. You've communicated all the information. I really encourage you to sell air. Air is one of the most challenging things to do. Hopefully your host agency or your consortia might have opportunities for you to sell air. If they don't ask them, maybe they do have it and you're just not aware of it. When you have control over your client's air booking, you're able to really take care of the rest. That's such a main component that when you're lacking it, it can completely derail an entire trip. And then you are in charge of the solutions then at that point, you and your air team, if you're not an air booker yourself. Full disclosure, I do not sell air myself. I do not like it. Once they rolled out with basic economy fares, I got scared. I have an air team who does it for me. You want to make sure that you're enthusiastically endorsing travel insurance. That is the best way to protect your client when things do go wrong, and they will go wrong at some point. It happens to all of us. It happens to every client. Make sure that they have that insurance policy to back them up, to back you up as you're finding their solutions. You're going to handle all aspects of that trip. And that consented surprise is going to be that extra special inclusion, paying attention, like we talked about that slide previous, making sure that we're listening. So the elephant was a consented surprise. She knew she was going on this excursion. She didn't know it was on top of an elephant, which completely made her day. Obviously, the travel advisor made sure that she was going to be comfortable riding an elephant prior to arranging that, because that would not be a consented surprise, right? If it was just shock. The other consented surprise I like to think about, I was traveling with a partner, Privilege Italia is an Italian DMC, and they had put together for a group of us, they said, we're going to go on a city tour. Okay, great. So the city tour was actually in these vintage Italian cars at night. It was incredible. We knew we were going on a city tour. Great. We consented to that. We did not know it was in these amazing, beautiful cars, super vintage. So that's an incredible example of a consented surprise. Make sure you're listening, you're talking with your supplier partners, and you can do that very easily as well. As we're comprehensively serving our client, that means that we're also fully vetting our supplier partners in on who this client is, what drives them, what do they like, what do they not like. A VIP letter, if you're unfamiliar, a VIP letter is going to explain to your hotels primarily, but as you're working with your DMC partners, with your other partners, you're going to completely inform them of your client, who they are, what they do, what they love. Give that person a complete profile of your client so that they can best surprise on their own as well. They can make sure that your client is completely delighted, because believe it or not, even though sometimes we deal with craziness when it comes to hotels and suppliers, they do want happy guests. They do want happy clients, always, and they want happy advisors. And so the more that you're communicating with them, the better. Our next big point is to understand and fully implement your client's travel intentions. Have you noticed how these all kind of build on each other, right? We're getting to know our clients so well that we can really put these together. What this particular one means, though, is that we have to have an understanding of what's happening in the general industry. So have a firm grasp on the travel ecosphere. Again, host agencies and consortia are incredible partners in this goal because you can't know everything. It is impossible to know everything. I always think about Costa Rica. Costa Rica is such a unique destination. I don't have the brain space to learn it. So all that I need to know is my Costa Rican DMC. I can reach on out to them and they'll handle all that confusing stuff for me. I don't have to know it myself. I just have to know who does. And again, your host agency and your consortia should be really great resources for you for this. The next thing I always tell clients, if they ask me, oh, have you ever been to wherever, Mozambique? I have not actually been to much of Africa. So when people say, have you been here? My answer is, I haven't. But, you know, I have a friend who, whatever the situation is, and that's not a lie, right? Our hoteliers, our supplier partners do become friends. And so you don't have to have been there yourself. You just have to know who has been there. Your industry relationships as cultivated through your own connections, through your own colleagues that you've met, through Facebook groups, through all the different places that advisors gather and exchange information. Leverage those, ask questions, be vulnerable to the extent that you can without ruining business, right? But make sure that you're asking those questions to engage, understand what it is that you have to offer out there. The intellectual curiosity is something that I encourage you to be as a CEO. I'm encouraging you to do it now in the goal of fully implementing your client's travel intentions. Be aware of the industry. And then there are times that what your client wants and what they want to pay aren't going to match. And so you need to have the understanding when that will happen. And at which point you say, ooh, you know, I get it. It's not going to go the way you want it to go at this budget. We can do this instead, or we can look at this. But you have to have that general understanding of what's going on. You want to identify the true purposes of travel, and it can be multiple, right? Relaxing, romance, get away from the kids, get away from the job, drop the cell phone so you don't have to look, whatever it is. Have a firm grasp on why your client is actually traveling and then quadruple down on that, right? So if your client needs to just relax, it's a couple, they want to get away from the kids for a couple days. Mom just wants to go and pass out on a beach somewhere and dad wants to go golfing. Great. Amplify each of those desires as much as you possibly can. Because at the end of the day, once we understand what it is, then we need to match these three very important components of travel planning to amplify the whole experience. So your clients' wants and their needs are both very important, very valid, but then we have to balance that out with the budget. I call it the triarchy because all three of those things have to be hit for a successful trip. It's challenging. Figure out what works, figure out what's most important, and then that's what you're going to focus on as you're planning travel for your clients. And then our very last piece, this one's my most favorite because it's the most important. Consistently and comprehensively communicate. With whom, you might be asking yourself, and my answer is every single person who touches your booking, including your client. So when you're communicating, always do it with a goal in mind. Don't make sure that if you need to communicate to your client, there's an issue. Make sure that you're communicating, hi client, this is an issue. This is how we're going to solve it. Don't put it in with a bunch of other stuff because then it might not be so clear. So make sure that you're communicating with clarity, with goal, whatever it might be. And it's going to be different in each instance. Once you send that piece of communication, you want to ensure that that information was received, interpreted, and taken forever as you meant it to. This is your opportunity to make sure that there are no misunderstandings, that your client completely understands exactly what it is that they're agreeing to, what you said. I always love to get that email right on back. And then if there's any questions, we can talk about it, or I'll follow up with a phone call. I'm a big fan. Follow up the emails with the phone call. Pick up those phones. They exist for a reason. People love them or they hate them. I'm a millennial. I typically like texting, but at the end of the day, we're transacting travel. Communication has to be clear. And then follow up in writing every single time. This is going to be the best way to make sure that we are comprehensively communicating. If I call you and I say, hey, Steph, this is what I've done to your trip. This is what we're looking at. I'm going to go ahead and follow that up with an email so that if Steph forgets or if something's happening and there's this, it's there in her email, it's there in her inbox, she'll see it. it's also a really great way for me to protect myself. Just in case there is a piece of miscommunication that might have occurred, I can go back to that email and say, actually, no, this is what we communicated. I sent this. And then because I'm making sure that the information was received, I'm going to have the opportunity to make sure she did in fact see it. Once you learn anything new, communicate that in writing for sure. And then once your client has returned, I always say, so people ask, well, what clients should I follow up with? And I say, well, the ones that you want to keep, probably, right? The clients who you want to have hanging around your business, you want to make sure that you follow up with them. Ask the hard questions. And it's most important too, if you have an unhappy client, that's the client you should be spending the most time with. That's the client you should be communicating the most with, because that's the one who could possibly cause the most problems for you down the road. So those are our 4 steps to keeping your clients craving the travel that you sell. Be a professional, comprehensively serve your clients, understand and fully implement their travel intentions, and communicate. Even if you feel like it's way too much, you're going to do it just fine. That is me. I'm Lindsay Taylor Lauer. Thank you so much for your time. Steph, I'm going to kick it on back to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Lindsay. Just a couple thoughts on it. So one, I liked at the end how you talked about picking up the phone, because I think I'm guilty of this. I used to be much better at it, but since I now have an online website, when I was at the agency, when there was an issue, I would pick up the phone and call someone, so we weren't going back and forth. But as an online business, I don't do that as much. So the other day, an issue popped up and I was like, I think I just need to call him. Like, why haven't I done this earlier and saved myself time? So that's a tool I think people should not forget to use, because it's very handy and can straighten things out.
Easy to forget, isn't it?
Yeah, and sometimes
we're so used to just emailing.
Yeah, and sometimes they just want to hear, a voice and that you understand, and that can really be missing with email. And I think that's important for everybody to keep in mind. So let me see if we have any questions in here. We've got some clapping. Really great tips, people. So I think a lot of us in the comments really liked the consented surprise term, and I personally am hoping that it catches on in the industry as an actual term. I'm going to add it to our glossary.
Thank you.
Yes. So if anyone has any questions for Lindsay in the comments, go ahead and pop those in there. The other thing I wanted to say is, when we're talking about the communications and being clear with the communications, if you missed Thomas Carpenter's EduSpot, I believe it was yesterday afternoon, make sure to jump back. He is a travel advisor and also an attorney. He does both of those at the same time. And so he has this great insight, and he went over how to protect yourself in those communications and coming up with a process so that you're not forgetting to do the insurance, or that after those calls, like you mentioned, Lindsay, that you send the follow-up emails. And those, I don't know what anyone else is like, but those for me are as much for the other person. Well, no, they're actually more for me than they are for the other person, so that I remember what I said and went over things and have kind of a track record of things.
Thomas is so generous with his knowledge, and he's definitely shared so much with our industry. And I learned a lot from him. So that would definitely be a really, really great class or EduSpot to revisit for sure.
He was fantastic. So we have another selfish me says, I do Zoom meetings. I do love face-to-face more than the phone. Yeah, absolutely. I do too. I definitely connect better. Although I can connect better with people, I can connect, wherever. I've been sitting in front of a TV screen by myself for days with 2 more days ahead. So I just can talk with myself with the wall. I'm fine. Just, don't get weird at all.
It's awesome.
Let's see. Well, I don't think we have any more questions. So thank you so much, Lindsay. Really appreciate you coming on and giving us that great presentation.
Awesome. Thank you, Steph. I appreciate your time.
Yes. So it is official, everyone. We are halfway through Host Week. It has been so exciting, but I also know that these are long days for those of you that are tuning in all day. So thank you for sharing some of your valuable time with us. We know that it's going to help you become a better travel advisor and a better business person. So curious, how was today for all of you? I hope Host Week has been living up to your expectations so far. I know on the host agency review side and our team, it has definitely exceeded our expectations with thousands. Well, let's see. We've had around 4,000 views so far this week with Host Week. So thank you for coming along for a ride. And for those of you that think you might have a colleague within the industry that would be interested in attending, please make sure to send them a link. We would appreciate it. And with all of this content, we still have 2 full days to come. So let me break down really quickly what's the plan for tomorrow. So first thing, always starting out with this keynote, we have a keynote with David Chait from Travify. Many of you use his product, but the title is Technology is Personal. And, you know, the title itself isn't like, wow, that's amazing, I want to go. But it actually is going to be a very interesting conversation about how you can use technology and how not to let it overwhelm your life. So this is a great one I would encourage people to tune in for. And then after we finish with that, we'll move into our interview sections where we do the Meet the Consortia first, and we will have Ensemble on, and then we will do our Meet the Host section. So we have, well, actually, you know what? Tomorrow is I don't want to call it Canadian Day but we do have the host agencies that all take Canadian advisors, almost all of them tomorrow. And then we also have, between the consortia and the host agencies, we'll be hearing from ASTA, and they are ASTA's counterpart in Canada. So they'll be doing a short mini spot, and then we will roll into the host agencies. Now, keep in mind that these are host agencies that accept Canadian advisors, but they also accept US-based advisors, except for one. So we have Fora Travel tomorrow to kick it off, Incentive Travel Connection, Independent by Flight Center, Incentive Connection Travel, Independent by Flight Center, Nexion Canada, Outside Agents, and then Travel Edge. And then following our normal pattern, then we move into the EduSpots for the afternoon. Lots of fun ones in there. So the first one is, I'm not sure if Stephanie Cannon is still in the comments. I saw her earlier, but she is doing Fast Track Your Finances, 5 expert tips to get ready prior to tax time. That's the key, is doing it prior to tax time. And if you don't know Stephanie's background, she is an accountant turned into a travel advisor, and now she's kind of mixing those 2 worlds and giving some resources to travel advisors. So this is a great one to listen to, and it's great timing because you should be getting ready for tax season if you have a business right now. Then the next one up is Personality Selling, Gain Control from the Beginning. This is with Jen Lee, no relation to me, but we kind of do it together. It's a really fun one on how to be able to judge who you're talking to, what their motivators are, and how that can help you as a salesperson. And then we have one with on Wow Your Clients with their own vacation photos. And we have Foundations and Fundamentals for Starting Your Own Travel Agency. This is with Heather Kindred with Travel Leaders of Tomorrow. And then last, we have How and Why to Build a Business Fee for Service. Build a Business Fee for Service Travel Business in 8 steps. It's quite the mouthful. So if you aren't registered yet, make sure to visit hostagencyreviews.com/hostweek so you can get tomorrow's email, which will have the link to where we're streaming, and it will also have the agenda. So thank you so much for joining us, everybody. On behalf of the whole HAR team, thank you. Join us again tomorrow at 12 p.m. Central Time, where we will be ready to conquer the world yet again.